could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego. Maybe San Diego. Roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows, one leg out the window, sit like a flamenco. Sit like a flamenco. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find, take a breath, open your mind, take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. We got lost an hour ago. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco. Maybe San Francisco. We could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows, one leg out the window, sit like a flamenco. Sit like a flamenco. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find, take a breath, open your mind, take it one day at a time. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find, take a breath, it'll all be fine, take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find, take a breath, it'll all be fine, take it one ride at a time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a little bit of cheeky Valheim. That made me chuckle then, Trump. Early potatoes. Early potatoes. Sounds lovely, sir. What could be better than early potatoes? The Grumman's Kindle's died. It's a disaster. I don't know how to fix it. It's yeah, I think it's just one of those things that's just past its sell-by date, unfortunately, I think. Right, we need to get some food down us before we do anything. I don't know anything about Kindles, unfortunately. There's apparently something called the Paper White Kindle. This is like I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a grayscale kind of thing. It looks well, it is old. I'm not a case of it's even got buttons. So it's not like a flat screen, which I think most Kindles are these days, aren't they? Right, we haven't got any wood. We haven't got any wood to cook with, let alone anything else. Oh, we were building, weren't we? Oh gosh, I forgot about that. Oh god, yeah, we were building the cabin in the woods. Whoa, spooky potatoes, Trump. Good morning, Trump. Good morning, Castle. Good morning, Sophie Moon. How are you doing? Morning, Clammy. Morning, Wookie. How's Mrs. Wookie doing, bro? Good morning, Alison. Yeah, they're not too bad, actually. Well, yeah, girlfriend. I took the girlfriend a nice cup of tea earlier in bed. So she's got today off as well. So she's spending a bit of time this morning with Grummy Mummy. So yeah, they're doing alright. Grumdad's okay. He seems to be... Oh, hang on. Yeah, he seems okay, actually. Let me just do this now, thinking about it. Let's do the soups. Yeah, not too bad, Alison. How about you, mate? How's your dad doing? You said you were going to see him yesterday, didn't you, Alison? You right, Moog? Morning, Max Met. Morning, Fripster. Morning, Obsy. How are you feeling, Obsy? How's your back doing, mate? Good morning, Patrick Gamer. Morning, Hobble. Yeah, apparently it's all sorts of kicking off today. We've got the Path of Exile 2 big reveal, blah blah. Was yesterday, wasn't it? We've got, I think, Diablo 2 Resurrected Technical Alpha, whatever they call it. Should be all over stream today. No, not our stream, unfortunately. I've got to register for it. Although I think it's a very select few, isn't it? Who else? What else? And we've got the day before.
A very warm
reveal. Welcome
to Gold Sub Shades.
Shades! How you doing, Shades? Good morning, Shades. Good morning, good morning, good morning. That was an evil-looking cup of coffee earlier, mate. It looked like a coffee from hell itself. It was like that. That'll wait you. That'll put hairs on your chest. Oh, you got a Dota 2 patch with a new hero today as well. My God, it's all happening, isn't it? Yeah, because you're a big fan of that, aren't you? World of Warcraft, Dota, it's like a whole new man. What a strange set of circumstances. Why can't I make no more turnip soup? I need more turnips, apparently. There we go. You're not a fan of Top View? What, you mean like Diablo and Path of Exile? I'm a bit... people are going to hate me for saying this, but, you know, you get what you get, right? I was looking forward to Path of Exile 2, because I thought, well, one of the issues I've got is... It's not necessarily a case of the game being too complicated. I think that's one of those throwaway comments that people make. But I know what they mean. I know what they're getting at. You know, they're not idiots. You know, I know a lot of people that feel the same way as I do. Sometimes when you play Path of Exile, it's almost like it's not that it's too complicated. It just feels like there's an awful lot going on. There really is a huge amount going on, and sometimes it just feels like you're so far behind the curve, or curve, sorry, that you just sort of like, you really want to enjoy it and you really like the game, but you can't help but feel like you're not really getting anywhere, that there's still so much more to discover. And that is both an incredible strength of the game, and definitely one of the reasons why I, personally, could convert it into a game of all time. I have no doubt I could play Path of Exile way more than I could even play 7 Days to Die. I love that style of game, the endless grind, the crazy builds, you know, the fact you've got another game coming out. It's the sort of game I would happily pay, you know, a little bit extra here and there for some fun microtransactional goodies just to support the team, which I have done in the past, you know, because I genuinely thought the game was really cool. The thing is, I just feel like I'm just miles behind. You know, when a game has become such a behemoth, when you're a noob, you just feel like you're a noob for so long, you know? And I was kind of looking forward to Path of Exile 2, because I thought it'd be, in a way, a bit of a fresh start, a way to sort of like wipe the chalkboard clean. Obviously, I'm not going to know anything about the game compared to, you know, the pros and things, but, you know, it'll be a little bit more of a fresh start for everyone, and we can learn together again. But, yeah, that's not the case, but from the looks of it, really. It looks like it's a lot of the old stuff is going to carry on. I mean, to a point it will. I mean, obviously there's a lot changing with how the game mechanics work. What is brilliant is that, and I suppose the reason for my comment here, it does look like you can actually, all your characters are going to still be there. You know, it's not like a white. You can literally buy Path of Exile 2 and you can play Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. You know, you can go from 1 to the second, and then play, like, if you like, the unified end game, which I didn't know. I didn't know that was the way they were doing it. I actually thought Path of Exile 2 was going to be, you know, in a similar vein to Diablo 2 to Diablo 3, two completely separate games, No carryover, no crossover. And like I said, I would hate, you know, I don't want anyone here thinking that I would want that, you know, for fans of the game not to have access to that. I actually think that's brilliant. It's one of the things that I thought was really weird about Destiny, that, you know, it was kind of a compartmentalized brand new game. You know, well, what about all the people that played Destiny 1 for years and years, and, you know, and now they're just back at the start with everyone else. And yeah, I think it's wonderful that Path of Exile have adopted that approach, but at the same time, it also means that, you know, for someone like me, I'm going to feel like almost like even further behind, you know. It's like people talking about Path of Exile, it's like they're talking in a foreign language, you know. I don't know what they're on about, mate. It looks really good, Max, mate. But basically, Path of Exile 2 looks exactly like what you'd expect it to be. I think the only criticism I've ever had of Path of Exile is, I guess it just doesn't look like it's had you know, to be fair to the game, it started a long time ago on a really small budget. You know, Path of Exile 2 looks like the all singing, all dancing. We've got an income, you know, a budget for this release that it was unimaginable all those years ago, and it looks phenomenal. I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be, without any shadow of a doubt, you know, the shining gem of the ARPG world, and hopefully it, you know, it means the Blizzard team come up with something special for Diablo 4 maybe, but we'll see. I mean, I'm excited, you know. There's a lot of fans of that game. I'd love to play it more on stream, but you know, I just felt like I was treading water after some. So you're waiting to see if the antibiotics work. So, but he's still at home though, Alison, right? I do wish him all the best, mate. I really do. I kind of, you know, I know it's different and it's your dad, but I kind of know a little bit about how you feel, mate. It's worrying, isn't it? The trouble is, I go through sort of that ebb and flow a little bit of Alison and wondering, like, you know, it's great that he's at home, but is it the best place for him, you know? But I know how much it plays on, you know, so I think that generation as well, right? Hospitals are like, oh, don't want to go to hospital, mate. Oh, no, that's bad. that's where they finish you off, innit? Like, you know? Yeah, it's kind of scary, innit? Where's the cult? Oh, no. Oh, I haven't left the cultivator. Oh, you know what I have, haven't I? You know where the cultivator is, don't you? Oh, you bugger. I've left the cultivator at my... That's naughty of me. That's really naughty of me. I've left it at the new build. In fact, actually, that'd be quite cool, because we're going to have a look at the new build in the cold light of... Ooh, Friday morning. It's Friday, boys and girls. Woohoo! Yay! Just like any other fucking day. Got work later. Oh, man. He's got some movement back in the... Oh, I'm pleased to hear it, Obsy. You had me quite worried when you were saying that, man. I was thinking, jeez, I didn't want to say too much. I thought, that sounds a lot like what? Not like how mine spiraled out of control, Obsy. Good, well, I'm going to do it a bit better, mate. Yeah. Sorry, Shades. How are you, Shades? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's things? How's things? I hope you're well. Did you have a pleasant evening? That cup of coffee, Shades, honestly, I swear to God, I looked at it, I thought, what the hell is that? That was like the darkest, most evil cup of coffee in the world, mate. That's the sort of cup of coffee you put on a coaster that is actually a pentagram, you know? Proper made me chuckle, that did. Oh, dear me. Right, let's have a quick look. Who me, Cola? Myself, I'm from the Midlands in England, so bang slap in the middle of like the UK, but and from a city called Birmingham. But I don't actually live there, and I haven't actually lived there for a very, very, very long time, really, in the bigger scheme of things. But yeah, I still have a touch of the Brummie accent. Mainly under times of great duress or panic. You're right, Clavin. You're right, Jan. Good morning, good morning. You're right, little Chris. How you doing, fella? You're right, Purbrick. You did some Tarkov raids yesterday. Amazing. Killed a Chad. Oh, I don't know what a Chad player is, mate. And got mad loots. Back to work now. Oh, well, have a nice day, Perma. I'm glad. I know you mentioned you were playing. Was it like an expansion or something new with Tarkov? I don't know. I used to watch loads. I used to watch Deadly Slob. I used to like watching him play Tarkov, but I used to like watching James play that actually. And I think he's playing. What's James playing? James is playing Outriders at the moment, isn't he? You're a bit of a Worcester boy, are you? I don't sound like... No, you're right. I don't sound like a Brummie. To be honest, I never really did. I never had a strong Brummie accent. However, what is interesting is my brother, especially my younger brother, he has a very strong Brummie accent. Like it is... Ooh. Ooh, it's actually not as bad as I thought. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, I can probably live with that, actually. Yeah, alright, okay. Yeah, alright. It's not a complete disaster. Yeah, okay. Let us... Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do. Actually, this has worked out alright. So we've got a little bit of wood in there. We've only got 100 wood in there. I reckon it's in here. Yeah, it is. Is there anything else to take home? Or do we take it all? Let's take all... That's going to be sap. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take a double whammy of sap so we can kind of keep half over there, half over here. So if you take... Well... Yeah, alright, yeah, we'll do that. Let's take the cart home. Or shall we just bring another... we'll just bring another one over. It's only a couple of bronze nails, isn't it? Yeah, because I want to bring a load of wood over. I think you said yesterday, Shades, didn't you? It would make sense to go and do the harvesting of the wood and then bring it over. I was reading about a way to do like a tree farm. I might think about a perma tree farm. If you build like... We'll try it. In fact, we'll do that as a project today. We'll go and make an orchard tree farm thing. Apparently, if you essentially build a pit and then put the trees around the pit, we'll see if we can convert it into something as well. Yeah, in fact, that's a little project for later. It sounded like you need something strong. Yeah, I could definitely do with it, mate. Yeah, Mum's Grandmum's Kindle's died, Shade, so that's pretty serious for her. Because obviously she can't get to the library or anything these days. So it's yeah. But I don't really know much about them. You see, so it's one of those areas of tech that I think unless you've got some hands-on experience, it's just a case of listening to the the influencers on YouTube. And let's be honest, they've all got a little bit of a cheeky agenda these days. But yeah, there's like the normal Wi-Fi version, there's the paperwhite version, so I just don't know what to recommend to her really, so I don't know. We'll have to, I did say buying it from Argos is probably the best bit, because at least then she doesn't like it for whatever reason. She's got a chance to be able to just send it back, hasn't she? Which kind of makes sense. Yeah, apparently there's a way to do a tree farm. I'm not sure I quite understand the concept behind it. Or rather, I suppose I do understand the concept behind it, but I'm not sure how it works in practice. So I think the idea is you build a pit, you plant the trees around the edge of the pit, and then you kind of create something that just stops them falling out of the pit. So in other words, they all fall into a big hole in the ground and they smash one another, so it's even less time. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a go in a minute. I think that'll be a fun little thing to do. Now, Grumman may be travelling back today. Oh, I didn't do the... I did all that, and I forgot to do the bloody what's-its. I forgot to do the sap. I was going to reignite all the torches. What a knob. Totally forgot. I brought the sap for no reason. Yeah, so I may have to... Obviously, I want to say farewell to her. You know, she's got a busy morning with the girlfriend this morning. But, yeah, so I might even turn the stream off just while we say farewell. I'm not sure how much Twitch likes us just sort of going AFK for a little bit. Right, let's have a look. Where are we? Let's go and hit the farm. Let's do the farm. Get it done. So are we yeah, I had to go and get the what's-it clever, and I had to get the cultivator. That's what I left over. So I think I mean, carrots are looking pretty low. Let's repair that. Yeah. What's that? New Zealand? It's bloody Aussie. Instead of like, oh sorry. Yeah. I didn't. No. It is. Yes, it is carrots. My evening was fine, thanks. Nothing extraordinary. Went to bed at midnight. Well, that's quite late. Isn't that late for you, Shades? Yeah, I don't really know. I can't really help it, to be honest, Shakes. It's like I said, I'd hate to get too involved in that because I don't use those things. You know, I've got no personal hands-on experience. I mean, all I know is that I think we looked at Argos. I mean, she can get a basic Kindle for 70 quid, and it's like she says, for the amount of time she uses it, you know, that's almost silly money. You know, it's. You know, her Kindle she uses like all the time, every single day. You know, way more than I would even if I was a big reader like I used to be. You know, she can't sleep very well. She's terrible insomnia. You know, it's perfect. She can just grab the Kindle, you know, read a few pages and hope she can drift off again. So it's really important to her, but. I just don't know, you know, I just don't know. I think that the other thing is, Shades, to be honest, all that stuff is quite subjective, isn't it? You know, one Kindle I might really like, you know, some people like to have like those, is it the blue lights kind of cut out of that, I guess, backlight? See, I'm the world's worst, because, I mean, I've literally only, I mean, this is mad, I literally only in the last, about 6 months or so, maybe a little bit longer, converted to what they call the dark mode on all my stuff. I never liked dark mode, never liked it, and in fact I'm still not sure I like it. But you know, everyone I know, and I'm sure anyone in chat, if you looked at the statistics, you will use dark mode, you know, for your phones and you know the websites you browse or Twitch chat, and you know I still was using normal, you know, normal whatever they call it, normal white mode. Black text on a white screen. So, you know, I've got no idea what works for people. I know the blue light is supposed to be the one that is recommended to filter out for some reason. Whether or not it causes eye strain or affects your day-night cycle rhythms and things. There's all sorts of things I don't have to really take into account, I suppose. But yeah, you know, like I said, for £70 for something that is you know, you literally use it for hours every single day. I mean, it's like getting a mobile phone for someone for 70 quid. It's unheard of, isn't it? You know, phones like £1,000 these days, aren't they? £70 for something to read, you know, that's got a really nice screen and it's easy to access. I mean, she must own, I should imagine, thousands of books, thousands of them. I think they've killed my last boar, look. They have. They've killed my last boar. They are such assholes. They really... The skeletons in this area are such complete knobbers. Good morning, Yola. How are you doing, my friend? How's things? Yeah, really good. Yeah, it is. I'm kind of looking forward to the end of my playthrough in some ways, Max Mate, because I'll be able to peruse the... all the wonderful... I don't know, these games tend to have the things you didn't know and behind the scenes or Easter eggs or, you know, tips and tricks and things, don't they? I'm quite looking forward to seeing them. But I daren't, because we're just going to find spoilers, aren't we? You're right, Revelry. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, Warlock. Good morning, Yola. How are you doing, Yola? How's things? How's the old streaming world treating you? You don't need to see any statistics to see if I'm using dark mode, because I got out of my way to only have dark mode if possible, or I riot. Yeah, I mean, I should imagine, like, I am totally the odd one out. I can't imagine anyone uses the light mode in most apps these days. So you say far less strain on my eyes, you see, Jan, and that's what I always believe. But I've got to be honest, mate. I actually find it harder with dark. I'm still using chatty dark mode to see if I can acclimatise to it a little bit better, and I've been using that for over 6 months, mate. And I can tell you for a fact, if I switch it back to white mode, it's almost easier to read. I just feel so much more comfortable with it. I don't like light text on a dark background. I just don't like it. My brain don't like it for some reason. I thought it was something that I would get used to in like literally a matter of hours. That is not the case, bro. I've got one of the beehives as well. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh no, and there's no bee there. Oh no! How dare they, Shades? Maybe it's time to consider a small defence around my little farm. The thing is, we never found a 2-star board, did we? Because this whole farm never really became a thing, to be honest. God damn it, dude. Yeah. And the I haven't got the bees left over here. We actually took the bees back, didn't we? Oh, and that's probably because it's just outside the radius of the workbench, you know. Just out. Let's just see. Rebuild. Yeah, it is. Look, that one's just outside the bloody workbench, so it's probably they've probably destroyed it and it's despawned. Look. God damn it. God damn it. How annoying. Oh well. Gotta be careful with that because I mean, alright, I don't use a huge amount of honey. I think I've got 2 bees in reserve, right? I'm sure I've got 2, possibly 3. I think only 2. Down to 1 now if I replace that one. Shame. Yeah, not too bad, thanks, Yola. I mean, you know, things could definitely be better, mate. But you know, I'm sure we could all probably say that. How's it all going with you? Is life treating you well, Yola? I hope so, mate. Yeah, sap. Yep, that's exactly how we'd expect it to be. Oh, so that is all going to come with us. Let's just throw back stuff to return. Oh, man. Hang on, my thingy's just died. Gosh darn it. Bear with me. Just bear with me. And back. Right, where were we? We wanted to put some sap in there. We throw some, oh no, sap and eyes. And then some, yeah, stone. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Let's get my carrots then. You alright, Grant? How are you, sir? Good morning. You alright, Revelry? Still not smoking. Fantastic, bro. Feeling a lot better. Been taking better care of yourself. Eating, drinking, exercising. And already lost 4.5 pounds in 2 weeks. Bloody hell, that's really good, mate. And that's a really nice, good amount of weight loss as well. It means it's not coming off dangerously fast, is it? But it's coming off at that's about as perfect as you can get, isn't it, mate? 2 to 3 pounds a week. That's really nice, dude. Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. I hope you continue to feel the benefits, man. It is. Giving up the old cigarillos is a wonderful thing, a wonderful achievement. You'll look back in it years to come, Revelry, honestly. And you'll realise what a massive difference it's made to your life. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. Keep it up, bro. Round of applause, my friend. Round of applause. Stay strong. Stay strong. You're taking a couple of days off, are you, Yola? So you're okay, but your brain isn't. Still enjoying Valheim and prepping to hop back on some Conan Exiles. Yeah. Seems to start feeling so insecure. Oh, mate. What's causing that? Do you know? Or is that something you've always had to deal with, Yola? It's not stream time affecting you, is it? I know sometimes it can be, I know a few people have had to take a break from streaming. It can be mentally quite taxing, can't it, for a lot of folks? It's a strange and weird world out there with some very... It's a very complicated place, a Twitch community, isn't it, at times? It cannot be all rainbows and unicorns at times, mate. So I hope that's not having an impact. In fact, I suppose on the flip side of the coin, for some people, it's actually exactly what they do need. It's those communities that help. But yeah, it's not the golden ticket to happiness, is it, mate? It's got its ups and its downs, me old mucker. And especially for people, I think, that obsess about... I guess... I'm not saying this is you, by the way, Yol. I think it's an interesting insight into Twitch at times. Especially people that worry about things like viewerships and the success of their channels and things. And whether or not, you know, especially if someone's looking at making it, I don't know, like a career or something. And it, you know, it's statistics and what shall I do, and they're pouring every minute of every day into it, and you know they're still not seeing any change. It's like, I don't understand. Nobody loves me. I've seen some proper messed up situations through Peeps thinking Twitch is their golden goose, their golden ticket. If only life was so simple. If only we could all play video games for a living, right? Oh, it'd be cracking, wouldn't it? Oh, we'd all be raking it in, mate. Yeah, well done, Revelry. Well done, mate. Yeah, I remember you saying about your breakup. Yeah. Yeah. Still not feeling like you've turned that corner yet, Yola. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, mate. Yeah, and I suppose we're all very different in that. It's the kind of thing that... Just remember you're very awesome, Yola. Just remember that, mate. Just remember you're special. You're very special. There's going to be a lot of people around you that care very deeply about you. And I know it's awful, isn't it, having any relationship breakup, no matter what it is, whether it be a friend, a loved one, a family member. It's mentally impossibly taxing. I read a tweet the other day which kind of annoyed me a little bit. It was essentially suggesting that time doesn't heal, and I get the sentiments in which it was said, and I do understand that that maybe if it was meant in a more thoughtful way, that it would have made sense, but it wasn't. It was essentially saying I'm miserable and I'm always going to be miserable about this event in my life. But the way I see it is, if I look back to like when my dad died, I'm never going to heal. You know, if you want to use that word, I'm never going to be happy about it. It's not like it's going to heal and it's like it never happened. And I don't want that to happen. But you know what it did make it? I've noticed I had a transition where I moved away from thinking about all the things we didn't do, all the things that I wish we'd done, all the things that we weren't going to get to do again. And my brain started thinking about all the things that we had done. And I think that was the turning curve. I think for me, I went through from that, the negative, which was, you know, the glass is half full scenario, or half empty, as they say, depending on how you look at life. And I think that was really weird, noticing that my thoughts went from like, oh God, he's not here. And you know, as you start realizing that, and then you think about all the things that you did but you'll never get to do again, or all the comments that were never said and things, and it's almost like I don't know, it's like that sense of loss becomes almost guilt or something. But later on, I think what happens is that the thought process thinks about the happier things. It's sort of like the balance of scales switching the other direction. So time does heal. It just depends on what your definition of healing is, doesn't it? It certainly makes it a happier memory rather than a horribly overwhelming sad memory. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else, but yeah. So it's your insecurities. So have you always been a bit like that, Yola? And this just was like something that kind of flipped you way back, sort of recession, was it all? The glass is twice as big as it needs to be. I like. Your favourite game, Scaron, is it? It's the polar sun clock, does it work? It is, yeah, it's a sundial, mate. It does actually work, yeah. We said we'd build a bigger version of this. You can actually see the shadow moving. If I put the cursor right on it, and even just for a few seconds, look. It actually works very well. So if you were to make it on a slightly bigger scale, and use like posts and things, you can actually get a fully functioning sundial in it. So yeah, I mean, I'm not here to preach, you right? I wish I could wave a magic Harry Potter wand. And the thing is, mate, think about those insecurities, right? Think about what they are. Package them up in a box. And if you know, if the most miraculous thing in your world was someone waved that Harry Potter wand, and suddenly you weren't insecure. But actually, think about some of those insecurities that you do have. They're you. They are you. They are what make you. You know, they might very well be the very things that give you some empathy with people. That actually is why you relate to some people in some ways that other people don't. So don't package it all up in a box that, you know, you want to get rid of and magically make it disappear, because then you're making a little bit of Yola disappear. And we don't want Yola to disappear. We like Yola. Yola's awesome. And, you know, we all come with good things and bad things, Yola. So, you know, understand that there are things that you're not happy with. And maybe that is around some of the insecurities. And maybe those insecurities stop you doing things. Or even something as simple as social anxiety. I mean, you know, I'm not asking you the specifics, but that's you, mate. That's you. And a lot of people like you for who you are. So I like you for who you are. So don't carve too much out, you know. Sometimes a little bit of the rough with the smooth, and a little bit of the dark with the light. You know, it's a little bit of all this. Yeah, so you got ADHD and borderline. So, what's that? Sorry, what's borderline? What's that, mate? I don't think I know that. So depression and impatience is a thing in my life, but I've learned to live with it just like a breakup. Yeah, I can get that. It's almost like suddenly hitting the reset button, isn't it? And especially if you know, that person has been, you know, a rock in your life that's kind of helped you get your head straight about things, and suddenly that, you know, that presence isn't there. And then the thing is, Yori, that can affect a lot of people, you know. So sometimes it means that people spend the rest of their lives like never letting anybody else in, you know. And then we've all been there, haven't we? I mean, you know, you've got a loved one and they're no longer with you, or you split up, and, you know, maybe you split up with somebody and you regret doing it, you know, years later. And so sometimes it can manifest itself in all sorts of weird and strange characteristics and social traits that you pick up. And some people start putting up barriers and closing doors and become even more introverted, perhaps, you know, because once hurt, you know, they can never look beyond it. But again, I suppose it's what makes us, isn't it? It's keeping it all in balance. And I guess the most important thing, Yola, is you've accepted it, right? You know there's things that you need to be aware of. Got to catch it, you know, when things are not as rosy as you'd like them to be. Here's a big cuddle, Yola. Here's a big cuddle. You're right, Lexi Garris. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's lots of little... We're going to build a little... What's it later, Subcrate? We're going to build a tree farm, which is something I've got no idea what I'm doing, but basically, I understand the concept, which is to build a big hole, drop trees in it. We'll see how that goes, mate. You told your wife when her mom was near the end, make choices and live with no regret, or at the very least, as little regret as possible. Yeah. Yeah, it is. You know, there's been a lot. I'm sure everyone has it. You know, we wonder. You know, I mean, the classic scenario is, you know, asking somebody out on a date when you're young, isn't it? Yeah, you know, sort of like, oh, you know, did you fancy going to the cinema with me? But you don't do it. You know, it's like, what the hell? It's just a person. You know, do it. You know, as long as you're not creepy and weird about it, you know, just go for it, man. You know, what have you got to lose? But it's the inner sort of doubt, isn't it? It's that inner combo. No, I gotta be careful here because I do want more carrots, so we don't want to plant too many of these, do we? But we get 3 seeds back per, right? Is that right? Yeah, we didn't plant any seeds last time, did we? Yeah, I mean, you know, there's things. It's difficult, isn't it? Because you know, you say look back and like have no regrets, but. God damn it, I mean, that'd be a beautiful life to lead, wouldn't it? It's, I think sometimes, you know, things like giving up your job and just like throwing caution to the wind and going and do something crazy, like living in a log cabin, like old Bob, you know, in Alaska, and just hitting the big reset button on the mad world that we live in. That's rough, man. That's rough. I mean, you know, if you really want to do something like that, that takes some balls just to kiss it all goodbye, doesn't it? But, you know, like you say, at the end of the day, you've got to make a choice, and don't regret a choice either way. You know, well, whatever you decide, you've made the decision, haven't you? See, there's some things you just can't change as well. You know, we have to accept that. There are things in our lives, and this is what the problem at the moment is. There are things we just cannot change. So far outside of our control, you know, on a multitude of levels. And accepting that is extremely difficult. And I think the problem is so many people, all the coping mechanisms that we've got used to, whether it be just going to the pub on a Friday night, or, you know, going and watching a film on a Saturday afternoon, or going to a restaurant and treating yourself to a slightly posh beans on toast, whatever you, whatever tickles your pickle. It's all gone. We don't have that around us. We don't have those little snippets of, you know, I suppose, emotional releases, do we? Vents, you know. You get out of the pub and have a row with your mate. Ah, you bloody idiot, football. Ah, he's crap, mate. Should never put him up front. It's part of what we do, isn't it? It's part of how we exist in this madness. That's my phone. Hang on a sec, hang on a sec, hang on. Oh, it's stuck in my pocket. And back. How is your mum these days, Flatus? Not your mum, your wife. How is she doing? Did the unfortunate and inevitable happen, mate? Or we watched a strange film yesterday with my mum called Run. It's got the lady from oh, what's it called? Let me just reorganise my desk a bit here. Like he says as he moves his phone 3 inches to the right. You're probably thinking I was shuffling all sorts of things around there, weren't you? Oh, he's got a busy desk, hasn't he? He works really hard. He's got a busy... It's not. He literally, it's the minimalistic desk of the century. I don't have anything on my desk. I even hide all the wires on my desk. When I say I'm reorganising my desk, I literally picked up my phone and squared it up in front of my stream deck. that constitutes reorganisation, let me tell you. A lot of thought went into that. In fact, in a minute, I'm going to get a ruler out just to make sure. You're right, Doc. How you doing, mate? How's things? You're right, Scarron? Yeah, 3. Yeah. Yeah, I get you, Yola. Just reading what you're saying while I drink my coffee. I get it. What's that, Wookie? Tell what it is for. I've got to go all the way over there to click that, mate. I've just progressed behind this last week on Valheim and finally got turnips growing. Nice one, Sky. Yeah, the turnip stew's really good. Yeah. Yeah. You don't like roller coasters, Clavian? The hardest part is to learn to accept that past is past and cannot be changed.
Morning, everyone. Ground love.
Yeah, it is. The past is a strange and wonderful thing, isn't it? It's easy to say as well. I know there's terrible things that have happened in people's lives that you've made, you know, that have happened because of a decision you made. And of course, there are some things that, you know, I'm sure people have made decisions on, and they will take that to their grave as things that they truly, truly, truly regret. And you know, God forbid the you know, the worst of the worst scenarios. There, you know, bad decisions, you know, made in the heat of a moment or whatever it would be. You know, terrible things, terrible things, and also all the things that are not so terrible, but you feel are terrible because it happened to you, and you know, maybe you're the sort of person that does care about, you know, the smaller things as much as the big things. But I think the important thing is, above and beyond all, I suppose, is if you can learn a little bit from it. You know, so sometimes it's like I said to you, Yola, isn't it? It's what makes you, you know. Some people never learn, but that still makes them, right? Whereas sometimes a mistake is made or a choice is made, and you know, as a result of that, the repercussions, you know, it changes you a little bit. You know, you might not think it does, but it probably does. There's little voices in your head, because we all have them, don't we? I know it sometimes. Used in the media as like someone going batshit bonkers and all the rest of it. But we do, don't we? We have our inner monologues, our inner thoughts, and we're always thinking and assessing, should I, shan't I? Should I put pants on to go to Tesco's? Well, I don't feel like I should have to, but... Last time I tried that, I got in a lot of trouble. So maybe I should learn from that, you see. Empty desk and cluttered mind. No. No. My mind is as pure and free as a small nightingale bird, mate. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. My head is a fucking mess, bro. Empty desk and a clusterfuck of a mind. So, sorry for the foul language, but... Missy! That didn't come through my end. I haven't heard that come through. My sounds are not working. God damn it! Bloody thing. Freeman! Oh. Oh, I thought I was getting attacked by skelly wellies. Freeman, thank you for the host. Serene, thank you for the follow. Scaron, thank you for the follow. And Missy, thank you for the 15. 15! Back to back! Oh, dear me. Actually, I owe you an apology, Missy. I'm gonna have to drop you a message later. So something terrible happened this morning. It's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. Don't stress about it. Don't stress about it. But I've got to tell you something. I've got to tell you a little secret, mate. Hey? Ooh, secrets in Grumbonia. What is all this? All the mystery in chat now. Ooh, the intrigue. I must remember to send you a Discord DM later, Missy. You'll have a proper giggle about it later, honestly. You will proper chuckle. And well, think about yesterday's conversation about your name as well. The left brain and the right brain dance of interaction of thoughts, logic, and emotion. Yeah, you should just take a hammer to your head. Knock some sense into yourselves. Oh, is that what it was? Always look at the... Yeah, the whistly one. Doesn't sound anything like that. Good morning, Jockey. How you doing? Hope the glorious day finds you all well and chipper. Oh, very chipper. Where does that expression come from? There's an interesting one. Hope you are well and chipper. Where does the... Oh, he's a bit chipper, isn't he? What does that mean? As in, where does it come from? I mean, chipper, I always think, it means full of bubbles. Not necessarily excited, but animated. Very, very chippy. Would you say chippy? Don't know. It's very chipper. Where does it come from? Is it just from a bloke called Chip who happened to be really happy once? The sun is shining. It's bloody freezing here though, Chucky. The birds are singing and the murlocs are still in their room. It is bliss. What are they going to be doing today, mate? Are they is it world domination in evil genius or anything? The log cabin's alright, Serene. Yeah, we've been back there this morning just to have a sneak peek in the cold light of this morning. But yeah, it's not as bad as I thought. I wasn't happy yesterday. But I think until we do all the extra details. Oh, secrets! Chip will come from Stonecutters, I guess. I understand, like... Well, actually, I'll say it. Maybe I don't. A chip on his shoulder. A chip on his shoulder. What does that mean? A chip on his shoulder. Does that come from... I always thought, if I overthink it, maybe from something that you're not willing to let go of. So think of, like, say, for example, a sculpture where you have had, you've made an error and there's a chip somewhere. So it stays with you forever. It's not something you can change. So someone does something and, you're like a dog with a bone. You won't let it go. I guess that's the way I see that. So I guess a chip on his shoulder makes sense. If I look at it from the point of view of a sculpture. Something that can't be changed. But chipper's an interesting one. So it's actually mid-19th century, perhaps from the Northern English dialect kipper, which means... Oh, really? So it actually comes from kipper. Well, as in from the fish, because kippers are very active fish. Could be small birds chirp. So you're thinking chirping... Oh, I never thought of that. Chirping and chipping. It comes from kipper to mean frisky, nimble, to gambol around. All right. So it is. It's a kipper. There you go. You see, we've all learnt something today. Oh, dearie me. It's not a particularly, amazing thing, but you'll go away a little bit more enlightened. If it ever comes up in Trivial Pursuit, bish bash bosh, you can say thanks to Grumbonia for that. You like those memes with a heart representing emotions and smart brain representing logic. So relatable. The best one I've seen. TM, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much for the prime. How are you, man? How's the family and everyone doing? Thank you for the 35. Missy, thank you for the 15. And massive cuddles to you. Massive cuddles. Thank you very, very much. Madness, Missy. 15 months. That is crazy, mate. Absolutely crazy. It seems like you've been around for a lot longer than that. It really does. That's, Jesus, 15 months, mate. God blimey. Time is ticking away. The inevitability of it all. CM, thank you for the 35 months of the prime, my friend. Thank you very much. How you doing, mate? Have you been back to... I was going to get in touch with you earlier in the week. Have you been back to Scum, TM? Because you were a really big fan of that, weren't you? Now the 0.5 update's out. I think we'll take these carrots. We should have enough to do a full carrot farm next time round, so... Oh, here we go. Hang on. So, to have a chip on one shoulder is from the custom of a boy determined to fight, putting a wood chip on his shoulder, defying another.
I know a Viking
so
song.
Nothing to do with what I thought,
spam, wonderful spam.
What? Hang on a minute. What has spam got to do with Vikings? Huh? Have you got mad, sir? What is it I don't know about Vikings, me old mucker? And spam's that idiot pretend meat in it. I can't imagine old Ragnar sitting down with Lagatha. Oh, what are we having for dinner tonight then, darling? What should we get? Should I go and hunt a boar? And Lagatha's, well, I don't know, mate. I don't know. I've had boar the last couple of nights. I fancy rusting up a nice tin of spam, me old mucker. What the hell, mate? It's just I'm just not seeing Lagatha, you know, battle-hardened Valkyrie warrior sitting there with a campfire and a spork with a tin of spam, mate. It somewhat shatters the illusion. Not gonna lie, mate. I'd rather think of her sitting there gnawing on a boar leg. Oh, nice bit of gristle between her teeth, you know what I mean? Oh, lovely Lagatha. You're right, Serene. How you doing, man? Thank you very much, Ashy. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 28. And, mate, thank you very much for the tier 3 as well. Jesus balls. We'll let you get away with a spam for that, then. Thank you, seriously, Ashley, thank you very, very much. Thank you for the tier 3 and the 28. Glindus, thank you for coming in there with the 5 on the prime. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much indeed. Spectacular, my friend. Thank you for taking the time out to use your prime. Same to you, Tia. Thank you for the 35 on the prime. And Ashley, thank you for the 28 and that 3, my friend. Awesome, dude. Do you like spam, Doc? What, as he, I don't know what I don't even know what spam is, mate. I'll probably preferably not eat it. The phrase "a chip on one shoulder" is reported as originating with the 19th century US practice of spoiling for a fight by carrying a chip of wood on one's shoulder. Damn, so I was way off, dude. I wasn't even close. I thought my oh, he's got a chip on his shoulder actually doesn't mean what I thought then. I thought having a chip on your shoulder meant that you were unwilling to let bygones be bygones, that there was something that you just weren't willing to let, you know, the passage of time wash over it. I always thought, oh, he's got a bright chip on his shoulder about, you know, the fact I took his girlfriend out for a Mackie D's and a milkshake, you know? Right, but what you're saying is that actually he's got a chip on his shoulder means that he's spoiling for a fight. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. So I was completely wrong. Glindus, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 5, mate. Don't think you've ever seen a can of spam. If I was you, Missy, I'd keep it that way. I dread to think what goes into spam. I mean, it's presumably a ham-based product with, I don't know, tentacles in it by the sounds of it, mate. Guam is the island of spam. Not what do you mean? What's Guam? Is that where they make spam? Do they make it out of like human murloc flesh? That was a really bizarre conversation yesterday. Diced fried spam is epic. It's a major food in Hawaii. Is that the same as what I'd get as like some congealed puss-filled meat in a can, which is what I'm thinking of? Do you know what I mean? I've had corned beef in a tin, which is definitely not the same as what corned beef like Americans would have, right? Corned beef in a can is nasty, bro. That's some nasty stuff, man. I can't eat that stuff. Not in a million. Ooh! 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 We've got carrot seeds. My bad. Totally my bad. You see, you were thinking you got problems earlier, Yola, right? Clearly not as many problems as me, mate, right? Just on this conversation alone, I'm pretty sure if anybody wanted to get me medically detained, they could, Yola. I like the idea, is when you say diced fired spam. I'm kind of, I'm thinking, throwing a bit of garlic, bit of onion, bit of butter, fry it all up. I'm starting to. Oh, it actually comes from spiced ham. Well, now I'm starting to feel like it's all right then. You had a can of spam last Wednesday, and now just next marathon spam you take. Just don't eat the pus-filled pustule. All right. Maybe it's perfectly acceptable. Maybe spam is really nice. My question would be like, I don't think tin spam's probably the best, right? I should imagine not. I can imagine a factory where they're kind of pushing, I don't know, like a pig through some sort of like a dodgy pig that you couldn't get bacon off, or a nice pork chop, a poorly pig whose buttocks are pustule ridden and a little bit gangrenous down near his hooves, and he's being sort of pushed into a compressor device, and his little squeaky oink oink nose. Hang on, let me do a pig impression. A pig in distress. Bleep, bleep, bleep. And then it's like squashed in this hideous hydraulic pressure system, and it just oozes out like this pink spam meat. And they go, oh, hang on a minute, that looks a bit dodgy, mate. No one's going to eat that. Oh, throw some rosemary at it. Well, that's expensive, bro. We'll just waft it over it. We'll just call it spiced ham. And thus spam was born. That's probably not far from the truth. Just saying. You could just have a nice bit of bacon, you know what I mean? The meat mixture is combined with preservatives and flavouring agents and all sorts of manner of shit, such as sugar, salt, potato starch, and sodium nitrite, and then canned, closed, and vacuumed. It's probably really nice. I reckon that's the sort of thing I'd probably actually really like, to be honest. I'd give it a go. I'd give it a go. I don't like corned beef, though. And the reason I don't like corned beef is whenever my mum used to, like, drag it out of a can, it used to have, like, it had, like, I don't know, it looked like the fat had oozed out of the bottom of it, you know? It sort of looked like, I don't know, like a sort of browning kind of sort of rounded. It was like a rectangular block of corned beef, but it was kind of rounded on the edges, and it had this like fat, like congealed fat kind of sitting around it. I thought, ooh, that doesn't look very nice. But yeah, my dad loved it. My dad used to have it with brown sauce. He used to have corned beef and brown sauce sandwiches. Love that, man. I'd give spam a go as long as I mean, what do you do with spam? Is it something you get out of a tin and you just kind of like stick it on a sandwich, do you? It sounds like just I mean, is it not basically any different to what you get as like slices of ham in a packet? I mean, I bet, is that not all that spam is? It sounds like it probably is, to be honest. You're just in a block or tin form, right? It comes in several flavours, the bacon one. So how do you eat it, actually? You know, I'll tell you what, mate. I'd make you a solemn promise, right? If I wasn't on a bit of a not eating meat sort of binge at a minute, I'd give it a go later, mate. I'd actually give it a go. I reckon I could do some really cool things with something like that. I really do. I reckon, like, you know, sort of frying it up. Making like a really nice, like a BLT hashing. Nice bit of rye bread or something. Some kind of fried spam, maybe with just a bit of seasoning on it, a bit of extra seasoning. Maybe like a nice wet, like a nice beef tomato, slice of beef tomato, mate. maybe a bit of rocket lettuce over the top, and then sort of like a hybrid mayo and spicy sriracha sauce on the top. That'd be quite nice. What do you reckon? Would that be all right? Yeah, I reckon we should all try it, Emperor. If you're a meat eater, I reckon we should all start on a hashtag spam. You're so picky with your meat, you only buy it fresh, nothing frozen and nothing marinated. I know what they're hiding with all those spices. No, I'm not straight in this. Oh, yeah, but I meant as in fried though, Chucky. That's what I meant, like sort of fry it up. Do you actually have to cook spam? Oh, maybe I've got it right. I thought spam was like corned beef. Like it was basically just like a tinned alternative, you know? Oh, it actually has to be cooked. Well, as in it has to be cooked, otherwise it would make you poorly. Oh, I don't know. I've got no idea what spam is. Then I was kind of having a bit of a giggle. I actually thought it was just like a block of pink meat that was ready to eat. That's what I was saying, like, you know, the thin slices of ham you get from a supermarket, you know, stupid money, like about, you know, a micron thick, and it's to be put on like a cheese and ham sandwich. I thought it was that in block format, you see. Slice it, dice it, lots of ways to eat it. We've even got a jingle. Hashtag spam, slice it, dice it, lots of ways to eat it. We're gonna start the movement, Ashy. It's one of those last forever in the Cummintons. Good zombie apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, there you go, yeah. Mix it in with some beans, lovely jubbly. Spam is very high in fat, about 15 grams in a single 2 ounce. My God. Yeah, I mean, I'd give it a go. I'd give it a definite go. Cook it or fry it. 3 years and 3 weeks. Oh my God, y'all. Get out while you can, mate. Run for the hills. I'm not a part of this spam conspiracy. I can't, Missy. I can't, because I'm not allowed to eat such things. Just for a bit longer. I'll see how that goes over the coming months. But yeah. You're right, Yeti. How you doing, mate? That was all right, wasn't it? I reckon we could put that up on an advert. Actually, I reckon we should make our own Grumbodian spam. What would we need? Would we actually need pigs? Do we actually need ham? Does it actually have any ham in it, or? Is it not as simple as that? Did we do the one around there? We did. All right, we'll leave it. Let's go. We got a house to build, mate. Enough of this spam nonsense. Oh, we've got a spare emote kicking about, Ashy. Maybe we could have a spam emote, mate. Eh? You know, only us here today would know what it really means. Everyone else would just think it would be like a spam the chat. But we'd know the hidden meaning. Oh my God. Have I used all? Oh, dudes. I didn't use the seeds. I planted all the carrots. Oh, dude, you total knob. Oh, what a giant testicle. Oh, boffed it, lads. We're gonna be out of carrot soup. Oh, this is not good. We'll have to get down Tesco's, mate. We'll have to buy some carrots. This is shocking, mate. I didn't change it on the old cultivator tool, did I? Oh, what a knob. What a bloody knob testicle. Unbelievable. I did not mean to do that, Joshua. In fact, I feel very let down by you, sir. You should. That was your job. You fucked it. Hashtag blame Joshua. I reckon we should force feed him spam. 5 tins of spam as punishment, mate. Uncooked, unfried, straight out of the tin with a straw. All right, mate. I'm just going to puree it up with a little bit of water. Yeah. Oh, mate, imagine that. Some block of spam. This is your punishment, bro. You're going to get a block of spam, put it in a blender with half a litre of water, yeah? And a big straw, like you'd eat one of them, like, milkshakes from McDonald's with. And you got to suck it all up, mate. That's your carrot punishment. Oh, you're grilling a mint and rosemary lamb back strap tonight. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds bloody awesome, mate. I know that. I'd be all over that, matey. I would be all over that. What will you have that with? See, I'd like something like that. Just like slabs of the meat with some bread. You know? Like, literally just something really simple like that. But if I was going to have like a meal, what about some nice... baby potatoes with a little knob of butter over them, still with the skin on, and some nice green beans. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Eh? That'd be very nice. Is that alright, Els Jono? You like that, yeah? No, nice bit of pureed spam. I'll I'll throw a grape in the top. Little bit of that's the vegetables. Yeah. You had a hickory smoked 3-inch thick eye fillet on the bone last night. God, what does I don't even know what that means. Spamming a blender of protein shake. Can you imagine it? Sucking it up. Oh, mate. That'd be proper nasty, man. That would be proper nasty. Right, bones. Hey, don't you go pissing off the spam clan, alright? We've obviously got a lot of spam addicts in Grumbodia. Don't upset them, mate. It's probably like eating cannibal food. God knows. That it could knock them over the edge, lads. You just be careful. Start hunting us down with their swords and shields made out of long discarded spam cans. Oh dear me. The spam clan of Grumbodia. This is going to be worse than the great Grumbodian carrot cake wars of 2018. Oh my god, that was nightmare fuel. That was, man. I never thought it was going to end. There was such division within the community. Why do I have Missy in a box? I'm not allowed to divulge that information. It's you'll have to ask Hashi. As a gold sub, Hashi is privy to such dark and clandestine secrets on this particular server. But I don't know. He might not be willing to share the secret. Yeah, it's we'll just look that away. No comment. Spam is gross. Well, you're not a fan of, I reckon the thing is what I'm learning here, right? What I'm learning here. See, this is like tofu, right? Everyone fucking hates tofu, yeah? Especially if you call it bean curd. It's the only way you can make it sound worse, right? To a non-tofu consumer. But spam is starting to make it, it's like the meat equivalent of tofu, right? It's what you do with it. It's how you cook it, how you prepare it, how you flavour it. Only the thing is with tofu, so tofu's even better because tofu will literally, it's like a sponge for taste, you see? And you can do anything with the texture with tofu. You can have it crispy, you can have it, you know, really soft and watery. You can do anything you want with it, but to a meat eater, tofu is like kryptonite, you know? I'm melting, get the tofu away. And that's how meat eaters are. And I'm starting to think that like spam is kind of like the meat equivalent to vegans, you know? I'm starting to see it now. I think I've been properly educated. The spam. Don't mess with the spam clan. Yeah. The spam clan. We're on a slippery slope if we change a couple of extra letters there, Missy. I sense a ban. Oh dear. I'm not a vegan. No, I'm not. I'm not a vegan. No, I'm not. I absolutely do not call myself a vegan. I'm not a vegan. I've simply decided to consume whole plant foods for a short while. Over a year now, to try and diversify my culinary talents. That's what I am. I'm not a vegan because, you know, I don't eat this or I don't eat that, or I've got a message to give you, or don't hurt the animals. I would go out and butcher a pig right now if I have a nice bacon sarnie, mate. I used to think I could. I'd like to give it a go maybe one day if I ever put in a position to go hunting. I'd have no problems as long as the meat is being consumed. No problems with that. But but at the same time, I have seen pig farms and they're really scary, and I don't really want to eat bacon again. I'm not a vegetarian either. No, nothing's no. I don't eat eggs, and I don't eat milk, and I don't eat any dairy products, and I don't eat anything. I don't eat anything that doesn't just come from the ground. I try not to eat anything processed. I eat carrots and stuff. I do eat tofu. I do like a bit of cheeky tofu here and there. But yeah, I just don't. So technically, if you wanted to stick a fucking label on me, then yeah, I'm bloody vegan. But I'm not a vegan like I think a lot of people think they're vegans. So, oh, of course, you shouldn't hit the animals. Think of the animals. Oh, the poor little piggy wiggies. Their little cute tails. Ah, that's say, if you want a bacon sarnie, mate, help yourself. Lovely jubbly. I'd eat one right now if someone put it in front of me. I'd probably go, ah, screw it. I'm feeling quite peckish. I'm pretty sure I would, to be honest. You see? That's all that spam I was eating last night. It's all coming back up. What's that? You're a vegan teacher on TikTok. Oh my god, Scary Billy. There's a lot of inches on this, Scary Billy. Bacon butty. There is no question. There is no question between HP sauce or ketchup. It has to be HP sauce if it's pig related. Ketchup is for things like chips, and I can push it to hot dogs. Bacon sandwiches. If you're putting ketchup on a bacon sandwich, right, you might as well call yourself a vegan. That's it. I've said it. That's all there is. And that tofu is bad, is it? Bollocks. Phytoestrogens. Yeah, because eating a bit of pigs, like, yeah, because they don't add anything to a pig, do they? Get out of here. Boo. Jamashima. Boo. You cannot fit Grub into any boxes or put labels on him. He's grand. Yes, I'm not having none of this. Oh, he's a bloody vegan. Take care, Scarron. Honestly, actually, I've actually thought about that, dude. I've actually thought about that. Straight up legit. Insects and worms. You know, in the zombie apocalypse, right? I mean, worms are a bit weird looking, like, but don't you think, like, if you were... I suppose all meat, yeah, to a point is kind of quite much. So I like my beef kind of like really raw. I like it with blood dripping out of it. Now a lot of people don't like that. I actually do love that. I actually really like it. You know, so some, you know, a super chef might say actually that's not the way to eat a steak. But I actually like my steak really raw. I really do. Even if you just got a crack of black pepper over one end of it or something, you know, I quite happily munch down on it. But I could eat. I think I could eat a platter of worms if it just had something with it, dude. I'm a firm believer. Onions, garlic, butter, and anything. I don't think there's anything I couldn't eat with onions, garlic, and butter, mate. So worms wouldn't try to phase me. So I'd be, as long as someone told me that it wasn't going to make me sick, as in, you know, worms don't have something in their digestive tract that is actually really toxic to me, you know. As long as I'm not going to try something just on the off chance it might kill me, but I'd have no issues with that, mate. I really don't think I would. And insects as well. I mean, you can get things like sugared locusts and stuff, can't you? And I always thought that is something I would quite happily chow down on, to be fair. I think there are some things like the witchetty grubs. You know, you see like these really big grubs. And the thing that puts me off those is they look a bit squelchy. And to be honest, I don't like anything that's kind of squelchy. But I say that, and yet I love mussels and things like that. You know, like shellfish and stuff. So, yeah. You can actually buy setups to farm insects and worms to eat. Really, can you? So you actually can grow your own worms, farm your own worms for eating. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Yeah, a really good source of protein. Again, doesn't surprise me. They need to be cleaned in water for a day to clean out stuff. And they make a good pie. Really? You put them in a pie? Like, just like with, I don't know, like potatoes and things. Fascinating. I didn't know that. Is that what it, yeah, that's it, Oofles. You've got it. I had fried crickets in China. They were actually, yeah, that's it. Yes, I've heard about those. I've seen YouTube. They actually look really, really nice and crunchy. Yeah, I think I'd definitely give them a batch. Yeah, I've seen the ants on a stick. The tarantulas one I wasn't too sure about because it always looked like, again, like a bit gooey on the inside, you know. Not so sure. I'd give it a go. Yeah. You've got a choice between spam or fried grum worms. You'd have to squeeze the yuck out of the worms first. I think, is that what happens if you sort of soak them in water, is it actually? Does it get rid of all the crap, does it? What's the reason I went plant-based? Do you really want to know? I'll happily tell you if you're genuinely interested, mate. Right, hang on. Where are we going? We need to go and get wood. And where are we going to go and chop wood? Oh, should we go and make a tree farm? Should we go make a tree farm? Let me take we take those or should we take normal? I'll tell you what, let's try core wood. So let's take a cart as well. Let's take a cart with us. I don't think I've got a cart outside, have I? He's been sidetracked again, hasn't he? Right, what is it for a cart? Is it 12 for a cart? What's a cart require? 10. 10 and 20 wood. Okay, so let's go back in there. 12. Drop 2 down there. Lovely job. Oh, nice. What did you hear? I don't know. What did you hear, Doc? I don't know. You tell us, bro. I've only got 6. Oh, well, we can make... Or I'll tell you what, we can make it when we get over there, right? So, what are the best trees to grow for wood? What do you think? We've got a lot of... I mean, we've got a lot of beech. A lot of beech. I would have thought pine, maybe. Well, let's take those. They weigh a lot. No, they don't. Really? We'll take 100. We won't need anywhere near that, mate. It's not going to be that big a bloody tree farm, but. Oh, I tell you what. Why don't we make it? No. Where should we make it? I was going to. Oh, should we make it over where we're building? Where's the base? I still never did the dot thing on the road. We should really do that, shouldn't we? I fancy like for the great. We haven't really the Silver Vein Road, whatever we call it. Oh, hang on, I've got an idea. Why don't we go and build it near this? And then we could get the log chopping thing, couldn't we? Oh, that's a good idea actually. And if we build it on the southern side, or shall I? What about if we go and build it near that camp over there? Trouble is this area is quite bad for performance because of the heavy instance count on the ground terrain shenanigans, isn't it? Chocolate is plant-based. I guess it is, right? Yeah, but it has got milk though, has it not? So I don't think technically, yeah. But you can get you can get what's called vegan chocolates. They don't use like dairy. Yeah. Well, you don't fancy a worm pie then, Doc? No. Yeah. You're right, Lex Garrus. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you in a sec, Sophie. I'll tell you then. So yeah, all it was, mate. To be honest, the reason that I decided to try something different. And the reason I wanted to try something different, food-wise, was I'd become very lazy. I used to do a lot of training. I used to be a very big guy. Used to eat a ridiculous amount of calories, train all the time. I had a bit of an injury, which led me to taking up a lot more cardiovascular exercise. So I started losing a lot of muscle mass deliberately in order to sort of keep that up. So I started consuming, in some ways, just as many calories still. Started doing triathlons, things like that. And what happened over the years, again, another injury led me to then going back to the gym. So I'd had a leg injury. So I started doing more, back to sort of weight training. So it was kind of like, you know, a bit of everything really. But a lot of food being consumed. And I'm not a big eater. I've never been someone that really... It's not a case of enjoying food. I just don't like the feeling of being particularly full all the time. So I started eating easily. And what that meant was eggs. Eggs, protein shakes, chicken, broccoli. I would carry in an Adidas rucksack, you know, 3 Tupperware tubs full of chicken and rice. To just microwave it anywhere I could. I would buy eggs by like the 50, the 48, you know, stacks of 24 stacked in trolleys. I'd, you know, eat whole chickens and it was insane, mate. But the point was, I stopped cooking. I was cooking just to eat, just to get calories down, and I just got horribly lazy. I used to cook a lot. You know, my mom is a fantastic chef, basically. My dad's a very good cook, and I just stopped cooking. I just didn't cook I cooked in the sense of I cooked chicken, broccoli, green beans, and eggs. You know, endless omelettes and things. And I really just wanted to get back into cooking a little bit. And what I was worried about was that because I spent my entire life cooking meat, that all I was really going to do was start eating a bit of beef here. And I'd have the beef, you know, with, you know, I might do a blue cheese sauce or a peppercorn sauce or something. But I wasn't going to actually start eating anything different. I wanted to see what else was out there. I've never eaten a huge amount of vegetables. You know, if I have a roast dinner, it's literally, whatever it be, a massive sort of, I don't know, leg of lamb or something. Or a turkey or a chicken with some roast potatoes and Yorkshire puddings, basically. And I just thought, you know, shall I give it a go? Shall I just make a rule that will force me to try different things? And the only way I could think of doing it was when I, like when I gave up smoking. It was just like to sort of say, no, let's just do something different. Let's say no to smoking and stop smoking. And this time I said, I'm just not going to eat meat. So if I can't eat meat, what the hell am I going to eat? Like, honestly, what am I going to eat? There's Odin, look. There's Odin. That's never a good sign for me. Yeah, and it was that. It was that mental switch, that weird little strange moment where I asked myself that question, and I thought, there's got to be a lot of stuff I can eat that isn't meat. And that was it. And I started trying to cook without using oils and things. And I started, you know, rather than trying to substitute things, I'd say, like, okay, I want to make myself a really hot, spicy chili. Well, how the hell am I going to do that without minced beef? So I started trying, and what happened was I started eating things I've never eaten in my life. Here's a really nice one. Here's a really nice example of a beautiful thing that came out of it. My dad died a long time ago. Well, not a long time, some years ago. And he loved olives. My dad absolutely loved olives. He couldn't get enough of them. His delight of going abroad was sitting in a little bar and then bringing out a little ashtray equivalent. Because it was always in an ashtray. Obviously not with any cigarettes in it, but it always was the same thing as, you know, the Europeans would tap the cigarettes into. And it would be full of olives. And I hated olives. I could not stand olives, mate. But my tastes completely changed. Not only had my tastes changed because I've got older and things have changed, but it was weird. Cutting out things like meat and dairy, I was more open. I was more receptive to trying things. And I fell in love with olives. Yeah, and, you know, I know it's a silly little thing, but, you know, my dad loved olives. And sometimes now I buy myself a jar of olives, croak it up a bit, and I think of my dad, you know? And you know, look, I'm not here to preach at all. You know, you go do whatever you want. Honestly, I'm not even joking. I could go right now and eat a bacon sandwich and I wouldn't have a guilt trip over it. I really wouldn't. But what I'm fearful of is if I go back to eating meat, I can imagine, give it 6 months and I'll be back to eating chicken and broccoli, mate. Because cooking is time consuming. I mean, it is. If you want to get into it and you want to do it in a fun way, you know, it's a lot more time consuming than you know, buying a rotisserie chicken from a supermarket and you know, a microwave bit of broccoli, innit? So, and there's the answer, Sophie, to be honest, mate. Sometimes I just like to try, I like to do something different in my life. Otherwise, I become a creature of habit. A while back, I gave up coffee and decided, oh, fuck it, I'm just going to drink nothing but green tea. And on that occasion, I just didn't like green tea, mate. I came to the conclusion, I've tried all sorts of green tea. I've got nothing against it. I can definitely drink it. There's definitely shit green tea and there's some actually quite nice green tea. But you know what? Couldn't be arsed. Just couldn't be arsed. I just thought, nah, fuck it. And I went back to coffee on that occasion. So it is. It's literally, you know, like I said, there's no agenda. There's no secret propaganda. There's no, you know, obviously I have got my opinions about the way animals are treated in this day and age. But look, there's good and bad in all things, right? You know, there are places to buy, I'm sure, you know, really happy chickens, right? but that's for you. That's your choice, man. You know, I've got no part to play in that. There's much more important and informative people out there to talk about it than me. But you can eat the very dark chocolate and Galaxy do or not. I'll tell you what. Excuse me. Advina sent me some vegan chocolate, and it was a dark chocolate. And honestly, and here's something that I know this will ruffle feathers, but I genuinely mean it. I wouldn't say if I didn't mean it. That chocolate would be my go-to chocolate if I ate a lot of chocolate. I actually preferred it to anything I've ever tasted in the darker chocolate. It was actually, for me, it was a much, much, much nicer flavour than Bourneville, which is the one that I would normally buy. The problem is, like anything labelled vegan, it is bloody expensive. You know, they know they're onto a winner with that stuff. You know, it's oh, it's hip and cool to be vegan. Let's put the price up. You know, 70%. Yeah, it is. It's bloody annoying. But what's actually really interesting is that it's actually the cheapest I've ever eaten, because I've not tried to substitute. So I've not tried to, like I said, I've not used corn yet. We spoke about this the other day. If I make a minced beef chili, I don't use corn. I don't try and substitute things. If I want a chicken fried rice, I don't try and make the tofu taste like chicken. I can do. I can probably taste it more like bloody chicken than chicken does, but that's not what it was about for me. So I genuinely mean it when I say, you know, you can be a vegan and eat nothing but Oreos and McDonald's chips. You know, the vegan is not. It doesn't mean that it's healthy. Not at all. So, in a way, that's why. You know, I don't like being labelled anyway. You know, my label is me. That's my name. It's I'm not a fan of sticking labels and things, because I change. You know, I change my opinions. I change who I am. I change what I eat. I don't need to be stuck in some little box with everybody else. But yeah, you know, I think that's the point. Is that I actually eat quite a lot of fresh things. You know, if I have a snack, if I had a snack back then, it'd be a protein bar. Or I'd have some raw eggs. I'd literally just blend some raw eggs up. That was my snack. Now if I have a snack, I have a punnet of plums. Love plums. I knew I liked plums. I had no idea I was addicted to them. You get a punnet of plums from Tesco's for 70p, mate. You get about 8 plums in there. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, hopefully that answers that question, Sophie. If you know, if it's hopefully you've got a genuine answer for a genuine question. You're right, Valiant. Hey, Grub, how are you today? I'm doing all right, mate. Did something fun today. My friend was trying out using a translucent paint to try and make a fake stained glass for one of his models. It was quite fun to watch, and I learned a little on how to do it. Did it come out all right? Did it come out okay? Yeah, I've quite partial to some cheeky little tin of olives, Doc. Yeah. Or in my case, the jars of olives. I don't know what I have. They're olives with a little thing inside them. I can't remember what they're called, Doc. It's like a little, I don't know, like a little, is it like a little pepper or something? So it's like a green olive that's hollowed out without the pip, without the stone, and it has like a little spicy thing inside it. They're very nice, actually. I assume you like it this way now. Any plans to go back to meat? Well, I said I'd do it for a year. I gave it a go, and I did a load of blood work. I did do it properly. I didn't jump in being a prat. Oh, you know, whatever. And, you know, I know how to look after myself. Ha ha ha. Food-wise, not so much physically. But yeah, I did get a load of blood work done a month before, and I got a load of blood done a month after, so 2-month gap. And everything was actually scarily good. I won't comment on that, because then it starts making it sound like I am trying to say about the benefits. Honestly, my energy levels around it have been like through the roof. There's no way I could have got through this year on my old diet. And I'm not saying that's because it was me. It was just because I ate so shit. And to be honest, I don't eat a lot. I don't eat enough right now. But what I do eat does give me, it seems, I have this feeling that I'm not bloated as well. I never realised I was always bloated, because that was normal to me. And I did notice, as soon as I cut out a lot of meat and dairy, my tummy just I don't know, it's weird, because I didn't realise I was a little bit, I don't know, like, bloated is the word. I'm not talking about like walking around with a giant bloody barrel of water on me tummy, you know what I mean? But it just feels, I don't know, I'm not aware of it at all. But I never thought I was aware of it, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird. It's got kind of a weird thing. Is that it? Is it pimento? Yeah, pimento. So would I go back to eating meat? Yeah, I think I probably would. I think if I was, for example, if I went to, or maybe on occasion. So I don't know whether I'd actually ever go back fully, because I think I'd just slip into my old ways. But I think if I was to go to America, I've always fancied hunting. I like the idea of hunting, and actually, I've eaten meat all my life, but I've never actually killed an animal. if that makes sense. So one of the things that I would genuinely like to, because it would be insightful to myself, I've said this many times on stream, I would love to travel to America, hunt an animal, see if I can kill it, and then eat part of it. Obviously, I'm not going to stay in America long enough to eat an entire deer, for example. You know, there's someone like Hicks or somebody that's got a plot of land where they can, you know, legitimately and genuinely hunt on it as a source of food for themselves and their family. I would like to see if I can do it. It's a question I've got about myself. I can easily walk into a supermarket and pick up some meat, take it home and cook it. But I'd actually like to see what it's like, you know, to actually go through that whole process. And I wouldn't feel bad if I couldn't do it. I wouldn't, oh, you let yourself down there, mate. I'm not going to be judgmental about myself or other people. I want to know if I could pull the trigger. I don't know. I've never been in the situation. I genuinely don't know. I believe that I went through a phase where I genuinely felt like I couldn't. I think when I'm looking at something like that, I actually do kind of like look at nature quite often on YouTube programs, you know, when you're seeing these animals in the wild. And I do get that kind of like, wow, isn't it amazing kind of feeling. And there is something really beautiful about a deer and its twitchiness and its natural habitat. And I think it depends on what you're hunting, how you're hunting, and what your frame of mind is, isn't it? But couldn't I? I can't answer that question because I've never been in a position where I've had to, you know, have that split-second decision about whether or not to end something's life. But could I be with somebody else that did it? Yeah, I know I could. I could definitely be there and watch somebody else do it. And then I know, I feel confident I could help them do whatever you need to do to prepare the body of the animal. Yeah, and then having done that, I would love then to sit down and actually have a barbecue and cook meat that, you know, I'd actually sit out in the wild and put on the plate. Same with fishing. I'd love to go fishing and actually sit with an open fire and, you know, grill some fish. I'd love to do that. So yeah, I think definitely safer. Yeah, 100%. If the opportunity ever arose. Yeah. Yeah. What's that? What do you mean about amino acids, Lexicanus? What are you talking about there? I missed the kebab discussion. I think our good friend the Grand Pooh Bear is still recovering from his mighty kebab and Dr. Pepper. Vegetable spaghetti? What's vegetable spaghetti, dude? What's that? Bissy bought you some grapes last time she shopped for me. Then we had giant red grapes, almost like small plum. Oh, wow. Are those ones that are kind of almost pop as you break through the skin? And it's almost like a little ball of like moisture. Oh, they're gorgeous, they are. I must admit, I really like grapes. I really like grapes. Red, green, you know, seedless, seeded, whatever. I mean, I'd rather have seedless, to be honest, because you can get them in your gob faster. Right, now I'm thinking, it's all right, I'm just looking around because I don't want to boff this. I'm thinking a little tree farm here. We don't want it too low, do we? It's not a million miles from home. If I build it down there, we're going to hit water. So I'm kind of thinking maybe... What about if I say here and we build... I need to get some wood, don't I? I've only got 8. I reckon we could probably get some out of that log. What I'll do is I'll mark it on the map. We'll just get something down and we'll go and get the... Oh no, it won't work, will it? I was gonna say we'll go and get the buff to fit, but actually that doesn't... It only helps you chopping trees, doesn't it? What needs to be in forest biome? What's that, Lexicast? Needs to be in forest biome. What does... What, to plant trees? I thought you could plant trees anywhere, dude. Oh, can I not plant... Oh, I've not brought the cultivator to test it either. Nah, you don't need to be in a forest biome to plant trees, because I've done it near... I've done it over near the... What's it? Is seeds biome sensitive? Not that I know of, dude, because we've planted... I'm not sure about these, though. I'm not sure if you're planting beeches. We've planted at the farm, haven't we? We planted them yesterday. Which, as far as I know... Where is it? It's here, isn't it? Meadows. Yeah. No, it ain't. What do you mean, Jesper? No, it ain't. You can plant trees anywhere I've done... Alright, no, there we go then. Right, so... Can I make myself a workbench? Pop a workbench sort of in the middle of it then. And then we can use... what about if we use... that's an idea. Clever sod. We'll use the circle as the... Oh, that's huge. Oh my god. Is that right? Is that how big the circle from a workbench is? Building. I'm going to need to get some more wood. Yeah, that's pretty big actually. I don't think we need to make it that big. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do then. I'll tell you what. Should we make... I'm going to make this a little project today, so we're just going to have a chill day today. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for a bit of shenanigans today. Let's go and get some wood. We'll probably need to put a box down as well, won't we, just while we're over here, so... We can always replant some trees. Let's go and chop some of them down in there. I like the idea of a little renewable orchard. In tree the birch will only show it when you plant beech in a forest biome. Birch will only show... Tree the birch? What? I'm not even sure that makes sense. Like, what are you trying to tell us here, mate? Tree the birch will only show it when you plant a beech. Oh, you mean these? So if I plant a beech, I won't get... I know what you mean, dude. I know what you mean, Lexicaris. If I plant a beech, I won't get a silver birch, which I can't. Oh, a silver birch. That one over there. If I do it in the meadows. Is that what you're saying? Spaghetti squash or vegetable spaghetti is a group of cultivars of curbibit. What the hell? I don't even know what all that means. When raw, the flesh is solid and similar to... Oh, you're talking about... Oh, sorry. I thought... I know what you mean, Doc. I know what you mean. Seeds aren't biome sensitive, which means you can't. It means you can plant your trees in meadows and place out. I'm not too worried about getting. They give me fine wood, and I'm not too worried about fine wood, to be honest. So I don't really care, to be honest. I'm only after normal wood, really. Because fine wood we use in very small amounts, don't we? Very small amounts. Are they wild trees? Why are you fencing them? Am I confused? Will they run away? Yes, they will. They will. There are hybrid variants of the tentacle tree. They have been known to vanish, sir. No, it's a way. It's basically the idea is we're gonna build like a little pit. To be honest, actually, part of the reason for doing it, I want to see how terrain deforms in and around. Circular. You know how if you it seems like this is another one of those games, Hashi. I could be wrong, but it seems like one of those games, like, you know, if you travel like exactly northeast, or sorry, start again. If you dig a hole north to south, it forms a perfect rectangular line, yeah? But if you go, like, northwest, off up there, or well, obviously I'm not facing the right way, but so in other words, if I was to go north that way, exactly north, I'd end up with a perfect square trench. But if I was to turn northwest, it forms one of those, like, almost zigzag, jagged edges. So, to be honest, mate, I kind of just fancy having a bit of a play with that. But the idea would be to plant trees around the peripheral of a hole. And then what you do is you build like something around the outside to stop them falling outside. So they all fall into a pit. So what happens is they all fall into the pit. They do damage to one another. And then all you have to do is jump in the pit and just smash them all to pieces. And it's just like a really easy way to farm wood. At least I think that's the theory crafting behind it anyway, dude. What we'll do based on that comment, let us oh, I'm gonna need to build a box or two. Let me build a little box over there. We'll pop it. It's gonna have to be inside, isn't it? Let's just build that and throw some of this crap in there. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? That would be better than a box, wouldn't it? Why don't I just build a cart? Because that holds a lot more anyway, doesn't it? Miscellaneous cart. And I can move it around as well.
Another stream baby for you, Grum.
Woo! Oh, hang on. Didn't we have somebody else earlier? I still, we got Glindus, didn't we? Glindus, thank you very much for the prime. Hashi, thank you very much for the 28 and the tier 3, bro. Serrated Corn, thank you for the host. We fade to black. Thank you for the host. And King of Kings, thank you for the 9. Grumbodian love child in our midst once again. Thank you very, very much, King of Kings. Thank you very much indeed, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I've got. That's a good point, that is Lexicaris. Thanks for that. Then. So what happens though? So when you plant a beech tree in a forest biome, does it randomly, on occasion, create a birch tree, or does the beech tree that you planted magically turn into a yeah? How does that actually work? Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure I get it. So birch trees will start to grow with the beech trees. And berries will show up as well. No way! Really? What, the berry... What, as in the raspberry bushes and things? Holy shit. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll build one in the meadows, and we'll build one in the dark forest, somewhere else. And then we can have a play with that, can't we? Be interesting to see if over a period of time we get any like anomalous yeah, it does. You see what I mean, Hash? You get like these weird little sections, don't you? Not kind of bizarre, really. I need to get well, I think it means dark forest, Creety. Yeah, dark forest versus meadows, I think is what you mean, isn't it, Alexicaris? Is that right? Sorry, Perman. Your co-workers, before I started pranked a guy. They gave him a 0.8 kilo of toad legs, and he ate about 0.5 kilos before they said it wasn't chicken because it had the chicken taste. I always thought toad or frogs would be very chicken. I've actually had frogs, but they were quite heavily on the garlic and butter in France, you see. But texture-wise, when they said what it was, he said, "I don't like this," and pushed the plate away, almost puking. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? It's that mental association that people have, isn't it? See, it is interesting as well about pets. You see, I mean, some people have pigs as pets, don't they? In the same way that some people have dogs as pets. But, you know, in a lot of countries, the thought of eating a dog, it is genuinely completely... It's horrific, and it is genuinely repulsive. Whereas in other countries, dogs are actually bred exactly for that, in the same way that we would grow or farm pigs, right? So yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? Don't think I want to go in deeper than that. I do need to go and get the hoe, though. What I did want to do was kind of create a little... You know, I've kind of boffed it in a way. Bear with me. Let me go and get a hoe. Let's mark this on the map. So we'll go for... What should I go for that? We'll call it the log camp. Yeah, let's do it. I feel committed right now. You've always made your tree farms in the Black Forest and you've never had a birch grow there or have berries grow around them. I've never done it, Yola. See, I'm only interested in a little bit of lumber. It'll be a little mini project anyway. Something I can take into another world, maybe. Because I actually genuinely don't like chopping all the trees down in and around my base. I think it kind of kills the mood a little bit. There are areas that were flat, so for example, I haven't actually done any lumberjacking here, but you know, I do try and keep it as legit as I can. So pine trees will grow in the meadows on various trees. Growing. Yeah, I don't think we were asking about pine trees. I think it was specifically about whether or not you can get a random birch from a random silver birch from a beech tree if you plant in the dark forest. I think is what Lexicaris is saying. Yeah, that's right, Laurie. Yeah, cats, dogs. Yeah, guinea pigs. Guinea pigs. We were talking. In fact, I don't know if Shades is in chat. I think Shades might know a little bit about this. Yeah, guinea pigs are actually were specifically bred, weren't they? Specifically for food. And yet in the UK, a guinea pig is a very, very, very popular pet for small children. Hamsters and guinea pigs. You know, if you were to speak to a child in the UK about guinea pigs and the fact that they're actually a very, very primary source of food in some cultures, in some countries, They'd be horrified. What do you mean they eat guinea pigs? 2020's put you off soup. Why, little Chris? Why soup, Steve? Yeah, I don't know, Creta. Yeah, I don't know, mate. I've got no experience of it myself, so I'm just at the mercy of Twitch chat, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not. To be honest, the birch trees have been a pain. There have been times where I've needed to go and get a load of fine wood, and of course, because the birch trees are kind of. So someone said that fine wood is super easy in the plains biome. There, you see. So I'm not going to worry about making a farm in the dark forest where I've got all the grey dwarves bothering me. I think all things considered, it would be more efficient just to plant the beech trees here and get. If I ever do need a bit of fire, we'll just go and get it in the dark forest. And you know, for the downtime I'm going to lose for constant grey dwarf invasions when I'm building it and all the rest, I should imagine this will probably work out in my favour anyway. Oh, it's create, is it? Create. I do apologise, my friend. I do apologise. If you clean cut trees and replant native trees, you can regrow extras. Beech in the meadows has a chance to regrow birch. Beech in the meadows has a chance to regrow birch berry. All right, okay, better. So we've got quite a lot of different flavours of experience here, haven't we, in chat today on this one? Then? Well, we'll see. We'll see how it works in my game. We'll build ourselves a little. How close? Has anyone ever done the maths on exactly how close trees can be planted? Does anyone have like a specific block count on how close you can place them? I'd like the idea of building sort of almost like a... Oh god, I need some arrows desperately. Ooh dear, that's not good. That'll only give me 20 arrows, won't it? Those 20's better than none. Getting low though. Next time I need to bring that over. Right, now I needed to take the cultivator and the hoe. So let's take you and you. We might as well repair as well. Well, it'll be easy enough to find out, won't it? Yeah, sorry about that, create. I kind of thought it might be. I'm not very good with these more elaborate spellings of names. I always imagine there's a little bit of magic in there. The Wuhan market video where COVID supposedly came from had a crazy assortment of animals there. Oh, it's a right menagerie, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw loads of like old and more recent footage of some of those outdoor markets. They're bonkers, aren't they, man? Yeah, all sorts. Who'd have thought it? Who knows what will... I mean, the thing is, as well, I mean, if you do eat meat, you know, who knows what you'll be eating in years to come. You know, there may very well have to be changes. You know, maybe we won't be able to sustain things like cows and pigs, and we'll have to start eating alternatives. I don't know what the future holds on that front, but... I tell you one of the things that I miss almost more than anything. I know it sounds kind of silly when you've got all the beautiful meats and platters and cuts the world over, but yeah, I actually really miss Chinese style spare ribs, the dry spare ribs. I kind of really do miss those. You're right, Jim Dog. Bunnies, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I've eaten rabbit many times. Mainly, although having said, I'm not sure if it would be called rabbit or hare. Actually, I don't know. I know it's called rabbit over there, but I don't know what it actually is. In France, the French love rabbit, man. I've had like rabbit leg with what was it, dauphinoise potatoes and things. Bloody gorgeous, mate. Absolutely bloody good. It's really nice meat, I'll tell you. It's not, the thing is, it's not like, you know, like you get like a big leg of chicken that's got like a big fleshy bit, you know. Rabbit's kind of not quite like that, but I'm sure it's bred. I'm sure there's just like chickens and pigs and all that. I'm sure there's all sorts of different breeds of, you know, rabbits farmed that have been genetically modified to be, you know, a bit more muscular or a little less fatty or even more fatty. I mean, rabbit fat, and you know, it's who knows what stews, rabbit stews. I mean, you know, that's gloriously tasty. Yeah, hares are massive. Yeah, hares are huge, bro. Yeah, massive things. Absolutely. Why am I not sprinting? Well, I can. I can sprint. So I'm trying to drink my coffee. What was that? 40. What was that, Jan? 41 days times 7. Oh, how long this has been going? The server, sorry. Is that... What are we on day-wise now? Well, we can't be far off 700 hours, are we not? Rabbit's really expensive though, is it, Joshua? That and goose. A goose was like... Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know what thing is in the UK. I mean, it depends on what time of year you buy it. It's as simple as that. Things like turkey and goose at Christmas. I mean... Unimaginable costs, in you know... Frightening. Rest of the year, turkey. Cheap as chips, mate. Nearly give it away at the supermarket. Right, okay, so... I would like to do this a bit more legit than one might think. So let me just... You could knock one of these out in like 30 minutes, easy, but... Just a couple of things I'd like to have a play with for future terrain deformation as much as anything else. Have we got no other wood? Let's go and get some more wood. Okay. Where was that? There it is. Get these out. Yeah, it'd be nice to just have a sustainable area as well, and possibly even have a little. I might use it as an excuse to build like a little cabin, like an actual little lumberjack cabin over here. So a much smaller scale. Because I think over time we'll have like some little buildings. I do need to start building smaller that would work well for another playthrough. And we can build like a little portfolio of designs. You know, one for a blacksmith, one for a tavern, one for a... You know, imagine you're recreating Whiterun. So could kind of use this as a bit of a learning ground. It's like someone said in chat yesterday though, I suppose many of us are probably just waiting to see, one, will we get an update which will improve performance for big builds, but also hearth and home. We just don't know. We don't know what that's going to bring, do we? I think what I'll do is I'll chop these down over here, but we'll just come and replant some just so it doesn't look barren. Yeah, I'd like to try kangaroo. Yeah, I would really like to try kangaroo. I've had boar meat. Boar meat's ever so nice. Although to be fair, I haven't had it in Oh, it's Mr. Kratak. How you doing, Kratak? How's things? Let's get a little gambol out here, mate. How you doing, fella? You still off work at the moment, Kratak? Whoa, that's gonna work, bro. Oh man, the bow is so... Really, dude? Right, that's it. You just do made in there. I'm out of stamina, that's why. Why is my shield not coming out? That's just so weird. I think I start misclicking in the heat of combat. It's the only explanation for why my shield so regularly doesn't pop. It's kind of weird because the angle I'm quite often looking at him, I can't always tell if he's got the shield out. Until something hits me, it's like, uh-oh. You're right, Trellison, how are you doing? But you don't do little... That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I need to start doing smaller. I need to... And if there's no reason for it to be over here, other than to make a little log cabin, then maybe, just maybe, we can start building some little homesteads. And literally just by rotating them or adding an extension, we can make a hustly bustly little village, you know? Just big enough to put a table, chair, a small campfire and a bed. That's all the peasants need, isn't it? Boar, in fact, yeah. I've only really had boar as a burger. But I mean like a real proper like burger. I'm not talking about something that's got, you know 2% boar meat. Oh man, it's so... I mean, I know the word rich and flavoursome and words like that probably don't really help. But oh god, it was so gorgeous. It was so nice. I have 2 Indian vegan dinner dishes. Can DM them on Discord if you want after. Yeah, please do, mate. Yeah, go for it, Permarin. Yeah. I do a lot of potato curries, Permarin. I'm very fond. Mainly because I bloody hate potatoes, mate. I've never liked boiled potatoes. Potatoes either have to be in chip form, and I don't really eat a lot of chips, or roast potatoes. And of course, roast potatoes are a bit of a pain in the arse. You know, it takes a while to roast a potato. I know you can do also, parboil them and all that kind of jazz, but yeah. So I've kind of really got into my potato curries, mate. I do some chickpea ones, so sometimes to fill it out. I do some. I've got a couple that I use like a little bit of tofu with them as well. But I tend not to use tofu that much, to be fair. It's something I could use. The danger for me is tofu because you can literally, I mean, you could turn it into like Kentucky Fried Chicken pieces. You know, you can you can have it as like almost strips of bacon on a sandwich. I mean, tofu is insanely clever stuff, man. You can do anything with it. And my danger was, having gone from despising tofu to suddenly realising the potential of it, I suddenly realised I'm in danger here. I'm just going to end up eating nothing but bloody tofu, mate. So yeah, I don't like mashed potato, Sophie. I'm really weird like that. My family love it. Yeah, mashed potato with butter or cream and all sorts. Yeah, I actually really don't like mashed potato, mate. How are you, Cruto? How's things, my friend? God, his coffee's going cold so quick. Sorry if I keep missing the posts, Perma. That's my bad. Sorry, mate. I do apologise. We saw the image of your small cabin. Yeah, a little wood. That's it. A little woodshed, Jim Dog. That's it. Tiny. Yeah, I'm out of wood. That's whitewash, but yeah. Ah, no, jacket potatoes. No, I like jacket potatoes. Ah, is that what you mean by a roast potato? Or do you... let me explain what I mean here, Poke, because we might be talking about the same thing, we might not be. A roast potato in the UK, please, people in the UK, tell me if I'm wrong, because just because I live in the UK doesn't mean there's regional differences. When I say a roast potato, it's normally a smallish potato. About maybe the length of your thumb kind of thing. Quite often chopped in half as well. And it's just roasted in the fat of the meat that you're cooking. A lot of people love goose fat on their roast tatties. And that's what really a roast tatty is. Over here, people have suggested a nice way to do roast tatties is you scratch the outside with a fork as well. Apparently, that's like a really good idea. And then we have... so I wouldn't eat that with cheese or anything. But what I would do, I'd get a really big potato, which is kind of like more like the size of, say, a coffee mug or even bigger. And we bake that, and that becomes a baked potato. And what we do is we have jacket on or jacket off, which means the skin is left on or the skin is off. Anyone that eats a jacket potato without the skin, to me, you might as well. Special place for you people. Yeah, so you obviously have the baked potato with the jacket on. And you cut it, and you sort of like carve it in half, and you put a big knob of butter in it, close it up, let it all melt in there. And then we add all sorts. You know, some people will have it with cheese, baked beans. I used to love it with tuna and mayo. Jam-packed with tuna and mayo with a cheesy topping and a crack of black pepper over the top. That is a jacket spud, man. Oh, so good, so good. You mean baked? Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, baked potatoes, yeah. Jacket potatoes, yeah. Gorgeous, mate. Absolutely gorgeous. Mashed potato was invented by an accident by a plasterer. I'm not sure whether that's true or not, but... Can you just imagine it falling in his bucket, or spud fell in his bucket with the big whiskey thing there. You know, the whiskers they use. Bam! Mashed potato, mate. Right, let me have a little play here. I've made... See what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to put that over there. I want to raise that. I want to put a... I'm going to put that on. Let's try and face as northerly as we can. I have to get rid of that then, aren't I? So that's kind of pretty much spot on north. So we'll pop that in there. And then I just want to come out as best as I can. I think maybe... Well, let's start with 3. Let's see how 3 deals. Like spokes on a wheel. Oh, yeah, sweet corn. Yeah, sweet corn's another one on jacket potatoes. Yeah. In fact, I used to add the sweet corn quite often to my tuna and mayo mix. Yeah. Very nice, very scrummy. Yeah, jacket potatoes. Girlfriend likes a nice jacket potato. Anyone got any pro tips on jacket potatoes? Yeah, let's have a chat about jacket spuds, because maybe I could do some more of those, because a jacket spud takes quite a long while to cook if you're going to do it in the oven. But I have heard of like popping them in the microwave and things. But I like a jacket spud that has got a really nice... How can I put it? I think I'll make it one more. A jacket spud that's got a nice crispy outer layer to it. You know, the crispy jacket. And I've heard that microwaving them it can cause that not to be quite as cool. Anyone got any pro tips on how to make a jacket without any fancy, you know, pro jacket potato ovens, which I've seen in Argos? What's that? Crumb's advanced tree chipper bit. I just had an idea, you know. I wonder if this would work. Let me just say you wanted to, because in theory, if I was to knock that out, right? Can I still place one in there? Because if I was to do that and turn it, would that work? So if I wanted to say 1, 2, it would, wouldn't it? Because that should still be snapped into those others. So that, in theory, would be a way to get like a nice circle, wouldn't it? Ooh. Actually, I mean, it might not be 100% spot on all that. I suppose it depends on the snap point, but yeah, that's worked out right, actually. We'll have to knock that out then. Yeah, because I want to flatten the area anyway, so don't worry too much about that. Yeah. Oh, is that right? Yeah. You rub potatoes in oil and salt for a nice crispy skin. That's a nice idea. Yeah, yeah. I mean, literally makes total sense. So you take the jacket. So you wash the jacket potato a little bit. I don't tend to scrub mine that much, to be honest. I don't think a bit of soil hurt anyone, did it? And although I suppose these days it's the pesticides you're probably more worried about, isn't it? So yeah, so you just add a little bit of veg oil or whatever your favourite oil is around the outside, Debs. Just a light scrub and add a little bit of cracked sea salt or something over the top. That's a nice idea. So as for jackets, microwave till soft and then 10 minutes in the oven to crisp. And it still makes them nice and crispy, does it, Mig? It's not. Did you have to like stab them? You know, before you put them in the microwave. You know, you start putting things in microwave. Sometimes they start exploding and stuff, don't they? Anything else you'd need to sort of take into account with that? Wow, wood ago. Jesus, we need some wood for this. I suppose we get all the wood back though, so it doesn't really matter. You like mashed potatoes with the corn mixed in? Oh, so you actually have mashed tatty with sweet corn. Oh, okay. Yeah, fluffy roast tatties with thick hot gravy. Gorgeous, scary. But I love roast potatoes. I really do love roast potatoes. Yeah. Mash with crushed crispy bacon bits and fine chopped spring onions. Nice. I tell you what, Raj has got him. I went up to Raj's with Grumman yesterday, and Raj has got his pork scratchings in from one of the local farms, all in like a little grease-proof bag hashy. I thought of you at the time, my friend. I don't know if you like pork scratchings, but for some reason I thought that would be something you'd chow down on. I know I used to love cheeky pork scratching. And these are direct from the farm, so I assume very, very nice. Like, very, very nice. He doesn't have them in often. In fact, very rare do I see them, so I'm not sure. Don't know if this is the time of the year or if Raj just happens to, you know, he drove by and Raj put an order in or something. Very yummy scrummy. You can almost smell them, actually. I think that's more my memory, though. So, oh, I can almost smell them, Raj. You had a pork scratching advent calendar. Lots of different flavours. It's great. Yeah, my dad introduced me to the mighty pork scratching years ago. Can you imagine what it was like going down the Birmingham Bull Ring on a Saturday afternoon, mate, for my dad to go and speak to all his butcher and fishmonger clients? Pick himself. I used to sit there with a not plastic. It was a polystyrene cup with what would they have been? I suddenly lost the vocabulary. It was like a little polystyrene cup with, I was going to say winkles. what would that have been? It's not winkles, is it? It wasn't mussels. It wasn't mussels. I love mussels and mull mariniere and things. Is it winkle? Whelks, that's the word. Whelks. Would it have been whelks? Where am I? Is there such a thing as a winkle? I was just thinking, am I talking about my penis now? Or my polystyrene cup full of penises. Oh dear. I bet Grum Mom can hear me out there. She's thinking, what is he talking about? Right, let me... that'll probably be good enough there, actually. So if we come out 1 and 2... Yeah, and they were full of vinegar, I seem to remember. Like, jam-packed full of vinegar. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will make those... Oh, they are straight. It doesn't matter. Yeah, God. Crack. The bull ring. I mean, I've not been to the bull ring for years. I have no idea. I mean, last time I even saw... I mean, obviously I know what it looks like from the outside with that space age bloody silver monstrosity thing. But, I don't know what the market seems like there now. I should imagine very different to the mad hustle and bustle that I remember it as. Cockles whelped. Oh, it was Winkles. Oh, we're not about to get banned then. It sounded wrong as I said it, but at the same time, when I saw it in written form in chat, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe I'm not that far off. What am I doing? I'm making a I don't know, a wheel. It's a thing. It's a spaceship. We're entering the space. Why are you really? Come on now. There you go. It's yeah. Exactly, Chucky. Exactly. I'm glad you spotted that. Brilliant. Points for observational capacity there. Right, okay. So yeah, that you know, that gives me a template, doesn't it? So I wanted to try and keep. Let me have a think. How close can you plant things to... Let me go around with that. How close can you plant trees to other man-made objects? Does anyone know? I don't think there's a way to get this round. I really don't think you can terraform a round hole. But if you really, to answer, basically to answer the question, I'm building an ecologically friendly orchard. Is what I'm going for, Chucky. Giant wagon wheel. Back in the old days, that's how big a wagon wheel was, right, Chucky? Oh, it's bloody huge back in the day, Chucky. Wagon wheels, mate. Not like little things we get these days, mate. That's true, innit, Ashy? Back in the olden days, mate. That's how big a wagon wheel was when Doc was a kid, mate. They used to use on a Doc's wagon wheels for the old Eye of London, mate. I tell you. Didn't muck about back in those times. Right, so... Anyone got any idea how you could actually legit make a circle? But still have soil. You still need soil to plant the tree, you see. Questions. I suppose, actually, thinking about it, what I could do... Ooh, Grummy's got a plan. I suppose the only problem is that they'll get damaged. I'd have to make it out of stone later on. But I have got a plan. So, if I was to plant a tree about here... or shall I make it... Is that big enough? I reckon we use that as the top. So I think if we try and... Gotta be careful because I still need the soil, don't I? That's the problem. How are we gonna do this? Really? Let's see. Probably don't want to go too... I don't want to go too deep, but I do want to go fairly deep. If I was to just... Can I snap to that? I don't think you can you? No. But if I do that on there, I can then presumably snap that underneath. But then that's just going to be a massive pain in the douche nozzle, isn't it? Alright. We'll use that as a reference point, I think. Well, I'll still be able to raise the bottom up, won't I? A little ways. I think. Dangerous game, Grummy. Dangerous game here. Dangerous indeed. So... Yeah, well, man, we can always put a half one in. Don't worry about that. Yeah, oh, God, there's so many things I'd love to see added to the game right now. So it's 2 meters, is it? I think was that what was said in chat earlier when I asked? Sorry. So a tree needs to be 2 meters away from another tree in order for it to. So 2 meters is the magic number, is it? $2 meters. Okay. I wonder, has anyone come up with any nice, any sort of like nice designs for planting trees or planting crops? So you know you have a reference marker each time you do it. Be nice to have like be nice to plant the trees. What about, yeah, because I think even, I was going to say, like, planting like a little mushroom, like a little glowing mushroom would be nice, wouldn't it? But, it's still going to count as being in proximity, right? Well, wait, we're not too sure at the minute, Sophie. We're thinking me what's it do, da? A landing spot for UFO. Well, don't give them ideas. Yeah. Yeah. A little yes. If you have a fully grown tree, you might not plant it only 2 meters because they're going to need an open sky too. Oh no, this will be open to the sky. Oh, this isn't like a subterranean thing. Yeah, the trees will just be up on the edge. I'm not sure what the. Oh, why is that not going in there? Is that just because you're being a dick, or is it actually because you can't go into there? What the hell? What the hell? What? How strange. How bizarre. Alcazar. Yeah, I watched the film yesterday with Grumman. It's got the lady from, it's called Run. It's a pretty predictable film, but you know what? It was all right. It's the lady from I know her very well from American Horror Story. I can't remember the actress's name, but she's a very good actress, and she plays a mom with a young daughter who is wheelchair bound to some degree. It's good. It's all right. It's on Netflix. And if you're up for one for the weekend, I can honestly say it's not going to blow your world. It's I'd give it, I don't know, I'd give it a good solid 7 out of 10. Which on my ratings, an alright film, man. That's an alright film. Definitely okay. I've seen a lot worse, let me put it that way. Yeah, well, I will want to make this out of stone at a later date, but oh god, really? I'm out of bloody wood again, mates. Oh gosh, didn't mean to do that. Right now, can I get out of it? Oh, like a pro, bruh! Like a pro. Well, I've only got, technically I can't get invaded because I've only got 1 workbench down. So in theory, I've not hit critical mass to trigger a world event, so we should be okay actually. Yeah, that's it. An MMA, UFC, super duper mega WWE, WWF Save the Wildlife Mega Death Ring. That's the one. You liked it? You watched it, Hobbsy? Yeah, it was good. It was actually. It fell up its own bottom a couple of times, like with the window breaking, for example. But yeah, so I'll be careful what I say. I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah, it was all right. Yeah, so 7 out of 10. Like I said, which on my scale is a good film. It's a watchable film. What's that? The youngest Murlocs just asked for ice cream. Her reasoning was it's a vegetarian, therefore it's healthy. Like salad, but colder. See, I think they should have a double scooping just for the genius behind that flag. With all the trimmings as well. Oh dearie me. I had a bit of a winner yesterday. Not a lot of use to me, but Grandmum and the girlfriend tucked into him. Old Raj, right? Does these big £1 bags of Haribos. Like they're really big, like jam packed, and these were the really nice, sweet, succulent, the teddy bears. What's they call them? The little teddies, the little gel teddies. What do they call them? I was going to say jelly babies, but that's definitely not a jelly baby. But yeah, he was unloading the box of Haribo goodness, and one of the big pound bags split open. So I got a free bag of Haribos yesterday, mate. Hey, life is good, right? Life is good. I said to him, "You've not had any of these out, licked them and put them back in, have you, mate?" And he looked at me with that slightly confused look, which made me think, shit, has he actually done that? I'll put it down to the language barrier, I think. But yeah, I've had them before. They're really nice. They're really, really nice. Is that what they're called? Gummy bears. Yeah, there you go. Gummy bears. But Haribo. Not. Is a gummy bear a brand? Gummy bears, bouncing here and bouncing everywhere. We are the gummy bears. I only know that because someone linked that to me because they thought that's where my name came from. I was a grummy bear. Yes, interesting. And Brum as well. The Brum TV show, which I've never heard of. There is a car. Brum, gets things done. It's a really good song, actually. Jump on YouTube and look up Brum. I don't know, children's show. It's catchy as hell, man. I'll tell you. I was honestly, I thought about getting in touch with them and seeing if I could actually have copyright permission to play it as the intro to all our streams. It's freaking awesome, mate. You can probably get up and dance to it, man. No, you see, Excavator, it's clearly your dodgy headphones, mate. They're clearly not calibrated for the angelic voice that you're listening to, you see. You've obviously bought those shit turtle beaches again, didn't you, mate? Haribo Gold Bears are called gummy bears. So they actually are gummy bears, are they? Sorry, Kritak, you wanted to say thanks again for the code. Great game so far, but I'm not out. Oh yeah, don't worry about it, mate. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I just got one in the end, mate. I thought, sod it. It's the least we can do, mate, if you're having a bad time with it. So yeah, hopefully they'll sort us out, mate. We can give another one away. But yeah, I'm glad it worked in the end anyway. That one better have worked. I was going to say, there's no reason why that one shouldn't have done. You enjoying it then? Bit out of practice, but it's from what I've heard, Kritak, it's a pretty solid game, mate. Excuse me. Either way, it's very friendly. At least they are making your day. They just want healthy freezed veggies. Can't you get? You can get all sorts of fancy frozen stuff these days, can't you? We were talking about it the other day. Was it frozen yogurt? Things like that. I should imagine the kids these days. I remember. I mean, I used to have all sorts when I was little. My mum used to make yogurt herself. In this like weird yogurt machine. I always wonder why we couldn't just make our own donuts. I tell you what, I should invest in a donut machine, you know. How much wood did I get? 50. Let me throw back you, possibly you. We want that, don't we? Right, okay. Yeah, this is looking a right botch job. I have no idea what we're doing here, by the way, you know. I think I was in a mood this morning in the sense of like, I don't really know what I want to do. Obviously, we want to go and finish the thing, and I need lots of wood. And then I thought, you know, I've heard about these, like, you know, ways to get trees in holes. And thus this madness was born. Right, okay. Let's get rid of that as well. I don't want to go much further down, but we'll be able to level this out, won't we? I think that... It's only 2 deep. We probably want to go 3 deep, don't we? We go 3 deep? I think that'll be okay. We always go to bedrock, I suppose. But... Might be a bit too far down that. Because you can only go down 4 anyway, can't you? Because 4 is 8 meters. So you can only go down 8 or up 8, can't you? Still been kidnapped, Trump. Ooh, I need to get a coffee, guys. That's the end of my coffee. It's all gone. I won't knock out in the middle just yet. Just in case. Oh, did that feel like bedrock then? But we can't be far off it, can we? We'll have to just knock a little bit out there. Right, okay. Maybe another one there. Right, let's see if we can snap enough a base. So what I'll do... That looks weird. Looks like it's on a slight angle. If I pop that in there... Let me use that as my ground level. I felt like I went down there then. God, no, I'll be alright, won't I? Oh, actually, I need to be careful. We don't want to run out of stamina and get stuck in a hole, do we? Just in case something does decide to drop in and say hello to us. Right, well, that's a nice flat area. So I'm quite happy with that. And then obviously we can just trim the middle out at a later date, can't we? And in theory, these should just snap in there. Okay, so don't really need them, and I think later on with the big stones we'll be able to get rid of the gaps. Because at the moment we won't quite be able to marry them up. We'd have to sort of do that with some posts and things, but I think that gives us an idea of the size on the outside. Can I go up there? Yes, we can. Right, so we now have the problem of... Let me knock you, and you out. Huh. I could almost do with getting the soil back in here, but how close can you get to the edge of that? Or, what we could do, we could build an area around. If I pop a tree right on the edge there. So, oh, right, yeah, okay. Actually, thinking about it, that could actually work quite nicely. So you're saying, if I planted a tree right on the edge of that and then knock that out, would I be okay? So it'd be 2 meters away, would it, or not? Well, we are making it up, Max, Matt. Yeah, yeah. Would there be a way to make it look nice? I don't think there is there? If I go to that and go to that and right... Well, I tell you what, let's start by taking the hoe around. Flat to start. So if I was to stand on that and hit that. Oh wow, that's loads lower. No, no, not a mill. No, no. Although it could be turned into a really nice charcoal production facility. You didn't want to go down the circling. That does seem like a very different height to that over there. So that's because it's not being raised, isn't it? So this is going to have to get raised if we're going to take that as the lowest point. Alright, well that's that idea scrapped then. Get a flattened area. That's actually going to have to get hacked out by the looks of it. So 2 meters though, yeah? 100% then, chat, yeah? 2 meters. If you build something 2 meters away from a built object, does that take into account anything on the Z-axis? There's an interesting question. There is a very interesting question in fact. So let me go back around here. So, let me pop. I know it's not going to be right, but let me just pop that in there, and that in there. So, if I was to use the hoe and increase the soil level, wow, I mean, huh. Yeah, that's a shame, actually. That is a shame. Can you... If I was to put that in there, right? What would happen? Just purely out of interest. If I was to take that and that... Oh, you fucking asshole. Why did that do that? Did that not have taken it to the height I was at? Should have done, shouldn't it? Let me just try something. Go back in there. Let's raise that up. Okay. Could you plant a tree on that? Even though there's like stuff... It's on a different level, you see. So I've not got this signature. How does it work? Does it take into account purely distance on the X and Y axis? Does it take into account anything on the Z axis? Let's have a look. So we're creating a monster, Hashi. Shh. It'll all make sense. Probably. So I want to plant one of those, don't I? So if I was to plant that, like, right on the edge there, like, say, there, what happens? Give it a second. No, it can't. Now, is that because of the wood underneath it? The wood in front of it? So let's have a look. Let's knock out that. Let's see if that... obviously that one, you've got to assume that one as well, haven't you? Needs more room to grow. So you've got to assume that and that, maybe? Yeah, that's not working. So let's take you... Let's hack you out. And let's... I actually want to put... Well, they will come out anyway, won't they? Let's take you out. And let's try planting one right, say at the back there. Which would definitely be 2 meters away, but only just. Because then we'd know if it's an issue with the edge versus an issue with the what's it, wouldn't we? Or maybe it's because I planted on the grey bit. Oh, I didn't think of that actually. Maybe did I plant on the grey? I can't remember. Because that seems to be okay. That actually does seem to be okay. Yeah, that seems. The wheel of death. You're right, GX. How you doing, man? How adjust the ground level to get as close to the ground level? Oh yeah, we know. Yeah, we know how that works, GX. Yeah. Not what you're standing on though, like I say, GX. Yeah. So you've got to actually have your feet on the earth, right? Yeah, makes sense, dude. Needs soil around. It can't be on the very edge. Yeah, because it is on the edge there, though, dude. But is that because I planted on the stony bit, or do you think that doesn't matter? I'm not too sure. The problem is I still don't actually see any way, to be fair, of doing that in a way that would enable us to create a circle. To be honest, I still don't see any way to terrain deform in a circle. The game definitely likes its north, east, south, west, doesn't it? Does that make sense? So you could quite easily do it. I mean, this would be so much easier if you didn't do it round. I mean, round would be super easy, but that's boring. So if I do it on the slope area, then that starts going up though, doesn't it? If you do that. Yeah, I can't. There's no. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I'm not sure if it's possible to get. If I do that, is it going to jut through? Yeah, it's jutted through, man. Oh, that's a real pain in the ass. We need a bit more control. Can't see any way to make that round. I really can't. And still keep a 2 meter area. So I think what I'm gonna do, let's play a game. Let's play a game. Knockout. This is gonna be a nightmare. A wood collection pit. Knockout. Yeah, terrain deformation is not. I'm a lot of this really is for me to have a play, see what we can do out of harm's way later on with terrain deformation. And yeah, it is clearly not going to be as easy as I thought. There are most definitely some issues with the plan. Right, okay, so what we could do, let me just pop down. Oh gosh, oh Jesus, we need to go and get some food, guys. Have I got any core wood? We have. Now they are unfortunately not gonna work, I don't think, because I still won't get one of those in the middle without a gap, will I? But what it will enable me to do, if all goes well, is then for that to come out, that to come out. I mean, in theory, it will be, and then free place that in there. And then you've got no gaps, have you, basically? So if we want to, let's finish that off. grab that. What's going to be the top part up there then when we do? Oh yeah, because we can use those as markers for later on as well then. So that will work quite well. My professors from Horticulture College would love this. I can just see the look on their faces. He's doing what? We demand an explanation and some reasoning on this one. It's just like a wood farm. That's all it is, really. It's nothing. It's nothing clever. It really isn't. It's another massively over-engineered. Grum's taking the fucking piss now. I'll be accused, no doubt, of being scared of the next boss again. All that
Good morning,
sort of
Navas.
That voice is so weird. How you doing, Wentex? How's things, mate? I'm really not got used to that. I don't think I even will get used to that voice. How you doing, Wentex? How's things, me old mucker? How's the family, mate? How's the boys? You all having a good time? Let's get these in there. You got a nice weekend coming up, Wednesday. So I know you've fallen in love with a little bit of the cheeky Outriders, haven't you? I was kind of hoping I'd get a bit of a chance to play it over the weekend. Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed. I should imagine everyone's like all legendary farming now already, aren't they? I'm probably a bit behind. Oh, hang on. I've just suddenly thought that's actually not going to work, is it? Shit. That's not going to work, guys. Because it's on a different height to those. Oh, testicles. All right, scrap that. That was a terrible idea. The only way to do it then would be to do that and see if they will snap across. Oh, beautiful. No problem. That's a lot easier as well. It's a lot less fannying about. Look at that work of. What the hell? A work of art, my friends. A work of modern day genius is what that is. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked out right, would it? I'd rather not do this. But like I say, it don't matter because later on I'm going to come back and do it in a... What angle do you think we want that on then? That can't be right, can it? What the hell? What? How did that work over there, then? Oh, no. Oh, he's made a terrible mistake, bro. Why are you not working? Wait, what? Oh. How come that's done a nice angle over on that other one, but it hasn't over here? Have I misaligned something somewhere? Really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Is it because there's something in there? What is that? Oh, that's the... God damn it, dude. Shocking, sir. Shocking. Yeah, that'll work. It'll all be alright on the night, mate. The trees grow and then throw themselves into the pit. I don't think they do. Strange. She's like so alien to me, Missy. Like honestly, like it's like, who the hell is that? Wentex, thank you very, very much for the 27, bro. Seriously, mate. Thank you ever so much. I hope you're all well. There's something behind there. Something behind there. Look. Oh, it's just that. It is. Basically, the plan is to get the carts in here. And we're going to get... Ash is going to pedal really, really fucking fast, right? And it's going to be like the Viking Wheel of Death. With pedal carts. That's the plan. And hopefully, if we get enough velocity... we'll actually be able to like spring out of the top. So in terms of actually planting the damn things, that won't grow, obviously, because that's there. If I do that, in theory, that now becomes a healthy plant, doesn't it? So my only problem now is, how do I create this in a manner that I can plant here but not have an ugly edge to it all? Anyone got any suggestions? See, it would be easy to get it flattened and put something like that in underneath there, because obviously I can get low and snap that underneath so you get a nice edge to it. But how am I actually going to make it? I mean, in theory, I'd have to plant... Oh! Yeah, that'll work, wouldn't it? I really want to be planting just there, don't I? But how am I... Oh, God. So you reckon it has to... Oh, my... This is which idiot came up with this stupid idea? Oh, my giddy aunt. You finally finished the main story of Outriders. Personally, I loved it. A really nice IP and take on things. Now just going back helping your man and doing some side quests and some farming. Have you managed to get any legendaries yet, mate? Thank you for the 27 Wentex. Thank you. You're right, Clement. Dollars for the men in white coats to pick up Grum. I think it's. I think if honestly you're thinking about that now, mate, that is that expression about the horse bolting out of the thingy and all that, mate. Whatever that expression is. The horse has long bolted. No, yeah, that's something like that. Anyway, you didn't think it through, fella. You do know water wheels need water. Water wheels... What? What do you mean water wheels need water? Water wheels? What are we on about water wheels? Water. In the water. Don't taste like water water. Woo! Nibble me bum, he did. Nibble me bum. The horse... what was the expression? The horse has long left... Yeah, what, the horse has bolted. Ah, that's the stuff. What's the expression? Come on, chat, help us out here. Scrap the legendaries for purples. I'm only not level 7, I think, on my Technomancer. I think I've got a level 14 Pyromancer or something. Oh, that's it. It's like, that's the one. That's the one, beard, eh? Closing the gate after the horse has bolted. There you go. See. Someone in chat knew what I was on about. Yeah, anyone think of a way to plant a tree? It's like I need a 2-meter gap from the edge, otherwise I can't. Yeah, I'm really stuck about that. It's got to be, because I don't worry about it so much for this build, but for future builds where pits and things are required. I don't just want to build like a boring square one, you know? Oh, I've got no stamina. Woodcutting. It's not that high, I don't think. Ice. How you doing, bro? How's the gym work going? What is it? Woodcutting 60 at the minute, dude. I should really go and get my Ecthyr. Is it Ecthyr? No, Elder buff, shouldn't I? So you dig a hole, you put a seed in the hole, cover seed, water. What's this? What are we planting now? Is this all those years at Horticultural College showing off now? Is it Ashy? Right, that should be enough wood to finish off what we were. Really? Are we full? It's a shame to leave all that. Oh my gosh, those saves are brutal, aren't they? Yeah, I can't think of a way to make a round top. Obviously, if you make it big, you can, but we don't want it big because we want the trees to flop over, don't we? So I don't want to bring it out too much further. I asked how to plant a tree. Thanks, Ashley. Appreciate it, bro. I really don't know what we'd do without you, mate. I'm pretty confident, right? If I went and found an acorn and planted it, I would not get an oak tree anytime soon, mate. I have no faith in my green-fingered skills, bro. Yeah, there has to be a way, right? Yeah, I mean, this is like distance away. There's gotta be a way of getting that closer to the 2-meter mark. I mean, you can get... See, the problem is you can do it here, look. So here looks really nice. There's not really a huge problem there, is there? So, I mean, that is kind of like what we... That's almost like what we'd want. Gotta be careful here, because I actually need that to snap onto there, but I'm not going to be able to, am I? Without knocking it out, really. That's the problem with doing the round wall. I need it snapped under there first. Which might be possible if we go down here. Or is it going to be extremely tricky? I'd still have to plant... Oh, really? I'd still have to plant like almost 2 meters away from that. I'm not sure that's gonna work. It gives me a 2 meter purchase. Obviously, I can bring it in closer with a 1 meter, but I'm not gonna get the soil overhang, am I? Gotta be a way to do this, man. This is important for future builds. Very important. So if we do missing, oh right, so I can't possibly be missing anything. We have to go from there. Whoa, what the hell? Is one of these wrong? Ooh, that's not right. Oh, we're gonna have to rebuild the whole thing. Start game, man. Start game, bro. Crash and burn. I think we're okay. Getting a snap on that's not going to be easy, is it? I've got to be careful because I do take a bit of damage each time I do that, don't I? I can't get out. I think yeah, you can only do that run and jump thing on an actual terrain, can't you? I don't think you can do it. See, that's how we want it there. Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? That's not right. So actually I didn't need to snap it underneath then, thinking about it, did I? It wouldn't have made any... Oh, no, it would. No, it would. Let me hack that out. We might get away with this. This could work. Yeah. Well, it's trying to make a circular. I mean, I'm not worried about the elevation. The elevation's not a problem. The elevation I can work with. It's actually getting that. It's because of the way the game seems to treat the terrain deformation, depending on whether you're running directly north-south versus everything else. That's the real problem we've got. It doesn't like it, does it? And I'm not even sure it is north and south, east and west that is the tidier. Oh! Did not mean to do that. I'm gonna have to leave one area so I can get out, aren't I? Alright, I think it looks like we're gonna get away with it, guys. I think we're gonna get away with it. So now I need to... Okay, so now I need to find the best... I mean, that was pretty good there. That looks damn... In fact, that looks sexy as hell right there. So if we use that as my starting point, we want to create a nice... It's going to have to go back about 2 meters, so we might as well do that as we do it. We're going to have to come back, aren't we? So I'm going to have to raise here, look. Or shall I? Oh, I don't know, actually, no. I think if we try and get it too perfect, we might end up... What's that noise? What's that noise? Oh, is that... Oh, that's a shaman, isn't it? Oh, no, is that a brute? You're right, Jags. Dude, I was thinking about your joke yesterday, bro. What was the second one, man? What was the second one you gave us? How you doing, Jags? How's things, man? I need to get some rock. Oh man, I need loads of stone. I need loads and loads of stone, man. Like tons of it. It's a slightly bigger project than one. Ooh, nice. Very, in fact, very nice. Very, very nice. Like it, Jags. Have you guessed what it is yet, Jags? That's dying, obviously. That's not going to grow there, is it? So that feels to me like I'm going downhill now. Damn. Yeah. I said earlier, Jags, this... sorry, Chris, this I'll definitely upgrade it to stone. No doubt about it. But as a little project for today. Yeah, the thickness will make it so much better for clipping, won't it? I mean, I can probably get that better. I won't just yet, though. Let's worry about seeing if we need to backfill. Yeah, I'm not sure that is quite at the same level, is it? Definitely not, I'd say. So we're going to have to go up. What do you think around here? I think all that's going to have to go up a little bit, don't you reckon? It's going to be a bit... It's going to actually be... I should have knocked it down. That was the original plan, but... I think we can... Again, it'll give me a chance to do a bit of terrain smoothing. Figure out how it all works. Yeah, she just don't want to go up, does she? Stone. Where am I going to get loads of stone from, boys and girls? I better take the cart with me, hadn't I? God damn, dude. It's going to be a lot of work here, you know. A lot of work. But I suppose once it's done, it's done. So... I think what I would have done, now I know, building it on a slightly larger perimeter probably would have been a better idea. I actually thought I'd made it too big, but I most definitely haven't. If anything, it needs to be a lot bigger than I've done it. Yeah, these are not good for stone, really, are they? We want one of those big holes, don't we? It's big gargantuan lumps of rock and then turn it into a big hole in the ground. Really? Oh no, I can't get out. I can't get out because I've got no stamina. Oh, you asshole. Dad darn you. Right, I'm going to get a coffee. I need a coffee urgently. But probably not a good idea to AFK in the middle of the night going into a dark forest, though, isn't it? What was that? Make a greyhound trap for wood. A greyhound trap for wood. What? What? No, the wood pit's still there. No. I just need some stone to do the terrain deformation, unfortunately. I'll keep that. If I drop all of that in there, right? Got 12 bloody stone. Problem is I actually do need to go and get some more food as well, don't I? Have we got a load of stone back at base? Or did I say? I think I took it all, didn't I? I reckon I took it all to the new base. I don't think I've actually got any. You're right, Chris. I've got to get the full version. I put in 100 hours on the Alpha Fjord or whatever it's called. What's that, dude? The what? The Appa? What? I don't know what that is. Is there are you talking about this game or? We need to find one of those like really nice nodes, don't we? Did not like that hole I've just put in the landscape. It hurts me damaging the land. I don't like to do it. It causes me great distress. Really? Really? Little knobber? Oh my lord. Come on, there's got to be a big lump of rock around here somewhere. You know where there could be a load? We're not actually far from my old little dinky base, which is where we've got those mines. But the thing is, you don't actually get a lot of stone back from hitting rocks, do you? Oh, sorry, should I say the rock of the earth, to clarify. They made a version before this that they released for a oh, is that what that is, Chris Wicks? It's called the Alpha Fjord Edition. This is when it was, oh, that makes sense now, dude. So that was, because this was available before it released on Steam as an early access game, right? So you actually played it all the way back then, did you, Chris? Man, I bet you've seen some changes, haven't you, bro? Dude. I don't know when you last played it, and I certainly don't know the difference between your version and the version I'm playing, but I have to say that it has been... It's a mad game, mate. It's one of those games where you can sandbox the living bejesus fun out of it, you know? I mean, I'm doing something so absolutely no reason to be doing it whatsoever, but I'm quite interested in seeing how much I can push terrain deformation. You know, can I go and make round pits for taming pens and things like that, you know? Does it need to be done? You bet your ass it doesn't. But can it be done? Without making it look horrible. You're right, Doip, how you doing, man? You finished the final cut of Disco. Oh, we were talking about you playing that a couple of days back, Rev, when we were having the chinwag about COVID and stuff. How did it all go, man? What was your... Because this was the edition that was... Oh, what was it, dude? This was like all finally voice acted, yeah? Fully voice acted Disco Elysium? I said I really should check it out, because I know you and I quite often like very similar games. And Disco Elysium sounds like it's pleasantly outside of what I'd normally play, Rev. You know, but I think, you know, from what little I've seen of it, I can see a very genuine seed of interest already planted. And I assume right now is like the best time to jump into it. Yeah, I've got, yeah. I mean, what's interesting is it's almost exactly what happened with my first playthrough, which I never actually got around to be honest, as in a full playthrough, was Divinity Original Sin. I think it was one of the very first times I ever spoke to James on Twitch or in depth. And Divinity Original Sin, I was just about to play it, and I think James had popped into chat to say, like, did you know there was, like, an update coming in, like, a couple of 3 weeks, which is going to, like, fully voice act the whole game. And I didn't know about that at the time, so I was like, whoa, well, in that case, I'm going to stop playing and wait. So, yeah, cool stuff, man, cool stuff. So, basically, I assume you got all this for free, so you were already a big fan of the game. And now you've had an opportunity to play through a fully voice-acted, super immersive, as you say, version of it. So very similar, again, very similar to Divinity Original Sin, wasn't it? That was a free voice-acting update. Along with some other changes as well, so I'm sure Disco Elysium's not just voice acting, right? A bit of a chance to polish systems and things as well, no doubt. Yeah, I was just thinking the same, yeah. You know what? I was just thinking exactly the same. They're not too bad, are they? And that's why I didn't bother going off into The dark forest. I thought we're getting there, aren't we? There's a boar right down there, and there's a boar right up here as well. I really don't want to aggro either of them. That should do us. I'm sure that should do us. And the beauty of it is it's daylight as well, so. Yeah, that's a nice. I made the circling farm tourniquet. That's a nice idea, that is actually, dude. Yeah. Like I said, this isn't actually necessary at all, and even things that aren't necessary can still be fun. But I'm actually more interested in seeing how terrain manipulation can be abused, or in this case, possibly not abused. I take that, it's going to be way too heavy, isn't it? But I can probably take another half stack, right? Nope. I'm actually already heavy, it's the wood. Let's drop some feathers in. I don't need the cord at all at the moment. Probably take another stack of that. Right, so if I drop you down, stack you over there. Right, bear with me, guys. I'm absolutely bursted. And I mean absolutely bursted. I'll be straight back. Give me 2. So how much are you, when you go AFK, go there to watch, you get around 300 wood every 15 minutes. That's really good. That is Termy Kid. That's really good. They spawn those great. So you actually made it. So how are you killing them? You made a hole around it, put some hearth around the spawn point. Right, okay. That's clever. I like that, dude. So it's I've got it. It's almost like the inverse of the circling tactic, isn't it? So you're actually burning them. So do they actually fall into a hole with... oh, I like the idea of that. We'll have to try that as well. So do they actually fall into a hole with a hearth? So when they fall into the hole, they start burning? That's really cool, that is, dude. But you do need to be in the area, right? So that's the only thing we have to bear in mind with these things, isn't it? They only work if you're there. Is that the same with yours? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Oh, God, it's so annoying. It's like on some angles, there is just no way to get that rock not jutting out. That's annoying me immensely. Immensely, my friends. Immensely. Because if I knock that out... Oh, I don't know. Maybe it has stayed. Not as bad as I thought. How much wood have I got? 50. Oh, that's not right. What the hell's that? Get out of there, you knobber. Yeah, so... Yeah, okay. Stone will cover up some of the imperfections there, won't it? Gotta leave a little gap to get out, haven't I? Would have made sense to leave this till later, but I just want to get a... It's not as big a hole as I thought. Circles within circles, my friends. Who knows what may or may not come of it all. How long does it take for a tree to grow? Is it the same as a crop? Is it a 2-day? I don't think we've tested it yet, have we? Missing require. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Really? Tell you what, am I going to be able to run out of that little gap there? No. That's a no, mate. Oh no. Oh, like a boss, man. Like a boss. Oh, that actually looks really cool. I really like that. That would actually make for a real... Tell you what, that would make a really cool base with an underground cellar, wouldn't it? So another reason why I'd like to see if I can build it like that. You're right, Funk. What? Oh, no, this isn't a Grey Dwarf farm. No. You're right, Commander, yeah. I have trouble too now that I'm a bit older. I used to read a shit ton of books, but I haven't read one in years. Yeah. My mum's Kindle died this morning, Rev. She's heartbroken. The double walls, Grum, hide the jagged soul. Yeah, that's why I've done it. That's exactly why I've done it, yeah. That's what I mean. So in theory, it would actually work as a base. That's why I'm doing it, yeah. That's why I kept saying, you know, for a whole bunch of builds, whether it be taming pits or underground farms and things, which I'm sure you can't actually do in this game at present because they presumably need light. But yeah, it's. Oh no! You idiot! What did you do that for? Where is it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, mate. Oh, you couldn't make it up, could you? You couldn't make it up. Still take full damage. Where is it? Whereabouts is it? Well, I can't see it to get it now. Oh, I need to go back and get food as well. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, game. I'll tell you what. Home's not far, is it? Shall I leave the rock here? There's no point in taking that, is there? Where's the cart, log? I need to go and get my hoe back, but I can't see it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to level this out and replant, which I don't mind doing that. I actually didn't think I'd need to because I was actually gonna flatten lower, but I think I got carried away a little bit. So if we take that, dumping you and you, we can leave the cultivator over here, can't we? We can leave those over there. So if we take all of those, then leave the wood and the stone and the seedlings, we should be good to go. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll actually take half the wood with us because we want to make some... In fact, can I carry more than that? Yeah, because I need to make some arrows, don't I? Jeez, man. Wow. Such a simple little thing. You're right, Pixel. Yeah, you go. Yeah, you can turn it into... I think the beauty of this is it's forcing me to do it with a 2-meter gap. There's nothing to stop you doing a 3-meter gap, and then you'd be fine. You could easily get a perfectly smooth internal wall for another build. This is forcing me to do it as narrower. I mean, you could... Well, I don't know. I don't think you could get away with a 1-meter wall. But you can, as we've shown, you can definitely get away with a 2-meter wall, or as near as damn it anyway. A 3-meter wall would solve all your problems, and using stone on a 2-meter wall would solve all your problems because you could bring the stone out. It's going to clip a lot better than the wood is because obviously it's just a lot thicker. So yeah, I think As long as you choose the right spot, you can go down a total of 4 into the ground. So you could definitely have a basement. You can have a dungeon, essentially, can't you? So nothing stops you having a tower. Or even just a normal build like I've got over at my base and actually digging down. Although at my base here, I don't think it would work, because I think we would probably hit water. So you want to make sure you're at least above water level. For your 8 meters, isn't it? It sort of is a gap of 3, because the spokes, it's 3 placements on each spoke, isn't it? Most of it's still gap of 3, yeah. Sorry, yeah, ice. But most of it. Yeah. The universal Grabonian architectural rule, the gap of 3. You're right, Adam subtracts. Yeah. Right, okay. So I really don't like. I really don't like the what's it table. The stone cutting table. It's not a nice asset for me. It looks weird. Everything else I've really liked. In fact, a lot of things I've wanted just to make extra versions just because they look cool. But I really don't like the stone cutting table. It seems very out of place with all the other things we've got. It's like, I don't know, it's like it's got like almost like a tablecloth over it, like a white cloth. Not a fan. Are you playing anything at the moment, Ice? Are you you're not outridering it or anything, are you, fella? Right, heads. Can we put any of those in there? We've just taken some upstairs. We should be able to pop those away. They can go away. The eyes can go away. We have some neck meat. We actually want to cook some of that in a minute, don't we? It's amazing how much you have to eat in this game, honestly. I mean, I know time flies, especially when you're faffing about. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's put it all away first. I was going to say, I need all this back out, but I'm going to get confused. Yeah, they're not in there, are they? That's why I was getting confused. They're definitely not supposed to be over there, are they? Playing Dead Cells. Oh, I've never played that one. Good game. You enjoying it? No, Funk, no, we've not done. In fact, that's partly why I thought about just quickly doing one of these, but then I thought I don't want to cheap out on it, so seeing as it's probably going to be here for thousands of hours. So no, this was part a solution to just being able to get wood whenever I need it. So if I'm doing a build, because we're going to be doing loads of building. If I suddenly decide, oh, I need a ton of this, and this, I want to be able to go and get it. You know, charcoal's looking pretty good with the old circling farms. You know, if I suddenly need a ton of smelting, we've got that kind of covered. Wood's getting a bit of a pain in the bum. It's not like there's not lots of it, but the rate I get through it, it's amazing how barren everywhere is going to get. And of course, it's not one of those games where you exponentially get more seeds back than you do trees chopped, is it? So if we repair everything, just go and quickly cook some food, we can probably then go and finish it. Take care, Max, mate. You look after yourself. Have a really nice weekend if we don't see you as well, bro. Look after yourself. Stay safe out there, sir. Stay safe. Now, can I even... I've only got 26 carrots, look. God damn it, dude. We'll take those to start with. Oh, man! Must have burnt a bit of neck meat earlier. Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, it's very white. Look, even from here, look. You can see. It's too bright. It really stands out. I really don't like it. Really don't like it. Going for a new book build, I think. Yeah, I like the idea of being able to take the extra... Because I've only gone down 3. You can definitely go down 4. And I think if you play about a little bit cleverly, you'd still be able to get a really nice floor and still keep that full 4 height. The thing is, technically, you can actually go a lot deeper than that, because you can actually go down 4 blocks, but also raised for 2-meter blocks as well. So you can actually have 2, and technically I would say 3 if you don't like a slightly lower ceiling. Subterranean chambers. And of course it also means, I guess in theory, you can make a completely, totally troll-proof and everything else proof base without having to build a moat. Right, so I want to take some of that, don't I? Throw that in there. And it's out of the way, so it's not going to cause me any issues later. You know, if performance was going to become a problem. Which is a bit out of the instance count of the main base. Oh, there's loads of ways to sim. Yeah, I'm just thinking of, I mean, you can build a wall, dude. You can just build a wall out of using the hoe. Oh, there's loads of ways to make one completely foolproof, but I think it's nice to think of one that's kind of like a little hobby hole sticking out the top. But all your stuff is kind of safe down and inside without having to, you know, big moats and creating towering walls with the hoe and terrain deformation. I know a lot of folks like to build underground, don't they? You can sort of imagine doing what we've done there and actually building up the top area. So literally all you have is like a little hobbit hole door. I don't see any reason why I couldn't do that. You want to choose a better location. For obviously you want to build it out in an open plain, but I'm pretty sure you could probably play about and just end it with a nice little entrance with a really nice tight winding staircase there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if you want to if you just want to make a completely impervious base, just using the terrain deformation tool, easy peasy. I mean, that's all this is in theory, isn't it? It's I guess it's a hole in the ground. Right, crop. So, oh gosh, what happened then? Shrooms can go back. They go out. They go down there. It's actually right. Right. So let's get some food in us. Let's go back. We've got arrows, haven't we? I'm not doing too bad on feathers, but I do need to remember I've not been going out of my way to get feathers, and I used to shoot the seagulls every chance I got, so I probably do need to start paying a bit more attention to that. We might as well light the fires. Yeah, that's a nice idea actually. Like a little underground base near the plains biome. Impervious to mosquitoes and things. Actually, that's a good point. I wonder if there's God, that'd be nice, because to be honest, I wasn't expecting the wyvern attacks. So yeah, I really don't like that. It just looks cheap and nasty compared to the others. It's all the even without the light on, it don't look good. It really does. It's by far my least favourite asset. But everything else is either excellent or just really good. That just sticks out. What was that? That sounded a lot like something being broken, didn't it? It's not my bloody boat, is it? The boat is not over here, right? The longboat is... No, it's not, is it? It's back with the vendor spawn. Is there any troll spawn point? There are definitely areas where trolls always spawn. I think I've come to the conclusion that there are soft spawn points throughout the map. So yeah, we were talking about this with serpents yesterday, weren't we? I'm very convinced there are areas where the game spawns in things like trolls. There's a little run, I can't remember where it is. It's somewhere on the route to That was my original copper area here. Every time I went to that camp there, I can't remember, because that would have been the stone building, I think, over here. Or wherever it was. And there was every time I went there was a troll. Like, every time. Every time I went to that farm to get the berries and get some copper, there would be a troll there. And the same with that stone house we often used to go past when we used to come down here for the neck in the early days. My god, that is some unbelievably bad shooting, man. I don't even know. I'm not even trying. Yeah, that'd be cool, actually. Yeah. There's another good idea. Sorry, Ice. That'd be another good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah. So build an orchard near a troll spawn and just run around letting him chase you. It's a nice idea. Yeah, I like it. Somebody in chat was saying about the grey spawns, weren't they? I like it. Thinking outside the box a bit. So the Desquitos can actually fly. Yeah, I was going to say, I suppose that there's the advantage of an underground base, isn't it? You know, the Desquitos presumably can't get in. See, so it might work against you. See, you might build a nice little underground basement, and then all the Desquitos can't get in. But what happens is you've now got 50 Desquitos sitting outside your base, waiting for you to stick your head out. I'm sure that doesn't actually happen, but stranger things have happened in video games. It's, oh look, they can't get in. It's so cool. That's really cool. Yeah, but now you can't get out, mate, and they're not going to despawn anytime soon either. Oh no, where's the hoe? Oh, dudes, where the hell's my hoe? Oh, it's down there, isn't it? Oh god, I really panicked then. Just down there. So if I've got the health now just to drop down, haven't I? So is it going to let me have it? Did I get it? I did. I've got it. Okay, let's get back out. Whee! Okay, so back to where we were with a little bit of terrain manipulation. Oh my lord! Can't believe I just did that. We'll take 50 stainless. Right, so how high did we get with this? All this looks pretty good, doesn't it? I should have... I was going to say, I did repair everything, but I didn't repair the hoe because I didn't have the hoe with me, did I? That's still raising. It is, isn't it? Just a little. Yeah, see, I'm pretty confident, right? Let's do it. If I was to... I mean, whereabouts? It does stick out at the bottom, but I still think... We'll try in a minute. We've got a little bit there, look. Oh, that does not want to raise there, does it? Definitely, there's definitely some very sweet spots, isn't there? And actually, I know a lot of people saying they have real problems getting the land flat. I don't understand how you can have issues with it, to be honest, unless you simply just haven't figured out or had it explained to you how it works. I mean, it can be difficult to get something as complicated as a circle neat. I mean, that's in a whole nother ball game of craziness. But to actually just get a big flat area, I really don't understand why people seem to be struggling so much with it. I see it quite often. You know, little comments here and there. I want to be able to go back over that, you see, with the cultivating tool. sort of round it off. So in theory, that's about where we want it. I think I'm going to go back a little smidgen more. Oh, got out of stone already. It uses so much stone, doesn't it? Raising ground. It's bonkers, man. Almost makes you think they were aware of some potential issues with that. So they almost wanted to stop us bloody terrain manipulating stuff. I don't think that is the case, but well, what one could conspiracy theory it out. An underground wheel of paint? No, it's just a little tree farm. I hope if it works. I think it will work in theory. If you build it rectangular, it's going to be a lot easier. Which is what I should have done, really. But I thought I'd use the opportunity to play about with some slightly more advanced terrain shenanigans. So we basically just want to plant some trees, don't we? I'm going to have to hack that out. We just want to plant some trees around the edge of this, and then just go and hack out the middle and come back in a couple of days, and then maybe put some sort of I think we're going to need some sort of rigging up on the outside just to stop the trees coming out of the wheel of pain, essentially, isn't it? That's the real secret to this, I guess. What I want to do, though, I want a way... is there anything anybody's found in the game, right, that doesn't affect crop growth? So, for example, has anyone tried, like, I don't know, does everything that you place count? I mean... Oh, hang on. Right, so Grummy Mummy is actually just starting to get ready to head down the motorway, guys. So obviously I do want to go and bid her farewell, safe travels, and thank you for her company, boys and girls. So I might just have to AFK for a little while. Not sure how much further back can I take that. I'm thinking about, can you plant, like can you drop a stone on the ground, right? Which would then act as a marker. Just want to level that off, ready to plant cultivator. So we want to smooth that off as well. Yeah. You know, like, could I throw a stone? So somehow trying to get a stone. Oh, what about the gold? The gold would be nice, actually. We want to find that sweet spot, don't we, when we come back? To try and figure out exactly where we can plant. Because we should get 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we should get 1 per plate, shouldn't we? So I suppose free placement wouldn't be too bad. I think we could probably free place it. Probably easier, actually. Just want to try and make this look as organically legit as we can. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. I like the look of it. I actually quite like the look of that. Yeah, what would... Oh, gosh. Yeah, I think free placement will do it. Dandelions. Oh, I like it, yeah. Can you plant dandelions? Oh, you asshole. Oh, is there a way to, I don't think there's going to be a way to do that, is there? If I snap that to the top of... How's that going to work? It won't snap to the top of that. What about if I knock that one out and then try and put them in? No, because it would overlap, wouldn't it? Oh, gosh. Oh, that is a problem. Because you can do that. He says as he can't. So you could do that. But how would you do the other bit? Oh, God, I'm out of wood again. Still got to knock the middle. It's going to look weird without that. I quite like the middle. I'm almost tempted to leave that in there and see what happens when the tree trunks all go in there. And obviously, I'd like to have... I'm going to have like a little stairway in as well to get down there. So we might have to build a little tunnel going in at some point. An imp horde day 666. Yeah, I don't think you can use the dandelion marker, though, can you? Because you can't plant dandelions, can you? Unless that's something else I don't know about. Just going to risk this for a biscuit right there. And again, right there. See if that helps at all. Oh, that's weird. That's going up. Why is that going up? Right. I'm gonna AFK, guys. So I'm afraid it could be for a couple of minutes. I was gonna try and get up on there. Yeah, I'm gonna go say goodbye to Grubby Mummy. I'll be back in just a few minutes, boys and girls. Gonna make sure she's all tucked up in a car and everything. So I do apologise, but I suppose the alternative is turning it off for half an hour. But she's not going to be that long. So I shall return. Stay safe.
a very warm welcome to Gold Sub Divine.
I think Prince Philip died as my mom got in the car. that was not what she needed, man. Is he dead? Is he actually dead? Wasn't he just shy of 100 years old, that man? He was not looking poorly, was he? Oh, sorry, he was not looking healthy, was he? Terrified. Yeah, just she couldn't get the sat-nav thing working either. It's like Kindle's breaking. You know what it is, don't you? It's this fucking house, mate. I tell you. It's like anything in this house. It just breaks, man. From roof to Kindle. Right, oh my lord. God save the Queen! God save the Queen! Yeah, I hope so, yeah. Unfortunately, Sod's Law, mate, it's just started peeing it down, bro. Just started peeing it down. Just as, Oh, hang on. I'll tell you what, let me, I was going to go... Oh, no, I need to get the hoe repaired. Although, I suppose, have we got any wood? I haven't got any bloody wood. I was going to say, I can just build a little... I can take this one out, can I? Build a little thing around it just to repair that. Let's go and get a little bit of wood from down there. Right, here we go. What was that? You're ball shipping? What? Whose balls have you got and where are you shipping them to, mate? You're right, Divine. How you doing, my friend? How's things? How are you, mate? Sorry, I've just been AFK, Divine. How are you? How's you and Barl and everybody doing? Yeah, he didn't make it to 100, did he, Mick? Yeah. I saw a picture of him just recently, man. It was like, oh my lord, dude. Scary, man. Genuinely scary. Yeah, it is. It is, Divine. It's quite funny though, because my mum, she must have wound down. It's like she wound it down. She couldn't. She asked the question about a family matter. Then the window, because it's raining, so the window went back up. Then the window went back down again. And it was like I could see she was struggling with the sat nav, so she sorted that out. Then the window went back down again because she couldn't find their house keys. But then she ran the window down to say, "Don't worry, I've just found them." Then she ran the window down and says, "Prince Philip's dead." I was like, "What the fuck?" It's like, oh my god. It's like waiting for the next wind down of the window. It's like, it's getting worse, Bob. So the news is exponentially becoming worse. Alright, I'm going to take that. Oh, actually, I'll need it. I'll still need it over here, though, won't I? But if I build it, say, let's pop it there. For now, and then let's just build like a really little wall. Shenanigans around it. You doing anything nicer this weekend, Ryan? How's or is it work again, mate? Nice to see you. I hope you're well. He passed peacefully away. That's the best. My grandfather did the same, just in his sleep, and not screaming in fear like the other 20 people in the bus while he drove down a cliff. Terrible, true. Terrible, mate. Terrible. This is where I find it's a true story, bro. So I had no idea. TM, sorry. There. God. That's some age, though, isn't it, man? Imagine being on this planet for like 99 years. Think of that stuff that man has seen, man. What was that thing? Was it a film or was it a series about Queen Liz? Her early days. Was it? I can't remember the actor's name who played Winston Churchill. It was actually really good. I'd really highly recommend you watching it. Does anyone know what it was called? I think it was a Netflix season, or if it wasn't on Netflix, it was available on Netflix. If it wasn't a Netflix original. Anyone know the show I mean? It was all about her and her father, and then obviously with his passing and her coming rather abruptly into the head of a monarchy. It was actually a fascinating watch, to be honest. And I'll obviously take it to some degree with a pinch of salt. It's no doubt some added dramatisation here and there, but it was a fascinating insight into her early life, and I'm sure there's all sorts of documentaries and shows that may be more factually accurate, but it was a very well done programme. The Crown, was that what it's called? The Crown. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed that. In fact, I really enjoyed it. It was an excellent cast. Excellent cast. I don't know how well it was received, but yeah. How you doing, Tia? Sorry, how's things going? He has, yeah. He's been in and out a lot of shows, yeah. He was, yeah. You never actually watched this game, EPOF. Is it like story playthrough? It is, yeah. I mean, most people would probably play it and you'd play pretty much any other video game, to be fair, mate. There is definitely a sort of boss progression, if you like. So, you start the game and your objective is to help Odin go and murder some denizens of the sort of Norse mythology and whatever. So yeah, it has got a very robust little playthrough. But what I am not deliberately avoiding, but I'm because the workbench isn't in range. What I thought, I was sitting there thinking, why am I not able? Jesus, it's because I've just moved it to one side, haven't I? Yeah, it's got a really, if you just want to pick up a game and play it and then move on to the next game, then this has got that. I think a lot of people think it's one of those like endless Minecraft games, but the point is it can be if you want to play it like that, dude. 100%, not a problem. That's the way I'm sort of playing it. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm not in any mega hurry to dash off. In fact, today I'm really just fannying about a little bit today. But yes, it's a very good game, dude. And like I said, you can play it as a big open world sandbox because it is. And you can build just because it's fun to build, or you can build because there's a reason to build, and you can go off into the new and exciting biomes and hopefully plow your way through the story, which is there's 5 bosses, I do believe, presently, out of a total of when the game finally releases. And one little bit there's annoying me immensely, but right, so let's plant some trees, which was the whole point in doing this. Let's see, where's the cultivator? Is that on here, is it? Let's drop you up there, and so where do you think we'd have to plant? It's got to be, it has to be 2 meters away, does it? Is that right? Let's put one there, because I'd say that's actually not 2 meters away. I'd say that's kind of... She seems to be quite happy there, doesn't she? So let's plant one sort of... Yeah, it's going to make life a little bit difficult for me having done that. And that's what I was saying about it. It'd be kind of really nice to almost have like little markers almost. Just to show you where the middle sections are. What we could do, we could always turn this into like a yeah, because it's going to be weird, isn't it? Because we know those two are going to be... That's kind of weird. Obviously snapped to that other part, hasn't it? There we go. In order to get those kind of equidistant, probably be easy if I knock those out for now and then use a count. So if we kind of go, what do you think? Basically, if you go 2.5 there and 2.5 there. I don't think you'd be a million miles out, would you? No, oh, it's got. Oh, wait, hang on, no, it's dead. It's died. So it's not 2 meters away, then, is it? I mean, what you could do, I suppose, the beauty of it is if you wanted to be super accurate each time and you weren't too worried. What? Did I knock the workbench out again? You're having a laugh, bro. Yeah, I mean, what you could do, I mean, you can get into a really nice... Oh, what the hell? Are we out of wood? We're out of wood. We're out of wood again. You're having a laugh. Bit of wood, mate. Just have a little... Let me just have a place. So obviously that's no use. That's gonna... We need to hack that out, don't we? Oh god, really, dude? Come on, bruh! Oh, hang on, that's a shame, man. I was about to say, how come he didn't... oh my, hang on. Oh, whoa. Get out of here, knobber. Right, let me just try something. So if I was to put that there, and then snap that there, and then snap that there. Let's just see if that then allows me to super accurately place trees. So if I go 1, 2... Oh, is that on the right? Yeah, that is on the right angle. Like that. And then knock it out, knock it out. We know they're 2 meters away, don't we? 100%. So let's see what happens when we come back. That one doesn't seem to like it a lot. Shit. Now, is it just a fraction out, do you think? God, that's fucking... Am I attempting to tame greylings or trolls? I'm not actually. No, but now you've said it. I never thought about that. I suppose we could do that at some point, couldn't we? Is that Valheim Plus allows you to tame trolls and things, or is that a standalone mod? I don't think that's a weird way to put it, Jan. I think you're not selling the game particularly well there. 5 bosses to unlock stuff, but that's about it. I don't think I've ever heard a more derogatory comment about this game, to be honest, in this channel. That's like saying, yeah, Minecraft's got some blocks you can build shit with, that's about it. That's fucking terrible, mate. Literally terrible, bro. Oh, careful. Stay away, sir. Stay away. Wonder if, I mean, there's something as well. I wonder if any mods have added the ability to create spawners. So actually, you know, like, actually craftable spawners. No, Shades, what happened? No, how many days did you last? It's like I was saying, 7 days though, Shades. Now it's done, at least it's done, mate. You can get on with not panicking, man. You're right, Funk. You really like building in 7 days, but this is really good at building. Just wish I could rotate some blocks vertically as well without the mods. Yeah. I mean, let's fingers crossed. Let's hope Hearth and Home at least gives us full vertical and horizontal rotation on all existing blocks at the very least. To be honest, Funk Floyd, just being able to rotate item stands would be astronomically awesome in terms of lighting and things. You know, it really would. You know, give us full rotation on item stands. That alone would be a game changer. Am I full all of a sudden? Oh, bloody hell, I brought all the what's in, didn't I? God damn it, dude. Will I remember where... When I come to get wood next time, remember directly northwest of where we're building. Yeah. You're right, Cola. I got stuck on a Leviathan. Boat broke itself on the side. Oh, no, dude. Gutted, man. What's happened? Does that mean you've had a death out in the wilderness, or... So that's my next puzzle. Is can we? I mean, there has to be a way to get there. If it is 2 meters, if what you're saying is right, and it's a 2 meter gap, there has to be a way to get a pole in here to mimic the 2 meter gap. So I went for 2.5, 2.5, which appears not to have been adequate, which does surprise me. Let's throw one in. I mean, what about if we try... I mean, I suppose if I bring it back the width of the plant... it's really hard getting the light where I want it. Yeah, the width of the plant away. It's kind of weird to me that... I suppose because they are coming directly out, aren't they? It's way too far from that one. Way too far from that one. So I think if I was to knock that out... and superimpose one, say... I can't see now. Let's have a look. So I went 2.5. So if I put it on the edge of the second one. Edge of the second one. Let's see where that puts the beam. That is a much, much better distribution, isn't it? A much better distribution. I know. There we go. And then switch back to that. So let's see if both of those will grow. What? No, what? What? Oh no, it's dead. It's dead. Oh no, well, of course it would be dead because the pole's there. And then tap that out. Tap that out. Well, where the hell's that one? It's not. I was going to say that. Can't be right. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Oh, this is awesome, man. This is awesome. I actually really enjoyed this today. This has been cool. Nice little fun design. Completely and utterly fucking pointless, but. I still think 2.5 would have worked. I still feel like 2.5 in. But 2 definitely works. So on the edge of the second one. So let's pop in. Let's just test it for. So that one. Oh, it's really hard to see, man. Pop that in there. You go right on there. And then we'll pop another one. Turned on the edge. Just want to get you. Come on, don't be silly. There you go. Right, let's give this a whirl. So in theory, it'd be ever so fast to race around here because the rotation will be consistent on all. Oh no, it won't actually. Oh, I'm full. Oh shit, I can't turn now, can I? So you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. Let's have a look. Snap. 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 Back to the cultivator. Bring it out a little bit. Bring it out a little bit. Lovely jubbly. Back to the build mode. Back to the build mode. There you go. They all look pretty happy, don't they? Nice. Nicey, nicey. It would be kind of nice to get them a little bit more centered. But what I might replace them with mushrooms, you see. That's my thinking. But I don't know if anything snaps to item stands. You see, I'd love to put... So it actually, you know, Hashi said, you know, space station. You know, it'd be kind of nice to put the mushrooms on there. Worst case, we could put the mushrooms on the stands here. But then I think I'd have to get them looking. Or, no, look, that's not working. That one's not working. Look. It needs more room. Why does that need more room? Why does that need more room? Is it because this is... Is it because the log's snapping too close to it? Have I tried Night of the Dead? I have, chat, yeah. But played it for a long time, bro. Hell of a long time, in fact. So you're right, Zin, you're trying to tame a serpent, are you? Is there anything you can do? Is there anything you can actually do when you tame a serpent? What am I building, Shadow? It's to be honest, man, I'm not really building anything. I mean, to answer the question, it's a place to have an orchard of trees, which will hopefully fall into a pit, break each other up a little bit, and I can jump in and just hack away, get some free wood. But it was really an opportunity to play about with terrain deformation, just to see what we can and can't do in terms of circular builds and creating a basement. So it was kind of like a project that was designed just to teach me a few things, really. But yeah, that one's a bit of a mystery. That one's a bit of a mystery there. Let's try another area and see if we can come up with a better system. Because the other thing that I've not taken into account, of course, how much wood have we got? I still don't know how to put the roof on this. Because I would very much like to... That's interesting. That's actually... I'm quite happy with that, actually. It doesn't seem to quite... Oh, actually, that looks really good. I'm quite content with that. Better not do that because I can't get out, can I? Yeah, it's just, do you reckon that was just being a knob? Let me hack him out. Although I have to say, I still don't like the fact these don't look equidistant. It's because we haven't done that extra angular piece there, you see. I mean, there's a reason why it's not quite right. I mean, what we could do, we could go full balls to the wall, and I could knock that out. I could pop that back in. Come on, put that in there, and just do a little. See, that would be. Is that exactly centre to that, isn't it? I mean, that would be the easy solution. You'd end up with 3, but it wouldn't maximise tree production, you see. So you know, with one there, one there, one there. So I'm not feeling that. Corewood. What's that for, Zin? Corewood. Why are we saying Corewood? Sorry. What for this or for something else? So sorry, what happened then, Shay? It's a tree. It was not a tree. No, I was captain. Taking down my first grey dwarf spawner with a level 1 club. I'm not moving away from or blocking the brute. So it was death by brute, was it, Shades? Got it, mate. Just think it's done now. You don't need to overthink it ever again. All done. All done. Yeah, because I suppose a more natural way of doing this would be to snap that in there, and then all you'd do is you'd snap that on there. And you just need to remember to obviously put the plant a little distance away, wouldn't you? So let's just assume we did that here and there. It snaps to pretty much the exact same point. Obviously, it's going to stop that growing. So how are we going to get... See that one's easy enough as well. So how would we work that to maximize tree plantage, guys? Now, gotta bear in mind, I don't have an infinite amount of saplings to play with here. See, that would guarantee no issues. If you put it like a plant's width away from that, then you have got no problems. And then, I mean, if you just triangular... thing is, if I put them further out... See, there's no way. If I put that there, there's just no way. I'd be really guessing all the time, wouldn't I? I suppose what you could do, you could do it like maybe like that. But I still don't know if that's going to count as 2 meters. And am I going to get them to fall in, you see? Just don't think that's going to work. I think we need to get 2 in here. So how do we do that? How do we actually do that so it's on point every single time? I mean, in theory, if we were to take that there and that there and then snap that in on that, we would have a new equidistant situation for the seeds, wouldn't we? In theory. So if I put that, say there, and that say there, I think they're too close to one another. So that doesn't work either. In fact, we've just tried that and we know it doesn't work. So that was a stupid ass idea. What about a block apart? What about if we snap, say, there? Oh, that might be the one. That might be the one, boys. That could be the one. Yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that. Look. Ooh. Right, okay. Let's hackety you out. Sorry, Birch. Back to the build. Knock you out. That's gotta be right, yeah? That's gotta be, yeah? Yeah? What you think? So again, you know, we'd probably just walk around forwards, backwards, whatever. Bit of a plant width away. I mean, they look pretty damn equidistant. And without being funny, right? They are definitely fucking 2 meters apart, aren't they? Without any shadow of a doubt. So let's knock you out. That one might not work because of the tree fence. Let's see if they miraculously come back. Come on. Come back, you little knobbers. Now, is that one not working because of that one? Or... Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh, I think we might have nailed it. Oh, this is freaking... I love this game. It was such a good game. Knock that out. And we throw in you to you. Not sure this will actually work because we still have a slight mismatch. Knock that out. Looking good to me, guys. It's looking damn good to me. Then we just need to knock all them out. Oh, shit. Right, okay, that's not good. Why has that done that? Alright, that has surprised me. That has surprised me a lot. To be fair. Because that looks pretty well lined up to me, look. Shh. Why is that? Why has that been a douche nozzle? Because that's not going to go anywhere else, is it? Oh, bollocks. Wonder why that is. That does look a little bit on the wonk to me. Actually, now I say it. Yeah, that should have been all right, man. What we might have to do is put like another little half block, but the thing is, I don't want to get too far away. You see, get too far away, it's all going to go to shit anyway, isn't it? Let's go and start another row round here. Let's start again around here and see what happens. So one in there, isn't it? And then we want. Is that right? Yeah, one in there. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Have I... What the fuck? Where's the snap piece again? Oh my god. Definitely not there, bro. Definitely not there, sir. So one there. One there. That doesn't look quite right to me. But I think it is. One there. One there, yeah. Okay. One there. One there. Really? Then when we plant, we only have to snap to those, don't we? I don't mind if the odd one's not working, but... Well, I'm hoping to make it out of stone eventually, Moog, so... Yeah, I mean, at some point, it'll all be stone. So don't worry about the wood getting damaged. Because it's going to get battered anyway, without a ceiling on it. So it's going to be down to half durability by the time we ever see a tree growing out of it. So I think we will lose a lot of that. So stone's definitely going to be the way to go, isn't it? I mean, what we could do, we could plant the trees a little bit further out, like you said, couldn't we, Jan? So a full width away from one another. Wow, dude, that's shocking, mate. I'm actually really surprised. Now, I'm surprised because that actually doesn't... Why was that? Oh, was that the one I just planted? It was, wasn't it? Thank God for that. Green, green, green. Green! Ooh, okay. So yeah, that could be the solution, Jan. Just a smidgen further out. It needs to be pretty infallible. It needs to be something that you don't have to put any thought into. You race around here, once in a blue moon, you stick a load of these extra planks down. And plant your trees, come back a couple of days later. It should be nice and simple. And if we can try and find... There's got to be something in the game that trees don't acknowledge as a placed object. Even something like putting a stone down. You know, like an actual rock or a piece of silver. Like actually getting one of these, like almost lined up. Let me just try it. If I lob that out, put that there. Does the tree... Cause you can move these, right? Or maybe you can't. You can move that. Can you? Is there anything like that we could... Oh, you know what we could use? Oh, dude. Bish, bash, bosh. Game over. The cart. Smash the cart with boxes in it. And you could push them around, couldn't you? So that would be a nice way of doing this. And when we make it out of stone, we can upgrade to that. Because that's not impacting on this. And as long as we have a workbench buried somewhere in the bottom there... which is why I built with a workbench centrally. We should be good. Yeah. All right, we've got some ideas. We've got some ideas coming in here. In fact, on that note, shall I go and smack that out and put a workbench down there? I'm still a bit confused as to why this not's worked, though. Why this hasn't worked. Oh, unless... Well, let's knock these out anyway. We don't want those, do we? We'll come back to that bit. Let me repair. Do we need anything repairing? No. I'm gonna assume it won't let me build a workbench like just stuck in the middle of there, will it? Oh, it will. Fair enough. Wasn't expecting that to work. Okay, so back to building poles. So where are we? Are we? Oh, is that right? That's not right. What's that all about? That can't be right, mate. That's definitely not right. It's on the section there, isn't it? Okay. Nice. Nice. So it's only really those two that seem to have just been knobs. But I've got to be honest. That's a mystery to me. Unless somehow we were really off. Yeah, I don't understand it. Unless I have found a different snap point. That does not look like a different snap point to me, boys and girls. let me try bringing them out a little bit, because it would be nice to have a full first test. So let's just whack you little knobbers out. Let's hit back with you. Let's bring them that, like you say, Jan, the full 1 width out. And let's see what happens with that. They all look happy. Oh, they're happy. Oh, they're happy. They're happy. Oh, we have happy. Oh, we have happy. Oh, it's like the tree of death. The spiraling tree of death. I like it. And then we're gonna grab. You know what I haven't got? I haven't got a way in and out. like all great builds, functionality has yet to be considered. One in there, one in there, one in there, one in there. Bring you out. I wonder if that. Oh, that stone will fuck it up, won't it? It don't like stones, does it? We learnt that yesterday, I think. We'll just see. Ah. Oh, well that. Oh, why is that not? I was going to say it should be. That one's changed. I don't think that one's going to change because of the rock. Knock the rock out. Healthy tree. Oh, that's cool, guys. I'm super chuffed. I haven't got an entrance yet. I'm not sure how to do the entrance. I mean, in theory, I could just jump in. I mean, God knows what monstrosity this is going to look like when I start hacking trees down. But I'd like to put a portal here as well, you see. It would be really nice to have a portal over here. So that I can teleport to the Ichthyer stones and what have you. To get my tree choppy buff. Alright, let's see how that works out. All looking healthy, all looking healthy. That's it! There you go! 100%! Everything great. Well, that one looks a bit... Oh, that one's not happy. Why is this one not happy? Oh, there's always one being a dick, isn't there? But this, I think this is that side where... Oh, can you punch them? Oh, you can. Let that be a lesson to you! Yeah. What about that? What about that? I like the idea of that. But how would I get the wood out? So what you're saying is we create... Oh, no. Why is there always this one over here? All right, we'll worry about that in a minute. We'll worry about that in a minute because it's dark and it's hard to tell. I don't want to make any rash decisions. You can't dig tunnels, can you? Yeah, you can't. Oh, gosh, yeah. Well spotted, mate. Yeah, you can't dig tunnels, unfortunately, in this game. Yeah. So that's not gonna happen. There is no tunnels of love available in these here parts. I still think there's got to be something better we can use to snap. Well, I guess at some point it'll be stones, so let's not super overthink it. Oh gosh. But yeah, you could, couldn't you? You could lure a troll into the middle, and the troll would. Oh, what the hell? The troll would. Oh my god, that's good. I'm not going to get that in there now, you know. You you could probably not. Get out of there. Yeah, because of that there. I might have to knock that out and put it back in a minute. Almost look better like, oh my god. All right, okay, okay. That is everything done. We've just got one rogue one, but I think once we replant the whole perimeter, I'm sure it'll all... Because it's impossible for it not to work. There's clearly just a placing issue. That's quite a lot of trees, actually. How many trees is it? Should we count? Fucking idiot. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That is 24 trees around there. Which is quite a lot of trees, actually. Thanks for that, Warlock. Yeah. You built an underground base under a copper vein. Yeah. I mean, you can do it underneath the crypts and things as well. But yeah, you can't actually tunnel though. Yeah, or the boss summoning areas. I'm excited to see when all the trees have grown. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how... Well, the other thing we need to do is we need to come up with a system. So we'll have to wait for them to grow and then we'll check each one as we do it. We need a system to stop the trees from falling backwards. Because obviously at this point, we need them falling that way. And we have had to build quite a long way out because we've gone for an aesthetic design. So obviously a nice rectangular pit would have been a lot easier. Obviously all that's got to come out at some point. So we're going to need to come up with something. Like maybe a wall? I mean, I don't know how high it needs to be. But that's something else that we need to worry about. Because, again, we can't have it 2 meters within 2 meters of these. Now, here's a question. Actually, no, here is a question. If you were to build, right, if you were to put... Let's just assume that is definitely 2 meters away, right? So, again, we'd probably have to... Let me extend that out. Let me... I know it's going to... Obviously not... It's not going to like that, but... So, if I was to do that... And then place, say, a pole. It's not going to work. I'd have to come out another... Oh, gosh. I'd have to come out at least a... Oh, my lord, really? A half pole, wouldn't I? And then use that as a... snapping point. Oh, my lord. Oh, Jesus crumbs. Knock that out. Knock that out. Oh, yeah, because it's not level, is it? There's so much more still to do. And I'm still not happy with the internal, to be honest. You're right, wide back. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. A log. Yeah, so something at the back. That's what I was going to do to try and get it equidistant. So I was thinking about... I don't know. A wall. But I mean, obviously a stone wall. But I was just wondering if I could do something like this. If I free place that, just for the time being.
A very warm welcome to Gold Sub
if we put like a rail around it, the thing is, how high does it need to be? How does a tree detect? How does it work? I just have no idea how a tree decides where it can and can't fall. Good afternoon, Jeffy!
Now I'm a god.
Do some gambols for you, Jeffy. Some nice gambols. So what would be nice as well, actually, so I won't be able to place them down here. It'd be interesting to see if we could, like, countersink those down. I mean, are they... Yeah, I mean, in theory, we could just... Because these are a little bit more... I don't know, they're just a little bit... I don't know, they just feel a little bit more like we've got some room, margin for error almost with these. They seem to overlap a little bit nicer. And obviously that would stop the trees from crashing into them, wouldn't they? So obviously countersink them down into the soil and get rid of the get rid of the wooden edging and what have you. Yeah, it classifies as a roof for a workbench. Yeah, for the pre-placed sort of crypts and boss summoning and what have you. Yeah, the only down... I mean, in order to make this look better, I would have to significantly reduce the amount of saplings we have. Because it would be better to have another spoke coming out into the middle. So whereas I have primary, secondary... Well, think of that as primary and that as secondary. I really just need one in the middle. And that would make it so much easier. And it would also look significantly better. So, I mean, what would that mean? How many have we got at present? We've got presumably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 8, haven't we? Which gives us the 24. So doing that, I'd be down from 16. It'd be 1/3 less. It'd still be 16 trees to every harvest, which is still a lot, and it would be a lot. It would be a lot better looking. You dug a slope pit for your tree farm. Then the trees at the top of the slope will always hit the trees. Oh yeah, we spoke about that. Yeah, so actually having like literally just so you literally just build them all at the top of an incline. Smash them, they all just roll down, crashing into one another. Yeah, we spoke about that ages ago. I like the idea. I do like the idea of that. And I suppose the bigger the fall, the more damage they take, right, as well. So, you know, if you can find a really big precipice as a starting point. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of reluctant to leave it like this, to be fair. Did anyone think of a way to neaten up? I mean... Let me just have a play with this just momentarily. So let me just take that out, Because in theory, what we'd end up with, if we make it a little bit neater, I'd have to snap it to there, wouldn't I? Why is that not letting me snap that in there? There we go. 1. Whoa! That was close. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just see if there's any way to make that overlap without looking shit. It's kind of weird because now it's overhanging the front edge, isn't it? I mean, free placement is only available to a point, look. It's that shift. Yeah, I don't think there's really a... I don't think there's really a solution. Kind of weird, actually. They completely changed their snap location. Yeah, strange. Are we on 666? Oh dear. Yeah, I like the idea of that sort of thing, Chromicus, yeah. Like the old Braveheart days when he rolled all the logs down onto the English troops, didn't he? Yeah, I think I would rather go for that design. I think ultimately. Is there anything we could put in there just to make it look like we had a plan? Maybe something like that with... So the problem is because it's not actually legit. I have kind of cheated, haven't I? Because you can't get the double angle in here. There is no extra angle. It has to be that. So in a way, it's a very flattened circle on the outside. That does look freaking cool, though. I mean, what the hell? Just that mist and everything, low lying. Yeah. Have you tried snapping the floors to the outside wall instead of the inside? The outside. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, mate. I'd have to sort of like knock these ones out. And it leaves a gap, you see, which is the gap I had around there. So yeah, you can. If I knock that out and knock that out, this now, because I didn't have this originally, that centerpiece. So I think the only downside, I think it does overhang internally just a fraction. Oh god, I'm out of bloody wood because it's all falling inside, look. So yeah, we did just see it. I think I have to knock a couple of other things out. You can do it on this one, I think. We have done it. We have snapped to this one. There you go. The problem, the only problem with that is to snap to this one because it's a double overlap. I'd have to go all the way back around, so we'd have to like knock that out snap that into that one. Which it really doesn't like doing. We now have a solution to the middle gap, which was a problem. The only question is, let me just take that and that out. Can we still get that in? Oh, we can. We can. So that would be the perma solution, wouldn't it? Because originally we wouldn't have had anything in there. So I think we go for that, guys. I think that's the answer, and we just shrink the amount of bushes we have. Well, then let's just see. Let's just see what happens if I let me go and get a bit more wood. I have to plant some trees over here, won't I? It was a 1-star brute. Death number 2. No, Shades! You're at a bloody death loop. Bow and arrow, mate. Bow and arrow is the way. Bow and arrow is the future. It does, doesn't it? I was thinking, I was like, that looks amazing. That looks like proper dodgy, mate. we're like a couple of blocks away from some sort of satanic pentagram, I think, here, Captain. It's like I said, I almost feel like it's a bit pointless, but I am learning quite a lot about the building side of the game. But, you know, the trees are going to absolutely demolish the wood, aren't they? But the thought of being able to do this just in one little consolidated spot is a lovely feeling, actually. I mean, that's what was that? I mean, 16 trees is still a fair old few trees, isn't it? But 24 trees is a lot better than 16. I suppose if you really want to go for it, you can just make some bloody more. Let me go into build mode. Let me just have a play. Oh, we've already gone. Let's have a look. So, where's the section we did that we like the look of? It was here, wasn't it? So, snap that in there. Wonder if it's possible. Let me just knock that out. Didn't actually mean to do that. Don't know what I just broke there. I think I just broke the bloody wall at the back, didn't I? Is it possible to countersink a little half block in there? Just to cover up the gap. Kind of annoying. It still gives me a very small gap. I suppose what you could do is you could free place. What the hell? Kind of weird, isn't it? I actually felt like that went into the right spot there. Yeah, I mean, I could free place that, look. The only thing I would be worried about is how that affects the snap. God damn, really? Where that? What? Why? Why would you go there? Look, it's looking alright, actually. I'm starting to feel like we've got an utterly convoluted, pointless build, but I'm enjoying it. It'll never work. Oh, dear. Right, let's throw everything apart from wood in here. I'll keep those just on the bazillion to 1 chance we decide to get raided by wyverns, whatever they are. How long does it take for these to grow? It's going to take a little while, isn't it? Can get the rest of that wood. How the hell's that going to be a tree farm? Well, basically, all the trees grow on the outside, and then I come along with my big choppy chopper axe, my shiny chopper, Juppy, and I basically just they all fall into a pit in the middle, and we then actually, you know what you could do? You could build it at the. Oh my god, that would be freaking crazy. I wonder if we could try it. What you could do? Build it out of stone, right? And imagine you build this one here, right? So you build all the tree trunks around here, don't you? And over here, you have the troll pit. So there's basically that, but over here, there's a troll pit. And you connect them like 2 dumbbells. You know, if you look at it from up top, you've got like the silhouette of dumbbells. And somehow, what you do is you get the troll to aggro on you. You run along the top here, and he runs into here and starts smashing all the trees down. You twang him with an arrow and drag him back into his pit. Yeah? What about that? Would that work? Could do, could it? And then you go in there and just harvest all your wood. Right, okay, game on. All right, that's the plan. All right, we are not ending the stream until we fucking are. Yeah, that's the plan. All right, that's the master plan. So I want you all. I want some moral support. I need you all to start singing songs. Where's the bit that we like the look of? I can't find the bit that looks good. Where's the bit that looks good? Where's the bit that looks good, guys? None of it looks good. Here. Right, so let me... probably could do without... Well, let's not that out, not that out, not that out, not that out. Let's start again. Kumbaya, me lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya, me lord, kumbaya. Get in the spirit, everyone. Come on, all together now. Right, so if we snap... I think it snaps better if I go on that side, doesn't it? One on there. One on there. Well, we won't do that one, because that'll just be a pain. Ooh, what happened there? Well, that felt like that did a little bit of a jingle jangle wobble there, didn't it? That one's not quite right. Oh, yes. Give me all the stuff back, geezer. Is there a Mother Troll song? Yeah, go for it, bro. Give us the lyrics in chat. I'll give a sort of like Grumbodian rhythm to it. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Maybe even more elaborate. Yeah, we just want to make the most elaborate tree farm ever created. What happens to a troll? How do we... The troll will just despawn though, won't it, when I log out? So isn't it? It's not going to work, right? If I get a troll in a hole, yeah? And I log out, that troll's not going to be there when I log back in, is it? Or when I move away? Surely to God. It is a tree. It's not supposed to be a tree farm. It is a tree farm. Where is your... why are you casting doubt upon a... Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, shit. Something's gone wrong. There should be a gap between... Oh, my God. What's happened here? We need to be a bit more careful. We need to be a bit more careful what we're doing. That's not right, is it? Oh, me lordy, oh, me lordy, oh, me lordy, lordy, lord. It's all gone a bit Pete Tong here, isn't it? Don't worry. Do not worry. I have it all under control. I think. Yeah, I suppose the best way to do it is from each of these to create... Oh my God, what a freaking nightmare. Well, actually, that one's probably right. I'll get sneeze. Oh! Oh my Lord. Oh God. Beautiful. Right, so you need to go in there. You need to go in there. You need to come out of there. You go in there. Go in there. This will be an absolute work of symmetrical freaking genius when it's finished. That's what I'm calling it. You can call it whatever you fucking want, but I'm calling it a Is it broken? It's bloody broken, mate. Oh, bloody hell, geezer. You couldn't make it up, could you? Hey, you couldn't make it up. I need a bloody workbench over here now, mate. Let's put one of these over here, semi-permanent, because I do need one, don't I? Oh, golly gosh. The things we get up to. It's not a weird... Thank you, Shane. See, that was a real nose farter, that was, mate. I'll tell you, proper came out of nowhere. That's probably not in the right spot. Oh, I can't repair it, because I'm... Oh, no! I'm actually going to have to go home. Because I can't make a... Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, we're still building the Wheel of Death, my friend. The Wheel of Death. The Wheel of Death. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to take all of that back. And all of that back. And we'll pop that in there. Pop that in there. We'll repair all the stuff, yeah? Look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that. That's gorgeous, mate. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm going to screenshot that for Twitter tomorrow. Oh, what have you been building, Grum? Oh, it's a deeply guarded secret, sir. You're right, Sophie. The troll will do damage to the structure, but it won't matter if we build it out of stone. It wouldn't matter, though, would it? The troll pen itself could just be a hole, right? And he wouldn't be in the main pen for long, would he? I mean, oh, there's the thing that we could do as well. We could add one of the... What are they called? One of the wards, couldn't we? I'd show you, but I can't go to the build menu because my hammer's broken. Yeah, we could build a ward, which apparently increases the durability of blocks, does it not? No, Chromicus, no. Gosh, why is everyone so desperate for shortcuts in this day and age? Why? I've got a perfectly functioning hammer. Why do I want to make another one? This is my hammer, dude. I don't want a cheap hammer. This is freaking out. God, I can't imagine what your DIY's like, bro. But it's nowhere near as advanced as mine. A proper hammer. A cheap hammer. No, Scary Billy. It's not about that, mate. Think of the ecological impact that you'd be having chopping down all those trees. You know? This is a tree farm. Ecologically rebalanced nature after all the terrible things with them. The deforestation that has been sort of scathed across the landscape in our desire to build ever bigger, more elaborate things. It's about time we created a sustainable and renewable source of lumber. God, what is the matter with you all? Shortcuts, deforestation. I mean, this is why the world's a fucked up place. You can't even get it right in a video game. Fuck's sake. Tell you what, I'm going to sit you all down later. Give you a right jolly good thrashing. This is what's the matter with the world. Shortcuts. I gotta do it faster. I gotta do it easier. Sometimes, you know what? It's just worth doing it right. Looking after Mother Nature. Can you upgrade the hammer durability? Yeah, you can. That's why this is a mighty tier 3 Thor hammer, this is, mate. No, tier 3. See in the orange? Greatest hammer ever created. Absolutely fucking awesome. And it's my hammer. No one else's hammer. I made it. It's a hand-me-down from the old man. It's, yeah. He's beating a few boars to death with this hammer. Still little bits of boar skull stuck in it. It's got a long history, my hammer. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get... Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll put all that, mate. What? That's Dave. That's not fucking Odin. That's Dave, mate. Dave the Grave. You alright, Dave? How you doing? Say hello to Kaya, Dave. Dave the Grave. He's got a brother called Doug. But we don't know where he's gone. Doug went out, and Graves of Dave's been giggling ever since. He sent him down the local plumbers, asked him to get a long wait, and he's not been back since, mate. So I don't know what a long wait is, bro. It's just I don't know. Do I have to take a car or something like? Sounds heavy, bro. I think we've got everything we need in there, haven't we? Let's get these. Right, is there anything else we need to take over there, or is that everything? Lovely jubbly. Was that way back when on Earth Day we used to cut a lot of trees down? We have a bonfire and set off homemade explosives. It was awesome. Is that just like bonfire night? We had a bloke try and blow up the Houses of Parliament, and we celebrate it every year. Because that was just the English mentality, right? What was it? Was it the 5th? Something 5th of November. Gunpowder, treason and plot. I don't know. Never forget or never... Oh, I don't fucking know. Anyway, some bloke called Guy Fawkes. He decided to blow up the Houses of Parliament. And I think he failed horribly. So every year we reenact it. Yeah. No, that's not. Come on. Don't let a secret out, Darwin. Come on. Dave the Graven Doug. Come on. Shh. Not everyone knows. Some people actually just think his name's Doug for no reason, mate. Who's that? Alec? I know Alec Baldwin. Well, I don't know him personally, but... Okay, here we go. Right, this is it. This is going to be it. This is going to be the grand design, mate. Now, we need to... I'm just going to get that little bit of wood from the northwest sector. What time is it, Downward? You're alright, mate. How's things? See, we could build one up here, look. We could put a line of trees along here and just, like, lob them all down there. I mean, that would be perfect. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. That would be just genius. And here's one I made earlier. Thanks for watching today. It's been a pleasure trolling the shit out of all of you. I've even got it so I can bring my carve in and sell the timber out, look. You see? Oh, mate, how I have pulled your puddings all day long. You couldn't have made that up, could you, really? I don't know him personally. No, you know, obviously I know his missus and the rest of his family extremely well, but I've never met him. I've babysat for his children. Here on Twitch. They follow us on Twitch, you see. They follow us on Twitch. Alec Baldwin's family is a big fan of our... I was going to call it a show. Our random internet streams. I think you go, you pick yourself up a bit, Agro. Show! Yeah, a few people have said that, Scary Billy. I think, who was it? I think, Dayhawk mentioned that, yeah. Yeah, it'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Some nice waterfalls. Very ambient, mate. It'd be beautiful. Yeah, that's it, yeah. They're very well known for their, deep, passionate discourse around deforestation. And, this is a small project that Alec asked me to undertake. Obviously, you know, not being a particularly good friend of his, I was somewhat reluctant, but... The Baldwins are big into tree farms. In another universe, somewhere, right, Alec Baldwin's sitting there playing Valheim, building a tree farm. True story, bro. Totally happening, mate. Yeah, well, waterfalls would be cool, wouldn't they? They would be really good. Be interesting to see what the other biomes are, because presumably... How many biomes have we actually got? Because there's got to be 9 biomes for 9 bosses. So, have they still got to add one more biome, have they? Because there's a couple that aren't finished, aren't there? Which is it the Mistlands? Yeah, Mistlands, isn't it? Yeah, don't worry about the inside. We can do the inside later. Right, so let me get these back out. So, does that one need to come out? It does, doesn't it? So that one would come out. That one would come out. I don't seem to have all my poles in place, do I? So let's snap you in. So there should always be a little ditty gap, shouldn't there, on either side of the half panel fence. There we go. Looking very nice. Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. I think that's everything correct. So let's just snap it. Oh my god. How can I be out of wood, dude? I'm out of workbench, apparently. Where's my other workbench? I've got one workbench over there. We'll stick another workbench over... there. These trees don't seem to be growing, by the way. Do they not grow while we're here? Do I have to leave the area, or... It's not going to spontaneously sort of just appear, is it? And I'll end up with a tree up me bum. Do I want to get... Oh, look at that, mate. Look at that. Maybe we could turn that into some sort of, like, shredding device. Ooh. I've already done one on that. But I feel like I should have another snap point here. It's not giving it me. Why am I not getting a snap point in there? I mean, I could take that out, but... Straight. Unless that is... No, it's not, is it? Take that out. There you go. Can I now snap one back into that? I mean, we don't want these, but I just think it looks really cool. I don't really want to knock them out, to be honest. There we go. You can come... Oh. I was going to say, oh, really? There you go. And then I'll just need to knock that out. Do I need to knock that out one more? We've got one going that way. Got one, yeah, if I knock that out and add that in, I just need to rotate it that way. I think that looks about right, doesn't it? That's going to get trickier and trickier to... Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you could actually, I don't know, keep that. I kind of just like, I don't know, I mean, do we even want a tree farm? Should we not turn this into something a bit more spectacular? Like a spaceship? I think Hashi suggested it had got a certain alien-esque vibe to it. Yeah, who needs a stupid tree farm? Bloody Vikings, mate. Care about trees and building boats and stuff. We can get the English to do that. Oh, come on, leave me alone. I'm trying to build. It's well, Mistland's already in it, though, isn't it, Lizards? That's what I mean. Mistland is actually already in the game. It just doesn't have any content. So, are we not still... Have we actually got 9 biomes present in the game? Or are we not still waiting for one to be added at some point? Because if we count the ocean biome, yeah? So if we include
Here, you're
the ocean
gonna need this to buy enough groceries to feed you while you finish this build.
What, 100 bits? What am I buying for 100 bits, bro? Packet of fucking Haribos. I'm not sure. I wouldn't even get a packet of Haribos with the exchange rate and tax on it, mate. I don't know where you should get your groceries from, but if you're gonna fork out for grocery shopping, you're gonna have to come up with a bit of better goods than that, mate. It's the only channel in Twitch you get berated for 100 bits. What the fuck? Packet of Haribos. What, is this a weekly shop or a daily shop? I mean, I need more to go. I don't know if I can budget on this, mate. You have to give me the specifics. Thanks for the bits, Gromicus. Thank you for the bits. He needed more wood. So today, he's going to spend 1 or 2 forests. Oh, it's like that, is it? I knew someone was going to come up with the cost of wood. Don't forget, all this comes out at some point. This is completely renewable wood. Every single beam can be chopped out. Thanks, Grobicus. You like the log cabin you were building in the Black Forest? Did you lose interest in that build? No. As Shade says, this is all part of my cunning plan to create a wondrously creative and utterly pointless spaceship. Tree thing. Bag of Harry, that's what I mean. 100 bits isn't a quid, mate. It's with tax, it's about 50p. All right, I can't even afford a packet of Haribos with that, man. Jeez, definitely ain't getting me gross though. God, imagine that. Imagine that. You got to ration yourself out your gummy bears. Oh, it's a 2 weekly shop.
Okay, here's another 100 for your royal palate.
Oh, I might be able. Oh, I tell you what, Crow. I might splash out on Tang Fastics if you keep this up, mate. I tell you. We'll go all proper posh. We might get the normal gummy bears. We'll get the Tang Fastic. I rather like the Tang Fastics, mate. Oh, I just won't tell the girlfriend, all right? Oh, he's in a tree up. Oh, look. Oh, I'm going to have to take all my spokes out. I don't want to take my spokes. Thank you, Chromicus. Thank you. Yeah, the spokes have to come out season. It's just to get the placement for the these ones out here. So when I do the tree placement, I can snap them in, you see. So it just means I can always plant perfectly. If I want to. I mean, I shouldn't actually have to need to space them because we've gone from 24 down to 16 trees now. Mainly just to make it look a little bit better, to be honest. I'd rather have an aesthetic build than a non-aesthetic build. I don't know, 24 trees is a lot more than 16 though, isn't it? I don't know, I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. What do you need to stop a tree from going that way? Do you actually physically have to stop it from falling out? Or is it all, does the game, you know what, I kind of got slightly sidetracked. When I was building this, right, so in other words, if you build something here to the side of a tree, yeah? Can you clip through a tree? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, oh shit, that's gonna, oh, we might actually lose all of these trees then, this first round. Because what I was gonna say was, even if we built something like that, yeah? That isn't actually going to stop a tree from going... I don't know, does the game say, like, is there something in that direction and therefore I'm not going to fall there? Or do we actually physically have to stop the tree from falling backwards? Do you see what I'm saying? I haven't pointed... I didn't get a chance to do that and the trees are all sprouting up. What's that? You can stick your leg out and the tree falls for it every time. What's that? Do what? What? stick my leg out and do what, bro? A core log fence will do the trick. Post with crossbars about head hot. Post with crossbars about head. So what about these? Will these not work then? Let me just really quickly put a fence in. Oh, what the hell, missing? What am I short of now? How can I be short of wood? I just got a load of wood, didn't I? Jesus. I tell you what, we need more wood. What we need is a fucking tree farm. That's what we need. If I pot, is that? Did I need? Oh God, hang on a minute. That's not right, is it? Why are they so far out, guys? Oh, I must have done a half on top. But the thing is, these are actually going to be a little bit closer in, aren't they? Oh, I'd still need to add up. Yeah, it's probably best to play safe, isn't it? I think. Oh God, because I didn't. Oh shit, that didn't snap to that, did it? I don't think that's classed as being on the floor. Oh no, dudes, I've got. Oh man. We've got a huge problem. Yeah, because I just kind of did that, didn't I? I kind of free placed it, didn't I? Let's see if we can just get a couple of these up. And see if it does stop the trees from falling back. That has now absolutely killed. Does that yeah, there's a question as well. Does that reset the growth? Or not? Oh yeah, we could convert into a sundial spaceship tree farm troll camp. All your planted trees tend to fall the opposite direction I'm chopping them in. I don't think that's a thing though, is it? I think that's just good RNG for you. I've had trees literally come the same way that I'm chopping them. I know this because 2 of them have killed me. I suppose we could... I'm not going to be able to get the spacing right, am I? That one's still... Why is that one still... Oh, maybe that was the one that was always a bit wonky. Yeah, see that one's quite close to the edge, look. Or is it? Or is there any different? No, it's not a huge difference, just because it's a different... Yeah. So you think when as long as I stand here, you think it will always go in there? Do you think we'll be alright then, Goopil? So I don't need to worry about it, or... How many times have I got killed by a tree? Twice. One was at chat being knobs and being far too entertaining, so I was too busy laughing and giggling. And see, there's an interesting thing. Look, that one overhangs the edge there, whereas that one doesn't. Oh no, that's right. No, that is right. That is right. I need... Have I got wood? We've got wood. Let's see what happens. So you've got me thinking now then, who is this Goopil? So you think I don't need to worry about that, no? You think that will all magically... Why have I got a gap there then? I'm confused. It's a bit of a tricky snap, isn't it? Oi, I'm trying to build, Nobber. Go and buy some Haribos. Oh, really? Oh, it's like that, is it, mate? God damn it. And then I never thought about it. A difference between wild trees and see, that's not right because it's overhanging. Oh my god, it's going to be really... Oh god. No. Oh no, it's okay. Oh, I fell in the hole. Yeah, why is that not... Why is that not... Oh god, it's such a weird snap point. I don't know if that's the right one. Is that the right one? I think it is, isn't it? Because it will overlap the... Well, it's working so far. Oh my god! That was close. I am now a prisoner in my own base as well. I'd just like to point that out. That's so cool. Oh no, that means that's not growing now, because now that tree's blocking it. Oh, well, that's actually, well, in that case, well, that's something we didn't take that into account, guys. So actually, doing the 16 variant is actually better than... Hopefully that won't happen with the 16 variant. The 24 variant was never going to work anyway. Ooh. All the trees I chop fall in the opposite direction unless they are close to another or branches of another so far. Is that both wild trees and planted trees? Holy wow, wasn't that weird then? Did you see that? That was like forest magic. Did you see it? I didn't see it. I just saw the light did. Wow, bro. Awesome, man. Actually watching it happen before our very eyes. Yeah, so actually that's worked out right then, hasn't it? So the 24 variant. Oh no, that's not right. Or is that right? No, that is right. Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. But I buffed it. There we go. Right, okay. So let me just stick in. We want to make sure these are in, don't we? Because we're gonna have to knock out that central area. So let's get our support all lining up. Yeah, that's actually worked out really cool. I'm really glad we changed it now. So I think there's only that little bit there. Yeah, what we'll do on one of these harvests, we'll see how much wood we actually get out of it as well. Obviously, this one will be a bit of a rogue one. Now, will we be able to snap in there? Let's go for. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we go for the science, not the wood. Yeah, if this doesn't work, obviously it's not about the wood. It's not about the wood. It's just about you know, the stuff in it. The stuff, mate. Gonna get yeah, it's about the things. Absolutely, couldn't agree more, man. I think I should have an icy cold beer tonight. It might just push me over the edge into some sort of like deep psychotic episode. I'm feeling it. That looks. I tell you what, I actually really like. I'm all piss takes aside, right? I actually really like the look of this. I think it looks actually really cool. Don't you? Or is it just me? Come on, that looks pretty cool, right? I don't know why it looks cool, but it looks pretty freaking cool if you ask me. You know what, Cecil? Should we just leave it? Should we chop these trees down, right? Replant the ones where we hope we get them all in, and then just leave it. Look at this. We are literally watching nature right now. Look, it's beautiful. It kind of looks like the floor in your tree. Oh, if you've gone for a spiral floor. Oh, that'll look nice. I do like the idea of that. Yeah, excellent. Very excellent. So you think I don't need a barrier up on the outside? If I just chop... I mean, I think what's going to happen is the log's just going to fall there. I don't think it's going to land in there. I really don't think it's going to make it, is it? But there's only one way to find out, right? Should we go for it? Should we do it? Should we just do this one to start with? Do you reckon that's enough to give it a bash? Should we give it a go? Should we see what happens? So you're reasonably confident if I do that, it'll fall in the hole, or at least go in that direction. I don't think this is going to work, boys. Not to mention it's on a bit of a slope as well. I think we've got everything against us here, lads. Timber! I'm gonna have to take a punch and I'm still control. Of all the things I wasn't expecting to happen, that was definitely up there. I didn't realise they were so big. I thought they were any little trunks. Is that normal? Oh, Jesus fuck. So now I'm thinking like maybe we should keep the spokes and just like knock them all in here. What's that? Did anyone ever play that game where it's like a big tube of plastic, right? And you put basically it's a tube of plastic. So you imagine a toilet roll, okay? So you got a toilet roll, just a cardboard bit in the middle. Now imagine it's longer and bigger and fatter, but it's made out of plastic, right? And you poke millions of holes all around the side of it, and then you put like plastic straws or sticks through it, like thin knitting needles, yeah? And then you're pouring billions of marbles on the top, and basically you had to like take like one of the straws out, and like if it was whoever had the least marbles at the end. Anyone play that? We need a bigger hole. We do. We definitely need a bigger hole. I mean, in theory, right? If we were to come over here and chop it in the middle, it'd probably fall in, wouldn't it? Gonna be honest, didn't realise they were that big. Normally my trees don't look that big, to be fair. But you are right. I don't need a wall. And they would do damage to one another. So I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not saying this is not a complete failure, lads. You know. In fact, if we could actually make it so they can't roll out, so instead of putting them in a hole. You. You can see that coming, couldn't you? Hey! It's not that bad. Is it? It's not that bad. Look at that. Millions of wood, mate. Millions of wood. For days, bro. Wood for days, mate. I don't know what you're all on about. It works perfect. It's exactly how I planned it. God, blimey. I don't even know how many trees that was, but that's a lot of wood, bro. We got. I tell you what. You know what we've got? We got enough wood to build a tree farm, I reckon. Don't you think? You're laughing at that tree that hit me in the head. Yeah, I thought you might, bastards. Fuck you. I think we keep it. I think this is awesome. That's what I'm thinking. I think we actually leave this like this, and I think it's a work of engineering fucking genius, quite frankly. I bet you ain't got a tree farm that looks this snazzy, have you? Eh? So, in a way, I'm quite happy. Ooh, there's another one. Look. Yeah, so all you'd want to do, maybe, is pop over here, you know, before you start. We could put the workbench down in the middle, couldn't we? With a little cover over it. We could have a little staircase that goes down into it. Oh, yeah, let's keep it, man. Let's not destroy this wondrous circle of life. I think we go for it, man. Oh, like a boss, boy. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh, completely mudded it. So how do we keep the trees in there? We need to stop them like rolling out, don't we? Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's pretty cool. Whoa. Good. We don't need these. We don't need these. Get out of there. Although, to be fair, I might put something as a perimeter around it just to stop the grade walls coming in. Yeah, and what we'll do, each time we do it, we race over here and we just repair all the logs. We come into the, oh yeah, the center. The center here, and we just, you know, we repair all the logs. We'll put one of those thingies in there. Wards, which I think increases the durability, doesn't it? Roots. I don't know if I want them in the pit. I think I think I want the pit to have these spokes, and I've kind of fallen in love with them. Yeah, we said we'd do that. Yeah, portal to the. That's why I built it near the standing stones. It's actually really close to them, dude. Look over there. Look. Base lumberjack. That. So it's not too far, is it? Oh, I love the way the trees grow. Isn't it amazing? It is really cool. That's a lot of wood down there. That's a hell of a lot of wood down there. How are we going to get down, guys? Anyone got any plans on how we get down there? I mean, the obvious solution is some sort of staircase, isn't it? But how could we get it so it fits in? I don't think I've got headroom, have I? So we might have to knock out. What's that noise? It sounded really weird then. How would we do this then? Holy shit, that's fucking genius, mate. I think you can get multiple angles on. I was thinking about doing like some more supports. Oh gosh, it's so dark. This is the greatest thing I've ever built in a computer game. They'll still support, won't they? Because obviously I've got to knock the log out in the middle, innit? Well, don't be a douche. I suppose if I go backwards from there. Oh, mate, what about we put like a load of... What can we have? Oh, we can have a bonfire in the middle down at the bottom. That'd look nice. What about we have a bonfire in the middle at the bottom? Which we kind of light to illuminate our, our glorious thing. So, is that everything we need? I think it is, isn't it? Let's see what happens if we chop that down then. So you sort of want to aim at the middle, don't you? Oh, hang on. So how do we stop it from falling out? Oh, no, we won't be able to do it on this one because this isn't in the right place. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to get them to fall because they always seem to fall pretty straight. We want to stop that rotation, don't we? So they roll out. So we kind of need... I do think they would be adequate to put like little stumpy bits in. Oh no, no, they'd have to go here. No, that's my whole point actually. They'd have to come either side, wouldn't they? Because that's where the tree's falling. Although maybe that's the point. Maybe it would work anyway. Maybe they'd hit that and then roll across. What do you think? I need to replant the saplings because the saplings are not actually in the right place. They are on the figure of why is that being such a dick? That actually does extend out, whereas these ones don't, do they? That's beautiful, beautiful. A nice bit of rain. That's what I need, mate. Just what I need. I love it, love it, love it. How long does it take for a tree to grow? It's a good couple of hours, isn't it? How long have we got? Oh, it's 1:48, man. The issue's not getting down, but getting back up. What, from down? Oh, look at these knobbers. Get out of here. Oh, my lord. Roots for days. That's that brute that killed Shade. Should we have it? Oh, God, this game is so gorgeous at times, honestly. The way the lighting just hits in the thunderstorms and the rain. It's quite spooky out here with all these dodgy trees in it. Plant the trees at the bottom of the pit. Simple as that, Grubble's pit. It's beautiful, isn't it? It is absolutely beautiful. And we could turn, why don't we turn it into a sundial? Why don't we actually turn it into a fully functioning sundial as well? It'd be interesting to see what happens with these stumps. Be nice to see on a full trigger of 16, wouldn't it? Quite absorbed, because you can actually push these. If we made it half a block, yeah, 1 meter block wider, it would actually be exactly the length of a birch tree. Is it a beech tree? Beech tree. You could always make these bigger if we feel we need to, but I don't want to detract too much from the build itself. Wonder if we could get some... Can you place mushrooms sideways? I don't think you can you? Oh, no, yeah, you could. We could play... Ooh. Oh, what about, right? A middle pillar in the middle, down there, right? That is just, like, illuminated with, like, loads of mushrooms. So, get rid of the stone, but create a... How big would we need to make something keeping it round? I think that's going to work. Oh, look at that. It's got quite a shamanic vibe to it. I don't know whether to do like that and keep them like flat. What do you think? Or because otherwise they are up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. What's your thoughts on that, chat? Because these actually, because of the way it's been designed, these actually come out a fraction further, so they're not clipping underneath. Can't really show you, but you see how that clips underneath, whereas these are actually on top. Because the only way to clip underneath is to put it down there, because that isn't an actual legit gap. Oh, I see what I could do. I could knock that out, and possibly no, even free placement. Free placement would be lower, not higher. But it would be a more accurate placement. So it is still probably the better variant. Can you still snap that in there though? Yeah, it's not gonna look right, is it? I'm so fascinated by this game's building. There you go. I suppose the alternative is to snap it to the top of that, but of course again it's not. It's then going to be inside the build. So you're either going to end up with it looking like that, or like that, with an up down kind of vibe to it all. It does, Bolger. It does. I tell you, if I was walking through the forest and I saw that, I would run so fast in the opposite direction, mate. There's nothing good can come of a construction like that, can it? I mean, that's not like, you know, what, a cozy cup of cocoa and some marshmallows, is it? It's just not, right? There is nothing good that can possibly be born of this. You're right, no, man. How you doing, man? Yeah, shrooms. Yeah, we could. So what I was thinking, what graphics card do I have? A 1080 Ti. Albeit quite a heavily overclocked one, to be fair. Look at that. Getting wrecked, bro. Where's me ladder gone? So I might have to lose that. But what about if we sort of place in like a bit of a cheeky half one? Can I still get down? Oh. Now, could I do that in a way? What's making that noise? Oh no! Dudes! I wonder if there's a way to, say, for example, pop that in there and then snap a ladder chair to... Where would that be? Let's just knock you out and let's play. Can I get that to snap into that gap there? Because that would be pretty cool. Do you think if I place that in and shift it along a smidgen, then place that in the gap, but I would get structural support from it? Probably, but I still won't be able to get underneath there, will I? Shit. I'm just trying to think of a better way of doing the gap. I might have to leave it like it is. I think what would look better though is if it was a bit more in the middle. Yeah, there's no real way to marry that up, is there? Alright. So... wood for days, boys. Having a nice smoke and a chill, are you, bro? Sounds good to me, mate. Sounds good to me. Wonder if would there be any way to put a roof on this? Yeah, we definitely need to. What I'm worried about is knocking some of this out, you know, and having it completely mess up the top area. But that has got to come out, innit? I'd say I'm happy with that, if we can keep that as is. Have I got more intruders upstairs? That's a lot of trees, man. That's a lot of trees, dude. Let's see if the Bedoing... Well, you gotta bear in mind the Bedoing is gonna happen here, though. So I should probably really aim it at that. I mean, I know it's a terrible test, but... it should... oh. That's cool. Oh, yeah, an Elder... oh, should we go and kill the Elder Trophy tomorrow and mount that here? That'd be cool. Oh, yeah, that wedged in there, look. And then you've got a better chance of them landing on the logs themselves, haven't you? Oh, look at that. Oh, we might have to raise them then. We might have to raise them. Core poles. Could look quite nice. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at the destruction. Sort of an inversely proportional way of playing the game, giving you some ideas. Definitely not going to try that then, Krobicus, no? What do you mean? This is a work of art, bro. I'm telling you. This will go down in the annals of Valheimian history, bro. This is what it's all about, man. This is it. You are literally part of history in the making right here, mate. Gonna drop all of you in there. Gonna go and suck up all of my wood. You right, Rossi Dingo? That's a very cool name, Rossi Dingo. I like it. How you doing, man? Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking about. If you put a roof on it, you'd have to go pretty damn high, wouldn't you? But I don't know at what point the tree doesn't have a hitbox. In a lot of these games, the trees kind of... ooh, you know what we could... ooh, you know what we could... what we could do as well? We could actually place, like... ooh, look at that. Ooh, I like the thought of that. Oh, look at this. Why are you not snapping, Knob? Why is he not snapping? Why is he being a dick? Oh, because it wasn't the wrong section. That was the wrong section. That's right. Man, I'm going to be here for days building this. This fireplace. It looks alright, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing with that, actually, Chromicus. If you get any ideas, let us know. You know, we got the obvious stuff, haven't we? You know, sort of, you know, the hunting lodge-esque sort of design. But it would be, I'll tell you what might look nice around the edge of this. Stone, guys. What about stone to hide some of the gaps? That could actually look really nice. So instead of these, what about a stone perimeter around here? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, because you've got to bear in mind this will take 50%. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do that. That's a really good idea, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure about... anyone got any ideas about the entrance? I'm not sure about... I mean, it looks nice, but it's just a shame I don't have my... I don't know, it just kind of affects my schwang, if I was to be honest. Oh, stone... oh, and then... oh, what? And then you think, like, tying stone pillars for the stumpy numpies. Oh, hang on, you got to bear in mind the stumpy numpies are kind of like... You know, actually, technically, that shouldn't be that, should it? That would actually be kind of there. What? See, why are some of these not snapping in? Presumably because of the free. Oh, no. What? Missing a workbench, sir? Missing a workbench? Did they destroy my bloody workbench? You bloody knobs. Oh, hang on. That's not 3 workbenches, is it? Better not be. Yeah, why is that not snapping in there? Is it because the tree's there, do you think? Or is it because only every... Oh, because it's only every other one. Sorry, it's me being prat. Yeah, it's only every other one, isn't it? But yeah, that could actually be a really nice way to hide these gaps in the soil. Because there'd be nothing to stop me now doing these... Yeah, I mean, we could place one in there. This is just... Yeah, so, you know, we might have to put a bit of thought... I kind of like that, though. I kind of like that. I think that's... It's kind of... Yeah, I like it. And it definitely covers up that... Oh, man, we are learning some stuff today. Just trying to get it bang on my lip. That's nice. That's really cool, dude. That's really cool.
Swing,
Nice.
schwang, schwang, diddle, diddle, pee, poo, pop, bing, bang, bosh, bash, bosh, scrum, diddle. Diddle, bee, hoo, hoo, hee, hee, humdinger, fiddle, flap, flipper,
I thought that was
flop,
Miss
wappy,
Nordic then,
waving,
Ix.
inflatable arm. Flailing tube man.
Flailing tube, man. Thank you very much, Ix. Thank you for the... I was talking about you earlier, mate. Thank you very much for the 51, sir. Thank you very, very much for the 51. And Dutchman, I do apologise, mate. I saw a raid has just popped up. Thank you very much, Dutchman. I hope all is well, my friend. Thank you very much indeed. I might turn this into my base. Should we just turn it into my base? Look at that. Come on, you got to admit, that's pretty freaking cool, right? Get some grass put back over here, yeah? Just to sort of like level it out a little bit so it doesn't look like quite so unnatural. Thank you very much, X. Thank you very, very much, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope all is well with the family, sir. And thank you for the 51 glorious months of support. That's insane, that is, bro. If you place 4 or 5 large doors very close together, okay. Then open all the doors and swing out doors, make a platform you can drop down onto a pit. Oh, hang on. Oh, you mean like... Oh, is this a bit like the so-called drawbridge I've heard about? 4 or 5 large doors very close together. Open all the doors, then swing out the doors, become a platform. You can drop down into a pit and jump on to get out of the pit. I think I know what you mean. I think I've got a visual for what you mean. I'm not sure. Is that just not going to make it look even messier than one single missing block, though? I think we might have to... I mean, it's interesting the way they fall. Yeah, I know. So someone explained the draw... Oh, that's not right. Someone explained the drawbridge to me using doors. Which is actually very... I mean, they're brilliant ideas. I mean, there's no taking that away from them. Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot more sense to have them dropping into a pit. But I actually kind of like the... I just kind of like this. This feels kind of cool, man. Oh, I've lost. I started losing bits of my base now, look, because we've not repaired it all. Look. So let us do. So we said each time we'd come over, we'd want to sort of repair, wouldn't we? And of course, I am gonna die today if I'm not paying more attention to my goddamn stamina, bro. Yeah, so I'll tell you what would be great is if they'd let us have... I mean, what about this? I mean, later on, wouldn't it be great if we could actually have, like, stone pillars and things? So think of all the things we can build in wood, also being able to build them all in stone. I mean, that would just be so cool. I don't mind a little bit of repair work each time I come back. It's not like we're going to be doing it every day, all day, is it? And the amount of wood we'll get out of it is pretty damn cool. Still kicking, drinking your what? Hang on, what the hell's a coffee thief? Or is that coffee when you've not had enough coffee? Thanks, Hicks. Seriously, bro. Thank you ever so much, mate. Yeah, we're going to do a ward anyway for to strengthen them up. Yeah. Yeah, we've already said that. We'll definitely have a ward. I should imagine anything like that's probably best underneath though, right? And then hopefully yeah, it'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Isn't there anything that counts as an outside block? Is there anything we can put as a lip there to stop the inside taking damage? I can't. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude, I forgot to put a reef over my what's it, didn't I? What a knob. My dad, to be honest, I don't mind a little trip home once in a while. It helps me clear my thoughts a little bit. What's that there? Is there something there? Just there, look. What's that? Oh, it might just be Oh, it's alright. It's just the internal, isn't it? So I think with anything we might want to change is we might want to. I mean, let's have a look how much wood we've got just from that. I dread to think how much is downstairs. Probably quite a lot actually. Let's go and grab that. Let's clean up. Oh, I need to sort the floor out as well in here. I don't know. I almost fancy having like a little underground grove down here. Like actually turning it into like a little wonderland, a little grove. Sort of like it's like a little secret hidden. I don't know, like plants down there and things like that. Wonder how much wood we get per cycle. I genuinely am interested in that. But even if I only do it once a day, let me test something. Let me put this actually into practice just very quickly. So if I just clear my inventory, we've got to crack on because we're getting really low on food, aren't we? So if I take that, we've got a cultivator. So if I just... Oh no, I can't build, can I? Dickhead. All right, scrap that idea then. Pop that back, pop that back. Let's go and get some nosh. Yeah, the confief. Can you make a portcullis? Not a working one, no. But I mean, you can. I mean, you can make an aesthetic one in the same way you can in Minecraft. I've got a couple of ideas for something like that. There's nothing that you can actually interact with and move in the game apart from the iron door, I think. I mean the chest lids do open, but the iron doors and the wooden doors can be used to sort of create a pretend floor, I suppose. Yeah, a maneuverable. Here's a question, right? So, sorry, you could probably tell I'm deep in thought now. If you play, I'd love to show you, but I can't because my bloody tool's broken. If I was to make a... I don't really want to call it a drawbridge because it gives you the wrong idea. But if you wanted to make an impassable door road. So in other words, you open, say, I don't know, 10 doors. And you walk over the top part of the door. And then you close all 10 doors. And now you've presumably got something that entities can't walk over themselves, right? So, if you did that, can you actually get a cart over it? Because that would be interesting. Because obviously, I don't know. I mean, would it, or would it? Does it just get stuck? The drawbridge is the bunch of doors placed close together below ground level when open. Provide. Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I'll show you. I know what you mean. I think someone told us about it a while back, didn't they? It's kind of like get that all repaired, and let's get that all repaired. I mean, we can probably just do a... Have I got any wood? I haven't got any wood. And I need to get feed, so I can't even show you, can I? Well, we'll go back and do it in a minute. Yeah. All right. Let me grab mushrooms. Oh my god, we're out of carrots, dudes. This is bad, boys. This is bad. Not good. Not good at all. I have to turn it stupid net meat for a bit. It does work with the cart, does it? And the doors, yes, can't and tamed down. What about mobs? So presumably mobs can get over it when it's open then as well, can they? But not if it's closed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a door. Basically, it's actually a floor made out of the top part of the door. So what you could do is you could dig out a moat, presumably, and place the doors in such a way that you open. I mean, the thing is, yeah, it's cool, but what a monstrous pain in the absolute ass. I mean, it's one of those things that's kind of cool, and I would definitely build it, but I'm sure people would rather have at some point in the game a functioning drawbridge, portcullis. I mean, if the modding world ever gets their hands on it, I mean, look what they did with 7 Days, you know? I mean, the 7 Days modders went completely to town with things like that, didn't they? All sorts of different sized doors and things. You can't eat any more turnip stew. Gosh darn it. How'd you make a drawbridge and doors? Yeah, it's quite easy, actually. Yeah, it's super easy. I can see where it's not unlike some of the things we've done in 7 Days, to be honest. I can see where someone may have got some inspiration for that. It's not a million miles removed from things like the old, what was it called? The trapdoor elevators and things, isn't it? You need actual roof pieces, floor pieces don't count. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just thinking. I noticed, like, for example, these. I can't show you. Oh, I can. These pieces here, look. Oh, let me just get them on the. I noticed on the outside of my roof, if I do some like detailing work, so say you've got a thatch roof. I'm in build mode. Yeah, if you've got a thatched roof and you place in one of these beams here, these don't seem to take weather damage. And neither does this. So I was just wondering if there was any way. I don't know if the other things do, but yeah, these don't ever seem to look like they're damaged. So I was just wondering if there was a way to play with that. I'm going to get rid of that. I really don't like that. I really don't like that. So mobs can't get over the cattle grid, but trolls cannot hit the cattle grid. Right, okay. And presumably, can you extend them out as far as you want? Or do they only work with a one thick door? And also, how many do you need in order for you to be able to walk across it? I mean, can you, in theory, walk across a single door? But you add more just because it's easier? I mean, what's the minimum amount for you to walk across reasonably easily? We'll try it. I'm going to try them when we get back. Fascinating. Fascinating. Fascinating game. Oh, 2-star deer. Very nice. Getting dangerously low on arrows again. Well, we were out of wood. And believe it or not, we've actually got quite a lot of wood now. Oh, dear me. Thank you very much, Chicks. Thank you for the 51, bro. Top banana, mate. Top banana. I've seen a few things posted in Discord, Hicks. I've not had a chance to actually go and have a look at them properly yet, mate. I saw an extremely sharp, almost scalpel-esque knife recently. So you only need one door to do the walkover. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, we'll put a portal somewhere over here. So we can just, we'll just kind of bury it in the tree. In fact, actually, what we'll do tomorrow, we'll come up with one of our more, we'll come up with a little design for just a semi-cool portal. You know, a little diddy structure. You can knock them out pretty easy, but it's better than just having a sitting there looking like a bit stupid out in the middle of nowhere portal. Add a little bit of shenaz to it. I don't know, a bit of stone, a couple of eyeballs or something on it. I really should not have brought that over. So that's 68. I'm not eating the neck meat, have I? So yeah, so the idea of the door drawbridge is something like this, isn't it? I mean, let's just make a little. Does it matter which door you use? You can use any door. Or? So it's kind of like, I don't know, pop in it there. Pop in. Really. I mean, I know free placing is probably the way to go. I couldn't have chosen a worse place to build, could I? I literally could not have chosen a worse place to build. In fact, it would be a lot easier because we're not actually. I'm trying to make it as way more complicated than it needs to be. Because to be honest, I assume you can get them pretty close, right? Well, I guess that's what you're talking about, and you open all the doors. So we'd essentially be coming up a, you know, that's the moat there, isn't it? In there, and then you come across and you open all your doors, and you can now presumably walk across the top, right? And then you see you sort of got. I suppose I can do it a bit better, a bit easier. Pop that up there, couldn't you? Do these snap to? As you could do something like that. You'd have to support that, but it's gonna let me. So yeah, I mean that's it in a nutshell, isn't it? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's what you're talking about, right? So you would just... so this would be your drawbridge. Yeah, you know, or your moat, whatever. You can probably just make it out of stone and you wouldn't even have to terraform it. You can obviously walk across. You're saying you can get a cart across there, yeah? And close all your doors. Let's just try walking across a single one. Yeah, so one works. And then I guess it's just a case of sort of clicking the relevant spot, and I'm sure you get pretty good at that. Walk across it. Yeah, it's cool. Kind of cool. Senior banana. That was a leatherworking. I was going to say actually, I thought it might be a leatherworking tool. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But it doesn't matter whether I like it or not. It's clever. I can't see myself ever using it personally, but I'm not sure it's not. I mean, in theory, you could just jump over the fucking gap, right? And if you wanted to bring a cart across it, you could just go clunk, clunk. I'm not entirely sure what the fucking point is, but yes, the point is not whether or not it's got a point. The point is it works. Okay, so what were we going to do? We need. Oh, I know what we were going to do. We were going to plan a little bit like this build, to be honest. Oh no! I can't use those stairs. Can I? I need to take the stairs out. Oh, dick bollocks. Because those stairs are going to count as being too close, aren't they? Oh, gutted. Because I really like those stairs, man. Oh, proper gutted, mate. Yeah, the plants won't grow, will they? Because it's another block closer to the build. Oh, I never thought of that. Absolutely gutted, mate. I mean, obviously, yes, in theory, I could go out and out and out and out and out. But if I go any further out, you might as well just not bother anyway. That's just going to go funny if I knock that out. The steps are going to make it go unhealthy, aren't they? Yeah, gutted, mate. So if I knock that out and that out, that will now change back to being totally functional and healthy, look. Ah, proper gutted, man. I really like the aesthetics of that as well. I really like that. It really added a little something to it. And of course, hit just those few areas where I've not quite, you know, finished the rock area off. Oh well. Oh well, you can't have it all, mate. You can't have it all. I wonder if it only works like direct as the crow flies, regardless of Z-axis. I wonder if there's any change with things sort of like, I don't know. I mean, how many is this? 16, isn't it, in total that we get out of this? Is that right? Obviously, what we'll do later, I'll use these just as one final test, and then we'll come back and we'll place some markers or something, even if it is, I don't know. I wonder if there is anything in the game that trees don't care about, that you can physically place a mushroom on an item stand or just something. I don't think they will count, but one block out ain't that much grum as the trees. I don't know. Do you want me to try it, dude? It's basically, instead of planting a tree there, I'd have to plant the tree all the way. Really? I'd have to plant the tree all the way over there, dude.
Where on the map is this?
This, Jack. This what? Are you on the same seed as me, Jack? I'm building this here, dude. Thank you for the 2 months, Jack. Thank you very much for the 2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah. Not really anything. Yeah, I don't know, Jan. I feel like I'm getting further and further away. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if we could actually. I wonder if there's a mob that changes the build sort of distance or plant distance. Genuinely don't know. I mean, we know this is 100% function. Well, we hope it is. Because we haven't technically tested it, but there's no way. I mean, in theory, I could probably do it a lot closer, couldn't I? Yeah. Because we don't need to worry about coming out of that extra plant width anymore, do we? We're probably a good 3 meters, or possibly not far off 4 meters distance on all of these. But we won't have the staggered growth this time, you see. Or at least I hope not. I don't know if... Actually, that's a bloody good point. In theory, because I've gone round in a circle, if there's not an element of randomness to it, a tree will pop. And then the next tree in line would pop, wouldn't it? It's just that some trees are wider, if you like, thicker than others, aren't they? So if we get a really thick tree here, it could stop that one and that one from growing. But because in theory, again, if they do grow in perfect uniform, if there's no element of randomness to it, then those trees should pop in exactly the same order I planted them, right? It is at the minute, Scobar, yeah. Rescobar, it is indeed, it is indeed. The thick trunks count as a 2 by 2 meter block, do they? So you're actually looking at the edge of the tree. Oh wow! When you plant it, so it's random, is it, KO Dave? Brilliant. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, it doesn't matter because you'd come over it, you'd harvest the first batch, chop out the tree trunks, or the stumps, harvest it all, get it all put on the cart, and you know you'd be ready to get the next batch, wouldn't you? So it doesn't matter. It's not going to actually be a problem. How much wood do you get from each tree? What 16 times? What are we going to get from it? We do want to knock that out, don't we? It's not going to collapse if I knock that out, right? It's only... I mean, they are... I mean, oh god, I don't know. Is it going to collapse if I knock them out? What are these classed as? That's green, green, green. But that's because it's coming from there, isn't it? If I knock that out... That's still green. But I think we'll be okay. In fact, if that doesn't stay up, I'd be very, very surprised. So let's hack it out. Gorgeous. Dudes. Dudes. What about... Oh my fucking... Pardon my French. What about doing it like that? Oh, dudes. What about making a pit? You could make a pit like this, look. So all the trees fall into the middle. Couldn't you? Give me a fucking days. You could do that, couldn't you? And all the trees would fall into a pit. Would that work? They don't actually fall in though, do they? Or do they? They don't, do they? They don't actually fall in. But in a way, it wouldn't matter because as you're chopping them. So if you made it like 2 blocks bigger. So in other words, 4 meters bigger on the circumference. Sorry, on the 2 meters either side. So 2 meters on the radius. So 4 meters on the diameter. You'd probably get them all collapsing in, wouldn't you? But when we start chopping them up, if we put the knobbly bits in, yeah. So if we actually put the knobbly bits in at the top to stop them bouncing out. If you chop them in the middle, they should start collapsing inside, shouldn't they? But I'm thinking of doing that anyway down here and actually creating something quite wonderfully majestic. I want the floor at the same height as that, but I'm worried about. I'm worried about. Oh, it's such a delicate game. She's a delicate little tricksy, isn't she? So this is going to have to... Let's just go around as best as we can. Stamina. Use the stairs. What? You mean like as in overlaying... Do you mean these or you mean these? Or you mean like bringing the stairs in like that? Or those in like... Oh god. Oh, and then I see what you're saying, and then you would essentially... What would happen? What's the overlap on these things look like? Might have to go for a free placement somewhere in there, but it's not going to want to snap. But yeah, do you mean like that? Yeah. Ice. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of like it. I kind of like the shenanigans. Let's get it all out for a moment. Damn. So actually, a really big pit. How many of those could you bring in? Could we get away with another X amount? What the? What is that? Is that really what that looks like? That looks terrible, bro. God, the things you can build in this game, right? That have absolutely no functionality whatsoever. Who cares, bro? Who cares? Right, we want to see if we can get this as level as we can. So I think we go for this as my starting point. That seems to bring it up kind of quite nicely, doesn't it? Don't seem to be having too many issues flattening that around. Might be a couple of areas where we have to fine tune, but So what about, basically what do we need down here? We're going to need a workbench, aren't we? So that we can easily repair up on the top. You need to come out. You need to come out. You need to come out. So there's a nice flat. I got a little rogue lump there. I have, haven't I? You dastardly devil. Might have to just. Well, I'm not too worried about getting it super flat. That's going to be good enough, isn't it? Let me grab you. Right, okay. So, yes, we will see if we can solve any of these little. I wonder if that's affecting my top part too much. Shit, what's the matter with me? Yeah, okay. So what do we actually need down here? We're going to need a workbench. Let's just make sure that hasn't completely effed up my perimeter. Oh, no. Dudes, it has completely fucked up my perimeter. Why is that not? Why is that decided it's not growing? Yeah, I was a bit worried about that. Yeah, that's why those stairs were just like, they would have just been perfect, man. Like, absolutely perfect. There really is no way to get this super smoother. So that is a strange one. Do you think that's, what do you think's caused that? I think I've got a bit of rogue something hidden somewhere. It's like you said, Jan, I don't know, I'm not sure now. Because obviously downstairs doesn't really matter. I could just add in something down there, like a shelf around the bottom, which would be better to keep this flat at the top, wouldn't it, than down there. And we need a workbench. We'd need, what else do we need? I can't think what else we'd need down there, actually. Do we need anything down there? I don't think we do we? Workbench? I mean, I can have a couple of workbenches up here if we need to. We've certainly solved the wood issue. Which is a good thing, seeing as that's what we came over here for. I really need to go and take all this back, don't I? Should we go and do that before we make any rash decisions? I'm almost thinking about scrapping. There's no way to jump out of that, is there? You can't do the jump trick if it's man-made, can you? No. So there is no way to go flying out, unfortunately. And what we could do, we could add in. I mean, we could possibly do it a half-sized one, look. Just to clear up any glitches in the bottom. So we could kind of do that, couldn't we? With a little, obviously we'd put those in first once we've got a reference point. We could sort of create like a little. Probably have to go like, yeah. Well, anyway, I can figure that out later. And we could even put chests in. So we could put chests all the way around there to store all the wood, and a little workstation as well. But I'm not happy about that. I really don't like that stairwell. And that is hideous, mate. Like, legit hideous. It is. Well, sort of. I mean, it's a work of art, really. It's like a sundial tree farm, big gang. Add a small floor block room as a stepping stone. What do you mean? A floor block? I'm not sure what you mean by a small floor block, dude. You mean... Oh, sorry, you were talking about these. Oh, right. The thing is, I'd still have this issue, though, wouldn't I? Unless you mean... Yeah, I don't think I could do it and still get out, could I? So I'd have to drop down. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. By creating like a... Essentially, you're saying create a spiral staircase, aren't you? God, imagine if you could do a spiral staircase in the middle of that comes all the way... Oh my fucking God, we could do that, you know? Dude, that would look so cool. Oh, Jesus, that would look freaking cool. Oh, bro, that would look... Oh, is there any way to do like a super pro spiral staircase? How... Oh, what about if we do that thing we did up top? Oh, God. What about if we knock that out, right? Is there any way for me to get that in there so it's perfectly lined up? I don't think it will let me do two underneath it, will it? I want to get a little diddy one of these in there. Shit. Oh man, that would be crazy. We could do, right? What you could do that there, yeah? And then snap in on a half block. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, let me knock that out now. The rest of it will fall, right? So we could pop that in there, yeah? We could, oh my Lord. I've just got... Dude, check this out. Dude. We'd have to support it as we go, right? So if I was to snap, say, that in... Would that work? Will that support that? No. Because what you could do, you could knock that... You know how we did the thing up top earlier? Where we just rotated it one like that? Could you then... Oh, it won't work. Oh, that's a shame. What about if we rotate it 2? There's got to be a way to do a perfect staircase, guys. There has to be. There has to be. So it's always clipping. But there's no way you're getting up there, is there? So how would you do that? And then we can have a spiral staircase that goes all the way up to essentially replace that section there. It would look absolutely freaking stunning, wouldn't it? Press X with the hammer in the hand and the camera view lowers down as you sit down. Right, okay, so do that. Oh, brilliant. We were nearly there, weren't we? Oh, dude. And he takes it half, though. Can you get up that, then? No, you can't. So what am I doing wrong? Yeah, I feel like we're there, but not quite there. So yeah, the snap will always go the same distance, which we did learn about that, didn't we? How am I gonna... Yeah, we know about blue and everything, yeah. Blue, green, red. Do you think that is enough to raise it up rather than going down one? So if you snap in there, really? You have to find like a... No way. Is that gonna... But how are you gonna do the next? Oh, dude. No, that's not right. That's not... get out of there. Move. And you. Get out of there. How would we do this, guys? I feel like we're on the precipice of... You're right, Big W. You have to rotate the post. Yeah, I've got that far. But how do I... You need to take it like half a block each time, don't you? So how do you do that? How do you take it half? Oh, dude, it's happening. It's freaking happening. And then you can just backfill it with random the half poles like we've done on our other builds, couldn't we? So so now we know there is always a 1, 2. Put that in there. Back out to that. Oh my god, dudes, that is freaking sexy. That is sexy. That so you can make a perfect. Oh my lord. Let's just check it. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Ah! Holy balls! And that will go all the way up. Out. Oh, mate. Wonder what happens when we get to the top, though. Is it gonna? Are we gonna end up with like a? Oh, mate, that is for days awesome, bro. That is for days. I mean, we could have done it the old way, couldn't we? I mean, we've built spiral staircases before, but we've kind of had to manhandle them in. And I've only ever gone up sort of like, what, 180 degrees before, haven't we? So, nice one, chat. I'm not sure I'm not seeing like a slight variation on some of these. See what I mean? I'm not sure. Is there like a secret place to click? Not sure I'm... That looks too high to me, guys. Or do you think I should just trust in it? Yeah, no, it isn't. Look, it's too high. How would I... It feels like it's just... It's kind of... See, that's level with that, but if I do that, it's coming up too high. So do we need to, like... Is it, like, more in the corner? Or... Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you want to get, like... You almost want to... Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. I'm sure it becomes almost like second nature after a point. You just want to make... we need to make... we need to make sure we're always snapping to the right point, don't we, as well? What was that? You right, Pumper? What? Wee! I'll do it. She obviously failed you there, Pumper. I'll do it for you, bro. Wee! Oh, it's not working. Oh my god. So right in the corner. Yeah, it is. So you just need to put it right in the corner. But you do need to hack this out every single time, don't you? So it's going to be slow going, but you will get a rather gorgeous staircase right in the corner. No, I'm not happy with that. Right. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. Knock it out. Back to that. One more rotation. Up the apples and pears. Oh, I've gone a bit. I think I've gone a bit wild on that one. Not gonna lie. I think we've gone a little bit on the wild side, me old mucker. So that will be that one. That'll be that one. I suppose once you've got to a certain point, you'll always know you've got a proper foundation snap, won't you? So there, right in the corner. Bring it up. That's better. That's better. Now, what's going to happen here then? Do I still want to get another rotation in on that? Do you think? Because we've actually gone 180 degrees there, haven't we, look? Can I still snap one more to that? Probably. But is that... See, later on, you can go and replace these central ones, can't you? Look at that. One around there. I'll have to knock the bottom one out, do you think, maybe, as we go up another layer? Because I'm not sure it's going to like snapping to that. Ooh, not sure. Oh, I don't know now, guys. What happens here? Whee! what a party letdown she was there, mate. I tell you. Disgraceful. I'm not sure how this is going to work now. I feel like we've hit a point where things are not going to work out for us, boys and girls. How are we going to do the next layer? Will it be tall enough to get under the rung as you walk up? Well, that all goes. All of that goes and just turns into what is essentially a spiral staircase. So just think of that. All those will disappear. So all that central area will just not be there. So obviously we just walk up into the open air, don't we? I think we'll have clearance looking at the height of it. Don't know. Well, we're not sure. Let's find out. At this point, I can't even get the next snap point in. Leave the bottom pillar and add one pillar top rotate. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem to quite work like that. I'm not getting the snap. I mean, that's that one. I have to knock that one out. Put that one in. Rotate that one round, isn't it? But it doesn't seem it's too far, isn't it? Ah, I think I actually just hadn't taken into account I hadn't done the There we go. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Look, don't kick it, mate. All right. This is madness. This game just knows no boundaries, really, does it? Now, is that going to be does that look legit to walk up? That looks like a pretty big step to me. And that's where it's going to go weird. That is definitely not right, is it? We want it snapping to this one here, don't we? Not that bottom one. Is that right? What even is that snapping to? It's the same as the bottom one. You notice how the bottom one snaps a lot further in. So we're going to have the same problem when we get to a new... Every time we get to a new block, aren't we? And you want... I mean, obviously, you could go for a free placement like we used to. It would be easier to do... I don't know. This could throw it all out though, couldn't it? Start with a half pillar to get it smooth. Does it matter if it's a half? Is that going to make it any easier? See, that's where I want it. Look. This is a free placement. It's just enough really to overlap the next one, isn't it? In that, I don't know. Is that right, or is that? Seems to be okay. How high up do I need to take this? That is... It works. It works. Holy shit, dude. That is crazy, man. That is crazy. You could build some really, really freaking cool stuff with this, couldn't you, man? You really could. It would be, it would be crazy. Crazy, crazy. We may have found our very new game, guys. Although, having said that, we have been streaming it for how many weeks? Well, yeah. Oh, dearie me. Who'd have thought it, man? There's even a beautiful... Oh. Wow, you can really fine-tune where you want those, you know. Think it's going to work? It will be... I am snapping these to the right beam, right? I'm terrified of suddenly discovering it. You know, you get a bit cocky with it. I'm kind of terrified. Oh, no, there's the problem. Oh, like a boss, mate. Like a boss. Yeah, you were okay. To be honest, Big Guy, I actually thought I mean, your question was a very legit one, but I actually did think we got a lot more room than we have, to be fair. So, oh, hang on. So someone else wants to remember that lovely man who came in. Well, I didn't come in, but I answered the door and he was like he smelt a little bit of alcohol and cigarettes. He wanted to do the driveway. And why is this being a bit weird? Like that? Something's a bit strange there. Now that one's not. Why? Have I gone wrong on the layer before? Have I just found a new angle? Or have I rotated it too far? I think I might have rotated too far. It's my gut instinct there, to be honest. That one, isn't it? Does that look right to you? Yeah, I did. Damn, that is slick. Did you think they had any idea when they made this game that it was this sort of intricate? Someone's bashing up my bloody. It's quite hard to get the hole back in. Probably zoomed in a little bit too far, actually. God. Oh man, talk about in the zone or what, bro? Damn. You really need to do one stream where you enter a new scene with creative mode and see what you. Oh god, Casco. The problem is, dude. Right. The problem is, mate. If I do create. Oh no. Oh no, and you know what I'm thinking as well? I'm sure some of these were not as, some of these are not as deep, look. You see, I kind of felt like something had changed. You notice how these all look about almost spot on half, and it was around here I started feeling like something just seemed a little bit off. A lot of these don't seem to be the same gap, and I mean, yeah. Oh no, you can't even, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! No! Not like this! Yeah, there's definitely some variance, isn't there? If you look at it. From where I've been snapping at. And some of these have got a huge gap, look. We have to knock it out. We might have to knock it out and see if there's a more consistent way of snapping them. So even if I knock out, I mean, I'd say that one and that one clearly. We seem to be okay. It's obviously. Oh well, no, that one's no good either. Or is it? Hang on. Yeah, we're very close to a clip point. There's something gone wrong about. I'd say. That is definitely not right. That is not bad, but that one's definitely not okay. And I'd even say that one's not okay, to be honest. Gotta be a way to get a more consistent 50% snap. We need to find a super sexy secret way of doing this, don't we? I was aiming in this. You see how you create this like shadowed section here in like a triangular form. I was trying to aim in there, was where I felt was the good spot. That's good. That's good. I'd say that was about as close to 50% as you're gonna get, right? But we know some of them are a lot bigger. Let's see. Let's see if we can repeat that. So one that way. Yeah. The problem with creative mode, Cask, is if we go into creative mode, right? Will I ever want to go back, dude? And I don't know, a lot of the fun is like, oh, do I really want to do that? It's going to take me hours to get the resources, you know? Yeah, see what I mean? Is there a thinner board? No, I don't think so, unless anyone's got any... well, in a way, there is actually. Because what you could do, you could actually use these, but then I don't think they count as steps. And of course, they're quite thick. But yeah, I think you probably could, couldn't you? You could probably snap those. There's probably a way of doing it. Any easier snap from the bottom? Super sexy secret way. Yeah, but it's got a major flaw with it though, Claire. It's you reach the point where you can't go under it. We're not quite... Well, we are sort of there. Let's try It could be one of those things where it's just... Oh my god, look at my food. Just a couple of pixels. Just a couple of pixels. Yeah, I might try those, Big K. You might be onto something with those. If I try and line it up before I choose the block, and then just shift click, at least then it's consistent, isn't it? So knock it out, target down, turn 1, come out of build, target the shadow zone, snap out to the block, shift click. Yeah, see that didn't look like that came up very much, did it? It didn't. So why did it choose not to? That looks better. That looks a little bit better. That's loads of room, man. That's loads of room, surely. How high did we get last time before we noticed it had gone tits up? It's pretty good to me. I'm starting to wonder if I actually clipped this. I wonder if I clipped this into something that I shouldn't have done. That's looking good. That's looking really nice and equidistant on all of those. Want to build a staircase wrapping around the inside wall? The inside wall going up using actual stairs. Because that would look terrible, dude. Because that would look terribly. So terribly boring. So terribly boring. How can you compare this piece of carpentry genius to a boring, dull, uninspired set of steps like that over there? What were you thinking, sir? This is not the way it is done in Grumbodia. Knock that out. One more. We should be able to know at this point, shouldn't we? No, that's kind of weird because my head's getting in the way a lot. Why is that? Is that? Oh God, we're nearly at the bleeding top, mate. We're gonna need to knock some of these out, aren't we? Okay, righty. Should we just take it to the stars and back? Not sure I should have done that. So what did you do tonight? Not a lot, Mom. I might have to knock that out because I have a feeling that that is playing with things. Yeah. All right. Now something weird's going on. I'm going to have to go for the free placement here, then, aren't I? You think? Shall I go for a free placement? Shall I risk it for a biscuit? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? It's not bad. It's not bad. It's feeling good. 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 Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know nothing about Valheim, but here's so much grumble, struggle, get frustrated, give up. I got a minute. Whenever I ever got frustrated and given up, you'll be waiting a long time, bro. With the camper 3, we'll just scrap it. We're going to rebuild it in a minute, and you're on a big guy. Can you do the same thing with a piece of cool wood in the center? Why would you want to use cool wood, though? There'd be no way to find the snap point, would there? Oh, no. We've hit... Oh, did I hit a problem, then? Did I just hit a problem, then? See, you can't get up when you're crouched, I noticed, on some of these things. I'm not sure I didn't have an issue there, though. Oh, God, yeah, that's way too big. There's no way I'm getting over that one, right? That there, there's no way. That can't be right. Yeah, that looks horribly and suspiciously too big. Shall I try it? Let me just go up and see if I fall off. Fall off? It does work. I'm trying to jiggle about a little bit, so obviously we can get up here. When we actually come down, it'll be a lot smoother. But now, am I gonna be able to put a rotate? I might have to. God, how am I gonna do that? I almost need to support that, don't I? Knock out the one below it, otherwise it's gonna use the one below it as the snap point, I think. Let me do that and then knock that out. Yeah, therein lies the issue. How did we do this a minute ago? You finished half of your 2-star pig farm last night and it's working out swimmingly. Nice one, dude. Nice one, E-Face. Nice one. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to a little bit of... I'm looking forward to the wolves. Yeah, I'm not... I mean, I'll try the core part. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, we could definitely give it a whirl just to see how... Just to see if there's any options, like for free form placement. So it might actually, I mean, to be honest, I've done, I'm not so sure doing this as our old method would actually have been easier. But what I wouldn't have taken into account is I wouldn't have taken into account the big K issue. That's a nice point there, but I actually feel like it needs to come up a little bit. Otherwise, I think we'll have the. There you go. That's the one we want. That's the one we want. That was the one we wanted all along, mate. They look like big gaps to me, but I think it's going to work, so... Fingers crossed, me old buckers. Fingers crossed. We are nearly there. We are about to discover again. I'm not sure. I think I'm not going to worry about free placing. I think you need to fine tune this with a little bit of free placement. I think you'll end up with a much better stairwell. The snapping is now just a good guideline, I think. Sometimes you'll get a nice one like that. Oh, no, me bloody hammer's mullered again. Oh, no. It's okay. Stick down to the bottom. I think as long as you stick sort of out to the sides reasonably well, and then most of it you'll... There's only that one section where you're underground as such, isn't it? Gotta admit, I was impressed. Oh! I was about to say, I gotta admit, I was quite impressed with that jump then. And I was gonna say, you'll never do that again. We're about to find out, aren't we? That is pretty cool, mate. That's pretty cool. Like a boss. Like a boss, mate. Gamble. I think that's going to look really nice, guys. Like, really nice. Now, we just need to build a massive roof over it, okay? Oh, dear, man. Where's your sense of adventure, Funk? 500 bits better. Grumble does not sleep tonight trying to figure this out. I think we figured it. I think it's done, Big K. I think we have figured it out, dude. I think we've actually created the whirligig corkscrew farm, haven't we? Just neaten up these edges out here. Now, there's one bloody tree that keeps not growing, and it's really doing my fruit and nutting. This one here. What is the matter with this one? It's always over here, isn't it? On the... What side is it? It's on the southern-esque side. Why does this one always be a douche nozzle? Do you think I've got a stone or something underneath the ground that's cock-blocking it? Because there is no reason on God's green earth why that should not be growing, mate. That's what I'm thinking, Cholson. Can that happen? Do you think I've terraformed the ground and ended up with a stone underneath it? That's all I could think of, bro. This has been cool, man. This has been, like, proper cool. What do you think, then? You all super impressed with our utterly pointless build? Look, we've learnt a lot about terraforming, okay? We've learnt about building things for plants. We know about plant distances. Oh, dudes! Do you reckon you can put a farm at the bottom? Could you have a turnip farm at the bottom? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Wonder if it lets light through. Because these don't count as ceilings, do they? Huh. You know what we could have done as well? We could have replaced these like with thatch roofs, couldn't we? Like a sarlacc pit for the trees to fall into, right? Dig it up, start over, destroy everything, it's ruined. What? What? Fuck off. Why is it ruined? Why is it ruined? What do you mean it's ruined? Thank you, Big K. I knew you got my back, mate. I was watching you stream the other day, mate. You were playing Scum. I saw you on Twitch, my friend. I was going to say hello, but I was kind of like otherwise engaged, so I didn't want to say hello and then have to ignore anything you said back to me for like 20 minutes, bro. You like the idea of your face? Yeah, the thing is, mate, like, I mean, all jokes aside, it was really there as a let's learn a few things. It's a bit like the one-star pig farm we had, which, you know, I learned a lot from that about what to do, what not to do. God, that lag when you well, I suppose it's not lag, but the stutter when you come back to the main camp. Yeah, but I'd tell you what, I'd love to find a way to create the whole. Yeah, the only reason that I wouldn't build this again like tomorrow to try some other ideas, I need to find a way to build a circular hole, a way to map it out and understand how to dig that out. I used to do it in. You'll know it from 7 Days, yeah. And anyone that's watched me stream that game, every single mine shaft I ever did, there was a rhythm to how it progressed in order to make the shafts work. You know, I used to use the gap of 3 rule. You know, hit the center block, then north, then south, east, and west, and then sort of color or knock out like the corner pieces. And there was a way to create a very uniform tunnel or hole in the ground. You know, when I used to do my 3x3 shafts going down, there was a very specific way to create that. And in that game, it was a lot simpler than this one. In this game, it seems to like its northeast, southwest directions, but its northeasterly directions, it creates like a zigzag. Now, that's not a problem if I can get the zigzag consistent. And I don't seem to have figured out a way of doing it. And I think I might be able to show you a little area over here. Oh my god, is that all burnt food again? I'm not sure if I've still got a little section around here. Yeah, here, look. You see this? The way it's all gone zigzag. I mean, obviously it's gone a little bit skew with, but you can sort of see down there. Zigzag, 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 zigzag. And that's facing like that southeast direction, isn't it? Whereas when you're facing the north and south direction, you can see you get the smooth sections. So if I can find a way to build something that is, I don't know, diameter probably 20 meters, and have that ready just to overlay with wood or stone, then I would build things like this and have every tower I built would have an underground section. It's one of those annoying concepts that you've got in your head that actually you've only got to make one mistake on that build and the whole thing gets screwed. You know, reverse engineering it or backfilling it tends to just lead to more problems. So I don't want to end up with a server with holes everywhere. It's what you said earlier, mate. I think what Caskell said, like maybe one day to jump into creative mode and just hack a world apart, you know? Sorry, Shades, I missed that about the lower one. And you need one more on the lower, did you not? Sorry, mate. I missed that. Yeah. Still learning scum and fine-tuning the stream. My mic is the big issue. Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah. If you ever want me to let you know my honest thoughts outside of here, big car, I'd happily do so, bro. It's like Island Scum when you dig. Yes, it's I have no doubt that given a set circumference diameter, that I could come up with a way to make a very nice hexagon, which would have a northeast, southwest flush surface, and anything outside of those primary cardinals, you know, a northeast, southwest, etc., we would end up with a zigzag. And like I said, that doesn't matter. It's not a problem. It can be overlaid with some clever stonework. So, but it's getting the hole built without having to spend hours fine-tuning it. You know, I just want to dig a hole in the middle and then go north, chop, south, chop, east, chop, west, chop. I'm going to give it a go. Yeah, definitely Funk. Yeah, it's not unique in the way it works. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't. You know, the terrain smoothing that doesn't exist equitably, does it? Yeah, I mean backfilling it. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Oh, that's not good at all. Oh, that's really not good. Oh, Jesus, that's not good. Oh shit. I'll tell you what, the fact that I even went and got my the fact that I even got that serpent meat tells me I'm not as tired as I thought I was. Is he in my freaking bag? Oh my lord, mate. Oh man, I thought I got that as well then. Stamina, man. Spending too long holding the bow, I think. Jesus, man. Jesus. Taking a pounding, bro. Alright, we've got the serpent stew. We got the serpent stew, so. It is firing 3, man. I'm not used to them firing 3. Oh man, how did that miss? Oh, dude. How we doing, boys? How we doing? How we doing? Oh, I did. I tell you what, I did all right then, mate. I tell you what, I tell you what, without that bone mass active, I reckon I'd have been pooped over there. I did all right then. I actually remember to get the stew, the serpent stew. Double check my fire arrows. I was ready to hit the fire arrow box if I was low. I hit the bone mass once I was comfortable. I'd got a gap. That could have gone a lot worse, man. Pooh-yeah. And I remembered to take the cold potion. There's actually a miracle that that went as well as it did. Jesus, good God. Oh my Lord. Wow, that could have gone really badly. Maxed out iron armor. We got the cold resistance. We got the serpent stew. We had the fire arrows. We got a really good bow. That could have not been as well, I would go down the route of a Twitch Pro versus noob big game, but I'd be more than happy to spend any time you'd like me to, giving any... The thing is, mate, if no one ever tells you anything, you're never going to know, are you? I've always had that policy here, and I think some people have actually got to the point where, unless it's something quite serious, they just don't tell me because they know that I'll obsess over it. But I would rather, and I'll say it again for anyone's benefit, if you're ever watching this stream and you feel like the quality's not good, I mean, oh God, like now with the dogs, yeah? Bloody things. Yeah, yeah. If you know, like, if the sound's not right, or you know, you feel like there's something wrong. I mean, like recently, and it was weird, wasn't it? Because I couldn't figure it out for ages. But I would never have known because I never go back and listen to my own VODs. I can't stand the sound of my own voice. I would rather pull my own fingernails out, to be quite honest. Yeah, you know, if the sound, you know, if there's ever sort of like the sound doesn't feel right, or there's something going on with the stream video quality, you know, I do try and get it as good as I possibly can, you know, and I don't have money to throw at the problem. So we do have to play about with everything we've got with OBS and all the other things that we do have at our disposal to try and get the audio quality. I mean, obviously I can't change the way I sound, but, you know, I would definitely... You know, if someone was to say, you know, sometimes, Grum, you know, you're not as clear or you're not enunciating as much. I mean, that's me just being lazy or tired and things. But, you know, I'd rather have the criticism than not. And, you know, as long as people aren't being horrible about it, you know, you don't... I would never rain on someone's parade by saying, oh, that was a shit stream, mate. You know, what the hell? But I'd rather someone says, you know, you didn't sound right today, mate. Is everything okay? You know, or we kind of noticed a lot more stuttering. Or did you know you were streaming at 1080-60? I know you don't normally. And you know, I'd rather have people like give honest, genuine feedback than not comment, because you know, I don't have a lot of time to tweak things. So if there is a problem, I'd rather get that time and get it done and then not have to worry about it in the future. And I think if more people did that, you know, it's about how you approach it, isn't it? I mean, not everybody's going to have the same policy, so I certainly don't suggest you start going to other streamers and saying, oh, can I give you some critique? Because you'll probably be banned faster than you can type that. Didn't mean it like that comment afterwards. But I'm the opposite in that. I would much... What the hell is that? Is that just a... God, he looked really spooky and creepy there. I would much rather someone say, like... I'd rather somebody said why they don't watch, or why they can no longer watch, or why they've stopped watching, as much as I'd like to know why someone started watching. You know, it's easy to forget it works both ways, doesn't it? And sometimes there's things that you're unaware of. You know, you become a creature of habit. You don't realise you've got this horrible habit of, I don't know, like, I don't know, coughing or something when you feel a bit nervous or whatever it is, you know. I should imagine social anxiety is a big part of why people stream. And maybe you're brought to this, and maybe that sometimes manifests itself on stream, and they're completely oblivious to it. So yeah, it's an open door on that one. I'd much rather know. Good job. I did all right there. Honestly, so seriously, it's not often I pat myself on the back. I did all right there, mate. I don't think I could have done it any better. I straight away went to the box for the serpent stew. I thought about the fire arrows. I managed to get the Ekthir bone mass thingy shout down, which I'm always a bit skeptical about risking it. I was happy with my positioning because I knew I could come underneath those rafters and maybe stop the cold spell. And yeah, it went all right, mate. I've had attacks, you know, where I've just panicked and ended up with no stamina. That serpent stew, holy balls, man. That stuff. And the cold stuff as well. It's really weird because I nearly put that cold stuff away today. It was only because Jan said the other day, like, I can't remember what he said, but we were off to the lumberjacking area, but he said something about taking the cold potions. I was like, I don't need to because I'm only building in the meadows or the dark forest where the new cabin is. But I thought, oh, why not? I might as well take them just in case we decide to have a little adventure in the mountain. And it literally saved my ass. Those wyverns will wreck you without that. Yeah, sorry about the dogs. Have you built a barn for your pigs? I've built like it. No, I mean, to be honest, my pigs keep getting killed, and until I get 2-star, there's probably. I came to the conclusion there wasn't a huge reason to keep anything that isn't a 2-star boar. I haven't built anything here at this base. I don't even put the lights on it anymore because I don't spend a lot of time here, and unfortunately. The frame rate is far from ideal over here as we've started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, today I probably should have put the lights on because we have spent quite a lot of time there. But yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd get some sort of like patch, a performance patch for the game. Because it's not us, it's not our hardware. You know, I've literally played this game. I've literally played this game with an RTX 3090. On an i10 processor. It's not mine. I wish it was. And thank you! But it makes no difference. It doesn't make any difference in the build because it's essentially the game. At one point, the build gets, or the instance count specifically gets so high that the game code itself is stumbling. So I was kind of hoping for a performance patch or an instance optimization patch, perhaps, that would let us carry on building. So at the minute, I'm kind of bouncing around just doing mini builds, really. Having a bit of fun with it all. The skeleton raid comes with the skeleton boss, the green one, but we have mini bosses. You actually get mini bosses. Is that with mods funk, or is that just in the normal game? You got a skeleton. Oh, it's called. What's it called? The skeletal. What's it called? The skeleton smash or something like that. I said the same thing yesterday, G says. The archers on those are an absolute nightmare. The rest of the fight is pretty cool, but the archers, if you've got like 2 or 3 pockets of archers, and they always seem to come in pairs or trios as well, and they always seem to very cleverly sort of stagger themselves around the battle arena. So you've kind of got archers coming at you from like 2 angles. So that's it, the skeleton surprise. Yeah, the skelly surprise. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Ugh. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the planes because I think the planes, if I can get confident now, I think that might be one where I actually, because the idea of is it the fuelings and the death skeetos and things like that? It sounds like that could be a pretty rough place to defend, even, you know, with all our best. So, you know, our best gear, and I don't even know what that is yet. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the plains, but I'm still looking forward to the mountains, although maybe there's not as much in the mountains as I thought, but then I haven't really been there. I'm very much looking forward to getting, we've done the road, haven't we? We've done the Silver Vein road. We've got the cabin. It shouldn't take long to finish, to be fair. I think it's going to take us a day, because I think we will enjoy, well, I will enjoy, I hope you do as well, but I enjoy putting some of the more decorative items in there. We did very little terraforming. I really tried to keep that build out, as you probably saw. I barely even knocked any trees out immediately around it, so, you know, no tree stumps kicking about that I've missed, and very little terraforming. I think we'll be able to, and the build itself isn't that big, so I think, you know, we've got that glorious hearth and everything. I think we'll be able to actually have quite a pleasant aesthetic build if all goes well. And I do regret not doing the roof a little bit more intricately, but to be fair, it was a trade-off. It wasn't something I regret because I didn't think of it. It was a trade-off between that or expanding and terraforming lots. So I'm hoping we'll pay or reap the benefits of not having terraformed in the log cabin in the woods. The cabin in the woods, as we'll call it. So yeah, I think that would be really nice. And of course, today, God knows where this started today. I think a lot of it was because I knew I might have to AFK. Well, I knew I was going to have to AFK or even turn the stream off when Grummum left. So I thought, better to be in the meadows playing about with a few silly things than in the middle of the dark forest on the edge of a mountain biome, right? The green skeleton, yeah, that's what I had with the skelly surprise. Yeah, what are they called? The rancid skeletons or something like that? Still not entirely sure what they have. I think they have some sort of gaseous poison, don't they? I'm sure I had one nearly kill me in a crypt once. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and the thing is, you got to bear in mind, mate. I'm only like 2 bosses away from finishing there, so we're already at Modor or at the point where we're looking for him. I'm in no hurry to get to that grand finale. Well, the thing is with this one, Flatus, the thing with this one is it's not a case of general optimization. I've read some really interesting stuff on this now about how the instance count work, and some Unity engineers, in other words, people that actually work very, 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 a very deep level within Unity as games designers, etc., have actually come up with some potential solutions for the developers of this game around why that instance count is becoming such a huge issue. And the fact that terrain manipulation causes a radical and exponential growth of instance count compared to building blocks. It's hopefully something they can actually fix. This build, if I took this whole build, yeah, and just went and dumped it in a non-terraformed area, no problems at all. I mean, you can probably see even here, there's no major problems with it. It's playing a good frame rate. It's, it never dips below 60 in here. Unless I've just come back from adventuring, in which case it's like the game kind of struggles with that. I'm still not entirely convinced there isn't a memory leak somewhere, but I think the memory leak's so minuscule that it's not going to register on your own personal VRAM or system RAM monitoring. But I know how close to the threshold my instance count is. This base runs anywhere between like 12 and 16,000 instance count. Even on the 3090 that I played on with an i10. It was the same frame rate, so I'm clearly hardware capped. Any more terraforming, elaborate building instance with boars and perma boar spawns and things like that, it's gonna start crumbling, and I didn't want to give up the base really. The game's too fun to have a bad frame rate. The key to a plane space is a trench to keep the Loxes and ground enemies out. Oh, I didn't know the Loxes were hostile, actually. That's interesting. We saw some Loxes in the distance. I just thought about going down there to pet them, because I've not even seen the Loxes. I didn't even know what they were called until Jan said. I thought they were kind of like, sort of, pleasant, tameable beasts of burden or something. Because we saw one at Haldor's, didn't we? I didn't realise they were potentially hostile. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, even things like the. I mean, yeah. Oh God, there's so many things I want to build here. This is supposed to be like a campus. Like a sunken dining area, almost like a banquet trench. We were going to do a throne room and things up here, weren't we? Or a portal or something. We've got the bay down there for the boat. The long boat can fit in there. I was going to add all sorts of decorative things. A little viewing or even possibly fishing area over there, but yeah, she's not going to handle much more. I've not put any trophies in here. She's not even that complicated. She's a long building. There's a lot going on up top as well, which I suppose I sometimes forget about. But it's to be honest, all this was a storage shed. That's what I built, a storage shed. But I thought, make it an all-in-one for a little bit. You try paying one after seeing Halford's. Oh, is it Halford? What, down Halford's? Yeah, if you go close, they will attack you. Yeah, okay, I'll remember that. And presumably from the size of them, they don't muck about either. Right, ladies and gents, I'm afraid I do have to leave you. It has been an absolute pleasure as always. We do stream 7 days a week. We do stream Monday through Sunday. We start at 8:15 through till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As a point of reference, it's now 3:31, so I do have to shoot. Just make sure everything's all sorted. Make sure Grum Mum has arrived, well, home safely. What time is it? Yeah, I'll hopefully we've got a WhatsApp or something. Yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you very, very much indeed. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Come and join us on Discord, !Discord in chat. We'll get you a link to the Discord server. If you do join us over there, just post an introduction, say a quick hello, say, you know, just post an emote. That's literally, a smiley emote is more than adequate. We just need to be able to see your name so we can click it and invite you into the rest of the Discord. Of course, there's a Valheim section if you want to go and share things. I tend not to go in the Valheim section too much, so I don't want any spoilers. But, you know, I already know quite a lot, obviously streaming it on Twitch. But please forgive me if you're posting awesome pictures in there. Obviously, I will go back through that section at some point when I feel I've done as much as I want to do, if you like, without any inspiration. But today's been cool. So today started out as a ridiculous, like, just dump a load of trees in one direction. Maybe in a hole, maybe not in a hole. I don't know why I thought that, because someone had said about dropping the trees into a hole, and I do remember thinking about rolling them down a hill was a cool idea as well. But yeah, it's been fun, and I actually just seeing, you know, the shapes we can make. What I was thinking while we were making that, one of the reasons I really enjoyed having that kind of spiderweb pattern was that at the minute it's just like spokes of a wheel, but you could spider esque that up as well if we built it as a more genuine circle. And you can actually create, I was thinking, I don't know how to describe it, like a wickerwork dome over it. So you can actually create like, almost like a wooden dome that isn't a dome in the same sense that we've got on the roof of these, if you like, you know. So yeah, I think it's given me some ideas on what we could build if we ever get to a point where we want to create like a fully thriving citadel plus local village or something like that. You know, Skyrim, you know, the Jarl's caught up at the top with a big long house and some small taverns and things, and the fields, and, you know, instead of doing it all on one big flat area, if we can create big builds and small builds, we could create winding paths up in and around the various terrain. I very much would love to go and build on this island over here one day. We'll definitely go back there with a chill cup of coffee and have a proper scout. We've never stepped foot on the island yet, but I think we could do some really cool stuff with bridges into the mainland. We've got all this here. It would be a really quick visit on a long boat to this area here. So yeah, and then of course we've got this entire southeast section to explore as well, if we use that as a new founding stage. But like I said, you know, today might seem a bit daft and a bit pointless, but, you know, to me it's fun, and everything we learn we can put together when we do go and touch like virgin territory without making a mess of it and regretting it, you know. Bit of planning down there. But anyway, Twitter, we'll get you a link to the Twitter feed. As I say, if you do join us on Twitter, you'll get that tweet every single morning at 8:15, letting you know that we've gone live. I do apologise this morning. We did run late for the first time in a long time. I don't think I started till 8:30, so I do apologise. But my mum stayed with us for a few days, which has been really, really nice. But unfortunately, her Kindle died on her this morning. So I was trying to see if I could figure out anything for her, but it was a no-go, unfortunately. She's had it on charge all morning before she left as well. It's definitely dead. But I'm sure she'll figure something out. YouTube will get you a link to the YouTube channel. If you do join us over there, we get in there. There's a lot still to upload, and there's a lot of duplicates. It's not me being an idiot. It's just Twitch just doesn't really like YouTube on my I don't know, whatever it's called, the creator's dashboard. It's forever been a source of constant intrigue and annoyance and frustration, but I'll get there at some point, hopefully. I'll leave it there. Thank you all for an absolutely fantastic day. We will, of course, be back here tomorrow morning, 8:15, for some more Valheim adventures. We'll go and finish off whatever we're faffing about with at the tree farm. Hopefully, at least then get some wood over to the cabin, get that finished tomorrow, and then it's really adventuring into the mountains over the next few days for the next boss, Modor, I think his name is. I'll leave it there. Thank you for the subs, the resubs, the bits, the follows, the donations, and the gifted subs throughout today's stream. Thank you all very, very much for all the support. Wondering Jack out there, thank you very much for the 2. I'm not entirely sure I got a proper thank you in here, because I know you asked a question about where we were on the map, Jack. thank you very much for the 2 months in the Prime, my friend. Hicks, thank you for the 51. Pixel, thank you for the 100 biddies. 0 places, Riskabar Gaming, Sironas, Miss Wioff, Xfelinger, and Ulmiarji Gaming. Thank you for the follows. Thank you all for a cracking day. Have a wickedly awesome and splendid Friday, whatever you're up to. Look after yourselves. Make sure you look after your loved ones. Give them a phone call. It's mad times. The UK is about to hit the big go back to normal button next week. I think, yeah, the 12th of April, innit? So if you're out there, stay safe. We're all thinking of one another. So big cuddles to you all. I'll see you soon. Thank you very, very much for watching.
Pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego, maybe San Diego, roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows, one leg out the window, sit like a flamenco, sit like a flamenco. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. We got lost an hour ago. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco. Maybe San Francisco. We could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamingo. Sit like a flamingo. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one day at a time. You can run